Lin Ming threw the long spear. With a metallic clang, the purple comet spear's base was suddenly connected by a taut red chain. Fire that had manifested into a crimson red chain had attached onto the end of the spear. Total annihilation. Lin Ming waved the red chain in his hand, with himself as the center. The purple comet spear drew a massive full moon. Wherever the spear went, corrupt wolves exploded like bags of blood. In only a single breath of time, over 20 corrupt wolves died a horrible death. Then Lin Ming moved, instantly appearing in another place on the battlefield. With a shout, he swept a giant circle with his spear once again, over a dozen corrupt wolves decimated. This is just too inhuman. Lin Kai gulped. Although a corrupt wolf wasn't considered too strong, it had a robust and hardy body. To cut a wolf in half from the waist took at least 80 or 90% of Lin Kai's strength. Once he chopped too many times, his arm began to feel sore. But every time Lin Ming shot out with his spear, he would pierce 7 or 8 beasts. With a sweep, more than a dozen would perish. This was inhumanly savage power. Lin Ming's power was already far beyond the level of a normal martial artist. Especially after he had completed a small portion of tempering marrow within his right hand. His strength had risen to another level. Could simply be called unstoppable, able to break through even the toughest defenses. Not only that, but the purple comet spear was an incomparably sharp weapon. Although the corrupt wolf had a strong defense, that was only in comparison to a normal martial artist. In front of the top high-grade Earthstep purple comet spear, the defensive capabilities of a corrupt wolf were no different than tofu. As Lin Ming killed his way around the battlefield, corrupt wolves were reaped like wheat. Against these second-level corrupt wolves, there was no need to use his vibrating true essence. Slaughtering them with the spear was the best way to conserve his strength. The spear was a weapon that was inherently forged to engage in mass warfare. At this moment, Lin Ming heard a roar and saw a massive two-headed black wolf rushing towards him. Two-headed corrupt wolf? This was a top third-level vicious beast, and its strength was comparable to a peak pulse condensation master. Then there was another roar, and next to the two-headed wolf was a giant iron storm bear. Its strength was no less than that of the two-headed corrupt wolf. And what was terrifying was that the iron storm bear had an amazing defensive power. Within all of the third-level vicious beasts in the 7 profound territory, it had the absolute strongest defense. In a massive assault of forces, a vicious beast with astounding defense was much more formidable and difficult to deal with than an agile vicious beast. 2 top third-level vicious beasts appeared, charging straight towards the army's formation. If these vicious beasts were to rush into the formation, they would easily be able to rip their way through the soldiers' tower shield wall, creating a massive opening. Once a gap was opened in the defenses, vicious beasts would begin pouring in from there. Lin Ming chose to greet them first. Lin Kai's eyes widened as he watched Lin Ming run over. He also wanted to run over and help, at least to divert the attention of the corrupt wolves surrounding him so that Lin Ming would be able to kill those 2 top third-level vicious beasts more easily. But at this moment, Lin Ming's speed reached an extreme, and he suddenly turned into a fading afterimage. As his steps treaded forwards with golden rock shattering the void, the packs of corrupt wolves that tried to block Lin Ming were simply useless. Pew. Blood sprayed into the air. All of the corrupt wolves in Lin Ming's path were torn apart by his spear. As Lin Ming rapidly moved ahead, all that was left behind was a brilliant fog of blood. Roar! Facing this insolent human, the Iron Storm Bear sent out angry roars. The two-headed corrupt wolf king also howled, rushing towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even pause. His spear pierced forwards. Ka! An azure spear light cut through the void, slashing straight towards the Iron Storm Bear. Its chest was ripped in half, blood gushing out. The azure spear light actually hadn't even been given the slightest pause by the Iron Storm Bear's tenacious body. This was a top third-level vicious beast known for having the strongest level of defensive power within the 7 profound territory, but in front of the purple comet spear, its vaunted defenses were nothing more than thin paper. After the azure spear light ripped through the Iron Storm Bear, its forward force still hadn't stopped, cutting towards the two-headed corrupt wolf king. The two-headed corrupt wolf king was famous for its speed, but it simply didn't have a chance to respond. Its body was split vertically in half, one head on each side. A single spear move slayed 2 top third-level vicious beasts. It was no different to killing an ordinary corrupt wolf. Sure, Linkai was dumbfounded. Even Zhuang Fan, Lu Wuyin, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. What sort of cultivation was that? They couldn't imagine how an early pulse condensation period martial artist could be so strong that they could instantly kill 2 third-level vicious beasts that were equal to peak pulse condensation martial artists. Not only that, but he had only used a single spear move to kill both of them. Before, they didn't know just what it meant for Lin Ming to become champion of the 7 Profound Valleys total faction martial meeting. They only knew that Lin Ming was a great and powerful figure, and had created a record that had never existed in the past 200 years in the 36 countries by becoming the champion of the total faction martial meeting. But they never knew just what sort of concept that was. But now that they had a front seat view, they were able to experience what this title truly meant. After he killed the 2 third-level vicious beasts, Lin Ming's footsteps suddenly paused, and his spear slowed down. In that instant, he had once again felt a faint hidden murderous intent from the crowds of people around him. You want to hide yourself with the help of the crowd? Lin Ming coldly snorted. His soul force and perception already far surpassed the 7 Profound Valleys mirage factions. When he first struck out, he had felt this faint murderous intent. Now, after killing the 2 third-level vicious beasts, he felt it again. But by the time he expanded his perception, he had lost trace of this person, and was unable to find him. This caused Lin Ming to furrow his eyebrows. This enemy of his must be well versed in concealment techniques, and was able to use the killing intent of the 10,000-strong army to hide from him. Was this someone sent by Ouyang Boyan? After the moon-seizing sect had been annihilated, all of the Xiantian masters were recalled to the 7 Profound Valleys total faction. With the collaboration of the Array faction and an Array master of Divine Phoenix Island, they had been able to set up a giant reinforced array formation around the mountain range and close it off to prevent a sneak attack from the South Sea Demon region. Since this happened, Ouyang Boyan had probably left behind several trustworthy subordinates within Skyfortune Kingdom. Murdering a 7 Profound Valleys direct disciple was no minor matter. If this matter was made known, then Ouyang Boyan would most likely be put to death. He could probably only trust his personal apprentice. Logically speaking, an apprentice of Ouyang Boyan should be someone from the Acacia faction. But Lin Ming didn't think that a disciple from the Acacia faction would be so proficient in concealment techniques. If it wasn't for Lin Ming's prodigious soul perception, he would never have been aware of this. With a hidden enemy lurking behind him, Lin Ming couldn't feel at ease. I can't expose any more of my strength. This enemy probably hasn't noticed that I've discovered him. In this case, I have to keep my cards in hand and lure him in, take him by surprise, and kill him in that moment. Lin Ming's single spear move that had killed 2 third-level vicious beasts may have been shocking to a common martial artist, but it was simply nothing to a genius of the 7 Profound Valleys. Not to mention Lin Ming, Jiang Lanjian, Qin Wuxin, or even the most disappointing direct disciple Fang Qi, would be able to accomplish the same. Those 2 monsters were equal to a normal peak pulse condensation martial artist, but Huan Xiaodai and Fang Qi had battle power that reached the early Hotian realm, or even the middle Hotian realm. With such a difference in strength, instantly killing a pair of third-level vicious beasts was simple. Thus, Lin Ming's performance just now was all within this hidden killer's expectations. Lin Ming had to keep his other cards hidden. He needed to hide his strength so he could play the pig to eat the tiger. I will suppress my strength to the peak of the normal middle Hotian realm, and lure you in. During the stampede of the beast tide, this surrounding chaos was naturally the best time to assassinate Lin Ming. But it was also the best time for Lin Ming to kill this hidden enemy of his. Lin Ming didn't want to leave a ticking time bomb at his side. He wanted to completely uproot and eradicate all of Ouyang Boyan's influence. Total annihilation. Sweeping wind, scattering clouds. Every move that Lin Ming made was a wide-range attack. With the flame chain on the spear end, the purple comet spear was like a flood dragon diving in a sea of blood. Wherever it went, blood would rain. Within the chaotic rush of clashing forces, the spear was absolutely the best weapon. Of course, the requirement was to have an incomparably thick true essence and endurance in order to support such terrifying killing speeds. But these were 2 aspects that were no problem for Lin Ming. He did not lack them at all. His blood vitality was potent, and every breath he breathed out formed large snakes in the air that lingered on. Die! Lin Ming gripped the fiery red chain. The spear point drawing a huge half-moon arc. Blood spattered all over Lin Ming, covering his entire body's muscle in a deep crimson shade. The veins of his body bulged out, just like twisted scarlet earthworms. Puff, puff, puff. The garrison army of Green Mulberry City took Lin Ming as the spearpoint of the army and courageously marched forwards. Within 100 feet of Lin Ming, vicious beasts were simply unable to approach. Once they did, they were completely destroyed by the spear light. Even if there was an occasional third-level vicious beast that appeared with power comparable to a pulse condensation martial artist, it was still no exception. It would be just like an ordinary vicious beast, instantly slaughtered by Lin Ming. This is too fierce. Is this the power of the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting Champion? The vicious beasts that he has killed by himself are more than the rest of us combined. Zhuang Fan's cultivation was just enough to reach the pulse condensation period, and he also fought with a sword, so his killing speed was the slowest. As he saw Lin Ming rush into the depths of a pack of vicious beasts, and be no different than a tiger within a flock of sheep, he couldn't help but envy. Brother Wanshan, your Lin family has truly produced a peerless, monstrous talent. Within the next several hundred years, your Lin family will probably become the top family of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Wanshan wasn't as happy as Zhuang Fang expected. Instead, he sighed, shaking his head, his heart bitter. Some time ago, when the snow had still been falling, Lin Ming had obtained a great honor for the Lin family to truly earn face for posterity. But now that Lin Wanshan saw Lin Ming's formidable strength with his own eyes, he suddenly had very complicated thoughts and emotions surging within him. A question lingered within his heart, one that he couldn't let go of. Could Lin Ming really be considered a disciple of the Lin family? Before Lin Ming had grown up, he hadn't even used a single bit of the Lin family's resources. Lin Wanshan even knew that when Lin Ming's childhood girlfriend had abandoned him for someone else, he hadn't been able to receive any help from the family. Lin Ming probably didn't feel much of a sense of belonging to the Lin family. If Lin Wanshan had anyone to blame, he could only blame his own Lin family for not being able to see someone with such an outstanding talent in front of them. They had missed the chance to raise such a precious uncut jade. Otherwise, if they had been able to initially offer him help, provide resources, and help him recapture his first love, or even confront the Zhu family because of that, then Lin Ming would have a deep sense of belonging towards the Lin family. But now, Lin Wanshan sighed with regret. But then his heart suddenly skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he looked at a red shadow not too far away that was heading towards them. This is bad, that is, a 4th-level vicious beast, Scarlet Flood Python. The Scarlet Flood Python was over 200 feet long, and its writhing body was thicker than a century-old tree. Every red scale of its body was larger than a soldier's tower shield, and its sharp fangs were like spears. When it opened its mouth, it was wide enough to swallow an elephant. This python monster was only the weakest of the 4th-level vicious beasts. Still, its strength was equal to a middle Hodian realm martial artist. Within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, if one didn't include the masters of the 7 Profound Martial House, it would be difficult for anyone to defeat this beast. It had to be known that even the state Marshal Qin Shao and the magnificent Mr. Mui had a cultivation at the Middle Hotian realm. But as for Green Mulberry City, there were no Hotian masters stationed there. Lin Ming, be careful! Lin Wanshan screamed from behind, as he watched Lin Ming rush in. Young hero Lin, that is a 4th-level vicious beast. Wait for us brothers to come over, and we will fight together with young hero Lin. Sure, Lin Kai was far away, but he immediately began to slash his way towards Lin Ming. If this python monster managed to reach the army, it would be able to sweep away the entire tower shield defensive line with a single swing of its tail. Once the defensive line was broken, the army's loss would be immeasurable. They would all be overwhelmed. Now they could only rely on Lin Ming. Lin Ming watched that python that was like a small hill, and his eyes narrowed. This vicious beast's strength was at the Middle Hodian realm. At most, it would be equal to Hui Yenlue's level. To the current Lin Ming, instantly killing it was simple. However, Lin Ming didn't want to reveal the hidden cards in his hands to the pair of eyes that was lurking within the bustling crowd. Pu. Lin Ming's spear swept out, making a killing circle. As all of the corrupt wolves around him were swept away, he aimed his spear and thrust towards the Scarlet Flood Python. Young hero Lin, be careful. The martial artists of Green Mulberry City had no idea what the limit of Lin Ming's strength was. To them, the geniuses of the 7 profound valleys were too remote of an existence. Although they knew that Lin Ming was absurdly powerful, everyone still held their breath as they watched Lin Ming charge towards the Scarlet Flood Python alone with their own eyes. Those grim eyes that were hiding in crowd locked onto Lin Ming. A mere Scarlet Flood Python is absolutely not his match. Let's see just how much of his strength he uses. This chess piece that Ouyang Boyan arranged to stay here originated from the 7 profound valleys, so he understood just how terrifying a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys truly was. With his status, when he was young he simply didn't have a chance to fight against talents like Jiang Baoyan. He only understood the power of a direct disciple from rumors and watching these geniuses fight. But during this total faction martial meeting, he had been forced to stay behind in Sky Fortune Kingdom, and hadn't seen the battle between Lin Ming and Jiang Baoyun. Because of this, he didn't have a personal concept of just how strong Lin Ming was, and had to personally judge him through watching him. Sa! The red flood python cried out with a grating scream, and its massive tail swung towards Lin Ming like whip, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming had deliberately suppressed the speed of golden rock shattering the void, but he still easily dodged the scarlet flood python's strike. Bang! The python's broad tail smashed the ground, cracking the earth and causing the battlefield to shake. Several unlucky corrupt wolves were crushed into bloody piles of goo. As Lin Kai saw this scene while rushing over, he felt chills run up his spine. A 4th-level vicious beast was truly a fearful existence. If he was struck by that tail, not even his bones would be left over. Not only that, but its attack speed was so quick. With his piddling movement techniques, he had no idea if he could dodge it. A moment ago, Lin Kai had shouted out that he would join forces with Lin Ming and kill the vicious beast. But now that he saw just how deadly it was, he wondered to himself, could he really help? He would probably die as collateral damage. It was not just Lin Kai, but the other martial artists were in a worse situation. Zhuang Fan and the other were mostly at the early pulse condensation period. Their own individual strength were all less than Lin Kai's. If they were even scratched by that scarlet flood python's tail, they would probably die on the spot. Besides Lin Ming, no one had the qualifications to tangle with the scarlet flood python. Whoever came up would die. Boom! Boom! The scarlet flood python repeatedly smashed the ground with its brutal tail. Lin Ming dodged using his superior movement. It looked like everywhere he went there was a danger that put him in a dead end, but every time he would just manage to barely dodge the scarlet flood python's attack. Lin Wanshan began to sweat from all pores. If Lin Ming mistimed a dodge even once, he would die. Lin Ming was the Lin family's future hope. If he died here then, not only would the Lin family suffer an immeasurable loss, but they might not even be able to defend Green Mulberry City. Lin Wanshan gulped. Right now he was incomparably nervous, but he was also completely helpless. Dozens of massacred corrupt wolf corpses lay bloody and grotesque on the ground. None of the other corrupt wolves dared to approach, leaving a wide space that was several hundred feet wide for Lin Ming and the Scarlet Flood Python to fight. At this time, the entire Beast Tide Stampede has slowed down. Not planning on using your trump cards? The grim shadow in the crowd muttered to himself. He didn't even believe that there was the slightest chance that Lin Ming would be defeated. He only wondered how much Lin Ming would preserve his strength. After all, this beast tide had just begun, and there were bound to be more vicious beasts behind that were even fiercer. Fwa! The Scarlet Flood Python opened its gaping maw and suddenly spat out a large glob of venom. This human didn't even dare to fight it head-on, but was actually jumping all around. This caused the Scarlet Flood Python to be thoroughly enraged. The glob of venom flew into the air and then scattered, falling like driving rain. It was undodgeable. As Lin Ming was about to be enveloped by this storm of venom, he suddenly turned his spear. Purple arcs of lightning roared out. Chi chi chi! Under the clouded skies of the evening, the bright illumination of the purple flood dragon Divine Thunder's lightning arcs was even more dazzling. All of the venom around Lin Ming was burnt away by the power of thunder. His entire body twined with purple lightning. With his spear, he thrust towards the scarlet flood python. Electric light sparked. With the ashen clouds as his backdrop, Lin Ming was like a war god of thunder. The scarlet flood python widened its jaws, biting towards Lin Ming. Pa! Lin Ming dodged the scarlet flood python's fangs, thrusting his spear into the python's lower jaw. Then he stepped over the python's body, dragging his spear behind him, the spear tip embedded into the python, dragging a deep bloody crevice in its body. Flesh and blood flew into the sky. This single spear strike had split the python from head to tail. SAA. The scarlet flood python issued a horrifying scream, its hissing shriek breaking apart stone. Massive purple arcs of lightning wound around its body, and blood erupted like a waterfall from the giant fissure left behind by the spear, gushing out dozens of feet high. Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in blood, and his hair tie had loosened during the attack. At this moment, he was like a demonic lord that crawled up from the Ashura hell, infernal and unstoppable. Seeing this distant one-sided great battle take place, the 10,000 soldiers were left speechless. This 200-foot-long great python reached to the skies, its blood raining to the earth. This scene was too impactful on their minds. He won. Lin Wanshan was jumping in joy. Lin Ming had actually won. He had cut down a 4th-level scarlet flood python. As soon as the scarlet flood python died, the offensive charge of the corrupt wolves immediately died down. After a few more symbolic rushes, they began to retreat like an ebbing tide. The wolves are retreating. We've defended. After withstanding the impacts of tens of thousands of corrupt wolves, the exhausted soldiers began to cheer. The archers still shot their arrows, but chasing them was impossible. The soldiers had reached the limits of their strength, and even if they were at top condition, it was impossible to chase a stampede of corrupt wolves over a long distance while wearing their heavy equipment. Lin Ming carried his spear on his shoulder and walked back from the battlefield alone. During this battle, he had killed over 1,000 corrupt wolves, while killing dozens of 3rd-level vicious beasts and even the 4th-level scarlet flood python. The combined efforts of all the other pulse condensation period martial artists didn't even add up to half of this. Of course, there was simply no comparing them. Their strength was not on the same level as Lin Ming's. He finally used the power of thunder, but he didn't use that thunder energy weapon of his. As the soldiers were returning, the figure in the shadows was mumbling to himself. Although he hadn't seen Lin Ming when he had participated in the total faction martial meeting, he still had a great deal of information. Lin Ming's trump card was not just his power of thunder, but also a needle-like weapon that was condensed from thunder energy. This weapon was Lin Ming's true killing move. If I don't factor in that needle-like thunder energy weapon, then what Lin Ming revealed so far should be his complete strength. He should be able to defeat an ordinary late Hotian Realm Master, which is actually the same cultivation as me. But he still isn't my match. If I want to kill him, I have to make sure it succeeds, otherwise it will be too troublesome. The subordinate that Ouyang Boyan had left behind had a cultivation at the late Hotian realm. But he was still a disciple of the 7 profound valleys, and his combat strength was much more formidable than a normal late Hotian master. The wolves receded, the casualties were tallied. More than 800 soldiers had sacrificed their lives and perished on the field. After Lin Ming returned to Green Mulberry City, he went into seclusion and quickly began to meditate. The truth was his consumption of strength wasn't too high. In addition to his already formidable endurance, he had nearly his complete true essence reserves remaining afterwards. This seclusion was all an act of his. To lure the snake from its hole and then kill it instead. This was Lin Ming's plan. After the victory of the first battle, the morale of Green Mulberry City's garrison army had sharply risen. But now was not that time for celebrations. There was likely to be other groups of vicious beasts incoming, and they had to persist until reinforcements arrived. Dinner was lavish. All of the major families had pooled together their resources, bringing good meat and other satisfying foods. There was enough for everyone. Although the soldiers regretted that they could not drink, they still heartily ate their fill, taking water instead of wine. At the banquet, The soldiers frantically talked about how Lin Ming had used a single spear to slaughter the scarlet flood python in the chaos of the battlefield, while being surrounded by tens of thousands of wolves. In the minds of an ordinary soldier, Lin Ming was simply a legend come to life. Old Lin, your Lin family have truly produced a hero that will be recorded in history. After dinner, Zhuang Fan spoke as he smoked from a pure gold pipe, walking over to Lin Wanshan's side. Out of all the major power players of Green Mulberry City, the Lin family and Zhuang family were closest because of their cooperation in many fields of business. I didn't think that our experience would be so shallow. The strength of a 7 Profound Valleys direct disciple can actually reach such a level. As Lin Wanshan gazed off at the warm light within the tent that Lin Ming had retreated to, his mood was complex. This gap was too amazing. He was unable to comprehend that a direct disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys who was only at the pulse condensation period was actually much stronger than the Hotian masters of Skyfortune Kingdom. The frontier army set out 2 days ago. They should arrive in another 7 or 8 days. With Lin Ming, we should be able to defend until then. Today, the number of vicious beasts that Lin Ming killed were 1/10 of the army's total, but all of the high-level vicious beasts were killed by him alone. That night when Lin Ming went out, all of the soldiers who saw him would spontaneously stop and salute in respect. Military men respected the strong. Because of Lin Ming's actions during the battle earlier, their damages had been greatly reduced. Young hero Lin, a man wearing a wolf pelt, walked up, a happy smile on his face. This man was the Salt Clan's clan leader, Xianxia. Clan leader Shi. Lin Ming had a favorable impression of this man. During the assault of the corrupt wolves, this man had followed closely behind him, fighting boldly and bravely. Except for Lin Ming himself, Xianxia had killed the most. Young hero Lin is too kind. It's fine if you call me Old Shi. What are the casualties in the army like? Lin Ming was very concerned about the current state of the army. Without an army, it was impossible to block the beast tide. It was impossible for Lin Ming alone to stop a giant flood of vicious beasts no matter how strong he was. If they passed him, the beasts would be able to dash into Green Mulberry City. Green Mulberry City had 50 feet high city walls, but a high-level vicious beast would be able to scale them in just a few hops. Once that happened, it was useless no matter how many Lin Ming killed. We've lost more than 50 javelin throwers and archers, 300 long spear soldiers, 400 tower shield soldiers, and there are also many that are severely wounded and unable to fight. Altogether, we've lost around 10% of our fighting force. There are also several brothers of my Salt clan who have perished. As Xianxia spoke, he heard the screeching sound of a heavenly wind eagle above the army camp. It was much more resounding and clear than a normal heavenly wind eagle. Reinforcements. This was the first thought that popped into Lin Ming's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. It had only been a day since he had been at the transmission relay station and sent news. It was impossible for reinforcements to arrive so quickly. As soon as the two left the camp to sea, they saw a giant heavenly wind eagle that was 4 or 5 times larger than normal. Its wings shined like they were carved from gold. Lin Ming had seen this sort of golden-winged heavenly wind eagle before. It was a mount that the Peacock Mountain Messenger had ridden. It had the bloodline of a saint beast, was exceedingly fast, and it could carry 10 times more than a normal heavenly wind eagle. Those who could ride this sort of golden-winged heavenly wind eagle most likely came from a sect. As the giant eagle swooped down, a buffet of wind directly blew away several army tents. The soldiers inside were also blown away and landed on the ground with multiple bruises. Fuck! Who dares to be so arrogant? Xianxia was a straightforward man who was honest with his emotions. He thought that this was reinforcements, but now this person had not only come to their army camp without saying anything, but had also overturned many tents, injuring their soldiers. This grated on his nerves and caused his anger to rise. Junior apprentice sister, we've finally found an inhabited land. It's really been hard for you these past 4 or 5 days. The savages that live in the southern wilderness are truly barbarians. There isn't even a place to bathe. Atop the heavenly wind eagle, a yellow-clothed youth around 25 or 26 with a sword on his back was speaking to a 18 or 19-year-old girl. As Lin Ming saw this yellow-clothed youth, he was stunned for a moment. This youth's cultivation was already at the early Hotian realm. An early Hotian martial artist from a sect could still be considered somewhat skillful. Not only that, but he had broken through to the Hotian realm at a relatively young age. He should be at least a top inner court disciple or maybe even a core disciple. The girl that he had addressed as junior apprentice sister was wearing an all-white dress. There was a faint crescent moon symbol embroidered on her dress, and she had the appearance of a beautiful and delicate woman. Her eyes were expressionless as she scanned around where she had landed, silent. She didn't seem to have any desire to speak. Junior apprentice sister, the beast tide is everywhere now. We have no place to stay currently, so let's temporarily live here. The girl reluctantly said, then fell back into silence. The yellow-clothed youth was delighted. He had finally persuaded his junior apprentice sister. As long as he was able to live here for a while and catch his breath, he would be able to realize his wishes. Before the yellow-clothed youth could say anything, an angry voice suddenly interrupted him. "Who the hell are you? You dare to rush into our army compound and injure our soldiers. And you still have the nerve to speak so casually in front of everyone. Where do you think this is? Your home toilet? Come on." Xianxia was outraged. This yellow-clothed youth was simply pompous, like an arrogant young master. With the sounds of weapons ringing, soldiers from all around drew their weapons. Dozens of arrows were readied, pulled to the limit. The cold, metal-tipped arrows pointed straight towards the yellow-clothed youth. Several of the Salt Clan brothers also circled the yellow-clothed youth, all of them angry. If Xianxia hadn't waved them back, a fight would probably have broken out. Although Xianxia was angry, he hadn't lost his rationality. He wasn't dumb. He had seen enough of the world to know that a golden-winged heavenly wind eagle was extraordinary, and if this flying beast was able to create gusts of strong heavenly wind that could blow away several tents, then it probably came from a large sect. It was most likely that this boy and girl also came from a large sect. These kinds of people were existences that Green Mulberry City could not afford to anger unless Lin Ming intervened. But as it stood, this was extremely troublesome for Lin Ming. After all, the other man's cultivation was at the early Hotian realm. For a while, the atmosphere was tense. The white-clothed girl in the center still had an expressionless face, completely ignoring all the weapons that were pointed towards her. The yellow-clothed youth gave cold humph and shot a glare at the soldiers around him. His eyes were full of disdain. In his opinion, these people were nothing more than peasants. "Who is your commanding officer? Bring him to me. You lot are unqualified to speak to me." The yellow-clothed youth didn't even bother with Xianxia. Xianxia's entire appearance indicated that he was someone from Jianghu. It was impossible for him to be a general. "Who do you think you are?" Seeing that this yellow-clothed youth didn't even place him in his eyes, Xianxia was incredibly angry. He wished he could just take out his saber and chop these two in half. At this point, Green Mulberry City's city lord Zhao Yanming made his way out of the crowd. His expression was dark as he said, "I am Green Mulberry City's city lord. Is there a matter I can assist you with?" The boy and girl had a cultivation of the early Hotian realm and peak pulse condensation period, and they also came from a large sect. After seeing Lin Ming in action, Zhao Yanming had already been made aware of just how deeply terrifying the strength of a martial artist from a sect was. Even though that young girl looked fragile, maybe even all of the pulse condensation period martial artists in Green Mulberry City combined together couldn't force her to use her true strength. At that time, this boy and girl pair would slaughter them and just fly away on their heavenly wind eagle, and they would be helpless to do anything. This was a scenario that Zhao Yanming didn't want to see. "You are the city lord? What's your name?" The yellow-clothed youth shot a look at Zhao Yanming, speaking in a haughty and imperious manner. Zhao Yanming frowned. Without looking at Lin Ming, he sent him a true essence sound transmission. "Young hero Lin, just where are these two from?" "I don't know, maybe from some southern sect." As Lin Ming glanced at the crescent moon symbols on their chest, he had a faint guess. Were they from the moon-seizing sect? Moon-seizing sect was located on the coast of the South Sea and also bordered the southern wilderness along with the Seven Profound territory. It was very close to Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region. Their sect was relatively weak, so they had been the first to have a calamity fall upon them, and their entire sect was exterminated by the South Sea Demon region. Listening to their conversation, it seemed as if they had been traveling through the southern wilderness for several days. Moon-seizing sect was also destroyed before the eruption of the beast tides. If these two were survivors of moon-seizing sect, then it would match whether it was time or location. Then their strength compared to young hero Lin, Zhao Yanming reasoned that Lin Ming wouldn't be a match for these two. Lin Ming was only at the middle pulse condensation period and they were all from a sect, so the difference couldn't be that great. But during the day, Lin Ming's performance on the field was simply too awe-inspiring to everyone who watched. Zhao Yanming felt as if Lin Ming was nearly invincible, so that's why he posed this question. Lin Min didn't reply. It was difficult to say just how strong a Hotian master from a sect was. Not only that, but the situation in Green Mulberry City was very complex, and he didn't want to needlessly expose his true strength. Zhao Yanming pushed down any anger and calmly said, "I am Zhao Yanming. Who are you?" "Zhao Yanming? Listen up. You don't need to know who I am. I want you people to prepare a very good mansion and have the place tidied up. Switch out all the bedding and furniture and send out 7 or 8 maids that are clean to take care of my junior apprentice sister's daily living needs. My junior apprentice sister is a vegetarian and loves to stay clean. Prepare a bath of spring water every day and 3 meals of tender bamboo shoots and fruits. When the beast tide comes tomorrow, I'll help you out a bit." As the yellow-clothed youth spoke such rampant words, Lin Kai felt as if his lungs were about to explode from rage. He had never seen such an arrogant young man in his life before. The truth was, Lin Kai didn't know that the attitude of this yellow-clothed man was the near-universal attitude which most geniuses of sects treated common mortals with. To them, the common folk were nothing more than ants. For a human to speak to an ant on equal terms in a kind and reasonable manner was naturally impossible. As for someone like Lin Ming, he had a humble origin and a reasonable temperament. Although his status had soared into the skies, his natural disposition had never changed because of that. Moreover, he was also from Green Mulberry City, and even when seeing Lin Wanshan he would greet him like any other family junior would. But now that a normal genius from a sect had come, this genius would not even bother to look their way. The difference in status would just be too great. "You really think you are all that? You think we don't have masters here? You really think we need someone like you to help out a bit?" Lin Kai drew out the saber and began slashing the ground, cutting apart a stone block. If he wasn't well aware that this yellow-clothed youth was dozens of times stronger than him, he would have already started a fight. Hearing Lin Kai's insults, the yellow-clothed youth frowned. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ming, who was standing near Lin Kai. As his vision fell on Lin Ming, he said, "I see. I didn't expect there to be a little talent here. So this is your so-called master. But do you think you are worthy of that title? As long as you..." As the yellow-clothed man spoke, his lips curved up in a smile. He lifted his hands and formed sword fingers, then slashed out twice at Lin Ming. Sharp sword energy broke through the air, cutting towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression sank. There were some hidden enemies lurking in the shadows, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. But now he had actually been rolled together into this mess. Chi! Chi! The 2 sword energies shot out from right and left at extremely tricky angles. Although they were only casual strikes, they were still strikes that came from a sect-based Hotian master. If a normal middle pulse condensation martial artist was struck by these 2 sword energies, they would be severely injured. The yellow-clothed man thought to establish his reputation to avoid future troubles. And the best way to establish that reputation was naturally to slap down Green Mulberry City's current #1 master, Lin Ming. "You don't even make sense." Lin Ming coldly snorted. He had been dragged into this mess for no reason, and this random man had actually attacked him out of the blue. Obviously, there was something wrong with his mind. Azure light flashed, and Lin Ming punched out twice, meeting these 2 sword finger energies with his fists. Bang! Bang! With the sound of an explosion, the 2 sword energies were broken apart. Lin Ming hadn't even been touched, nor had he taken a single step back. "Oh!" The yellow-clothed youth's eyebrows slanted up. "A little boy at the pulse condensation period can actually block my sword finger attack? You're quite a character, aren't you? Hehe. How about if I use 30% of my strength?" The yellow-clothed character was about to strike out once again, but then he saw that the white-clothed girl was waving her hand at him, interrupting him. "Senior apprentice brother, stop it. Don't try to oppress other people with your power like this." The yellow-clothed youth's cultivation was at the early Hotian realm, but Lin Ming was actually only at the middle pulse condensation period. This sort of fight was originally unfair. The yellow-clothed man was simply using his age and cultivation to suppress others. In the opinion of geniuses, even if the yellow-clothed youth won, it still wouldn't be a victory. The yellow-clothed was a bit unhappy being stopped by the white-clothed girl, but he still understood the meaning behind her words and went along with her request. "Since junior apprentice sister says so, I'll forget it. You boy, today is your lucky day." "Oh, I'm lucky." Lin Ming thought this was hilarious. In that brief tussle a moment ago, that yellow-clothed youth really did only use a small portion of his strength. But Lin Ming had an extremely keen perception, and he was able to feel that the purity of the yellow-clothed youth's true essence. He thought that this yellow-clothed youth might be a core disciple, but now it seemed more likely that he was the high-ranking inner court disciple. An inner court disciple was simply nothing. Currently, Qin Xingxuan was already an inner court disciple, and once her talent blossomed in the future, she would most likely become a core disciple. "What, you aren't convinced?" The yellow-clothed youth's eyebrows picked up. "Since my junior apprentice sister has spoken of compassion, today I will not bully the young. If you aren't convinced, there is a simple solution. When the beast tide attacks tomorrow, you and I will both go out and we'll see just who kills the most. How about it?" Lin Ming hadn't even spoken when Shi Linkai angrily shouted, "What dog fart nonsense? Like this father needs your help. My green mulberry city." Shi Linkai had finished, his voice still full of indignant anger, when a loud voice suddenly interrupted him. "Clan leader Shi, please take note of the current situation and consider the greater good. Green Mulberry City's decisions will be determined by Green Mulberry City's people." Shi Linkai turned to look and saw that the person speaking was the garrison army commander, Zhu Ping. He was wearing a military uniform and seemed to be emitting a little aura of irritation. Shi Linkai's heart began to blaze with fury. Only Green Mulberry City's people can determine Green Mulberry City's decisions? Were the Salt Clan not people from Green Mulberry City? His brothers had died in order to protect this city, and yet they actually had such a foul reputation. Shi Linkai's fury was about to spill over and cause an irreversible scene when at that moment, Lin Ming sent him a true essence sound transmission. "Clan leader Shi, don't bother with this trivial matter, stop here for now." Before luring out the chess piece that Ouyang Boyan had lain down, Lin Ming didn't want to stir up a needless fight, thus exposing his own strength. Lin Ming was a hero that Shi Linkai held a great deal of admiration towards. Shi Linkai had no choice but to back down, icily coughing as he stopped speaking. Zhu Ping turned a smile on the yellow-clothed youth and said, "I will immediately empty the best mansion in Green Mulberry City, change the bedding and furniture, and have several well-trained maids brought over. 2 masters, please rest freely." Zhu Ping bowed as he spoke. Such a welcome that was in agreement with all the specifications seemed like a deliberate attempt to nauseate Lin Ming. Lin Ming lived in the army compound, ate with the soldiers and lived with the soldiers. Yet Zhu Ping had actually set aside a special residence for these 2 people. In this regard, Lin Ming didn't mind. Some people were like this. If you treated them kindly, that person might not take you seriously. But if you pushed their face into the ground and slapped them around, they would think of you as a true character that couldn't be offended and treat you carefully and respectfully. This kind of person could only be described as shallow and cheap. Of course, the difference with which Zhu Ping treated Lin Ming and the yellow-clothed youth was also because of hatred and other factors. Zhu Ping was very glad to see that the yellow-clothed youth and Lin Ming seemed hostile to each other. If these 2 could fight, and Lin Ming receive a severe injury in the process, killing him would be much easier. "Humph, I can tell you're a sensible one. Hurry up and prepare. Remember to prepare several buckets of spring bath water and incense to clear the smell. My junior sister does not like to live in places like this army compound. Rest assured, once the beast tide comes, I'll be able to arrive in just a few breaths of time." As the yellow-clothed youth spoke, he glanced at Lin Ming. An unforgiving expression etched on his face. As for his strike being resisted a moment ago, he naturally wasn't comfortable with this. It was just that he didn't want to go against the wishes of the white-clothed girl. The yellow-clothed youth and his junior apprentice sister were truly disciples from the moon-seizing sect. The moon-seizing sect had been destroyed 6 days ago, and over 90% of the disciples had died. Of the Xianxia masters, all of them had perished. Luckily, the 2 of them had managed to escape. They had been traveling under the barest conditions, spending most of their time in the jungles of the southern wilderness. They lived outdoors, ate wild fruits and dried rations, and didn't even have the chance to change clothes. For the white-clothed girl who was used to remaining clean, this was very difficult to endure. The yellow-clothed youth had seized the opportunity to drop the white-clothed girl in this big mortal city and rest for a few days. The truth was, he also had his own reason for doing so. This white-clothed girl was actually one of direct disciples of the moon-seizing sect. If she was able to escape this time, that meant there must definitely be many treasures on her body. Her own master had died beside her. How could she not have given her disciple everything? Earthstep's treasures, rare jade slips, and most important of all, heaven-opening pills. The yellow-clothed youth estimated that this white-clothed girl might have 5 or 6 heaven-opening pills on her. Although the moon-seizing sect was one of the lowest ranked within the 19 third-grade sects, they had still managed to accumulate several dozens of heaven-opening pills. Since the white-clothed girl was one of the top-ranked direct disciples in the sect, there was a high possibility she would have many heaven-opening pills on her. Besides the heaven-opening pill, the yellow-clothed youth was faintly aware that within the moon-seizing sect there also existed a top-ranked extremely valuable medicine. This medicine's value was far beyond that of a heaven-opening pill, and it was said to be related to the former master of the South Sea Demon region, the master of Silent Demon Emperor City. Although the moon-seizing sect had been on the decline for a long time, it still had a very long and storied sect history, filled with glory and tribulations. 2,000 years ago, the moon-seizing sect was a top third-grade sect, and its strength surpassed even Peacock Mountain. At that time, the moon-seizing sect had joined forces with the entire South Horizon region to lay siege to Silent Demon Emperor City. Obtaining such extremely rare and top-grade medicine from this siege wouldn't be unusual. Silent Demon Emperor City used to be a Holy Land rank sect, and the Netherworld Great Emperor was a top figure of the entire Skill Spill continent. From an existence like that, whatever came from their hand, even if it were a chamber pot, would be a rare and precious artifact that countless small sects would crazily fight over. The precious medicine that existed within the moon-seizing sect was said to have a very high and impactful effect for Xianxia masters that were trying to break into the revolving core realm. As for what it specifically was, the yellow-clothed youth had only ever heard some vague rumors. It had been so many years since then, so it might all be gone. Of course, the yellow-clothed youth didn't expect that the white-clothed girl would have such a precious medicine on her body. Even if she did, he wouldn't be able to swallow a medicine of that level. His heart's true desire lay in the heaven-opening pills. With his talent, it would not be easy to reach the Xianxia realm. But if he had enough heaven-opening pills, it wouldn't be a problem. Who didn't wish to reach the Xianxia realm? If the white-clothed girl was not an angelic beauty and didn't have countless life-saving measures, this yellow-clothed youth would have already directly snatched it from her body. The yellow-clothed youth had originally been an inner court disciple of the moon-seizing sect, and the disparity between his status and the white-clothed girl's status was immense. In normal times, if these two people met, the yellow-clothed youth would have had to be extremely respectful to her. However, in his heart, he had many unnatural and perverted ambitions towards the white-clothed girl. It wasn't just him, but many of the other male disciples of the moon-seizing sect had once dreamed of marrying this white-clothed girl. Once they did, they would be able to obtain extra resources and have the backing of such a beautiful lady. Wouldn't that simply be perfection? Of course, the yellow-clothed youth had only ever thought that it was simply impossible for it to happen. In particular, just a month ago the white-clothed girl had been chosen as one of the geniuses in the training program carried out by Divine Phoenix Island. She had been one of the 50 human step talents that were selected. The moon-seizing sect had originally been one of the lowest 19 third-grade sections. When the joint talent training program had first been announced at the 7 Profound Valleys, no one from the moon-seizing sect was included in the 20 invited elites. Afterwards, the total joint talent training program had over 100 individuals, and the moon-seizing sect merely had a pitiful 2 disciples chosen. One was a male disciple, and the other was this white-clothed girl. Therefore, that male disciple and the white-clothed girl had become the dragon and phoenix pairing of the moon-seizing sect. In these circumstances, anyone that had improper thoughts of the white-clothed girl were the same as toads trying to eat swan meat. The yellow-clothed youth had burned with jealousy. He wished he could kill that lucky fool of a male disciple, take his place, and then obtain the white-clothed girl. He wanted to tear apart her impassionate shell and mercilessly ravage her. This was probably a common dark and frustrated thought that many of the inner court male disciples in the sect had. And then, tragedy had befallen the moon-seizing sect, and that too lucky male disciple had actually died. Just this point had caused the yellow-clothed youth to feel immeasurably happy. The yellow-clothed youth felt as if he were in a dream he didn't want to wake from. As he was fleeing, he met the white-clothed girl who was riding away on a golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. This was simply the heavens themselves helping him. Because the white-clothed girl had lost her master and lost her sect, she must be in immeasurable pain and inner turmoil. For the yellow-clothed youth, this was a golden chance to seize her heart and everything else. Therefore, for these past days, the yellow-clothed youth had been using all of the experience and knowledge he had of flirting with girls to take advantage of the white-clothed girl's vulnerable state of mind and leave a favorable impression and goodwill on her. If there was any disciple within the moon-seizing sect that wanted to thank the South Sea Demon region even after they destroyed their sect, then it would probably only be this yellow-clothed youth. The white-clothed girl had originally intended to travel to White Peak sect. The White Peak sect had a very good relationship with the moon-seizing sect. She believed she would be able to take refuge there. However, the yellow-clothed youth didn't want that to happen. Once the white-clothed girl entered White Peak sect, she would inevitably become a genius of the White Peak sect. As for him, he would still remain a nobody. When that happened, where would he have another chance to obtain this white-clothed girl? Therefore he had hinted to her that the White Peak sect would covet their cultivation methods, legacies, inheritances, pills, resources, and had also listed out various possible dangers that could befall her. Finally, his suggestions began to slowly sway the white-clothed girl. In conclusion, the white-clothed girl was only 18 years old. To suddenly suffer such a sudden blow to her psyche, it was inevitable that she would be confused and muddled for a while. So the yellow-clothed youth had flown through the southern wilderness with the white-clothed girl and had finally arrived at Green Mulberry City. He was quite satisfied with the size of Green Mulberry City and was planning to stay there and enjoy the comfortable environment. Meanwhile, he would take care of the white-clothed girl who needed to be comforted and finally move on to her, savaging her without a thought. As they say, cooked rice cannot be uncooked. As the white-clothed girl bathed, the yellow-clothed youth listened from outside. He had very good senses and could clearly hear the splashing sounds of water and also the sounds of the several maids cleaning up the white-clothed girl. As he heard these sounds, his heart began to itch. He was thinking about just how to find an excuse to stay in her room tonight, when at that moment, a loud alarm began to ring throughout the city. The beast tide had come again. The yellow-clothed youth cussed. The fall of Green Mulberry City didn't have any relation to him. But once the beast tide crashed in, they would reach this place sooner or later. It was pointless staying in the room. Oh, night. The moon was bright and round in the inky sky. Standing above the city walls, one could see a distant dark mass of vicious beasts stampeding over. Most of these vicious beasts were first-level or second-level vicious beasts, with a small number of third-level vicious beasts. There were even more than during the daytime attack. There were probably no less than 100,000. The white-clothed girl had just put on a pure white dress. This was a special dress that Zhu Ping had prepared. It was made from snow silk. It was extremely comfortable and fit well. I apologize for disturbing your rest, Zhu Ping said as he approached them, all smiles. I'll only help this one time, the yellow-clothed youth said with a dour expression. He was only borrowing the city to stay for a few days. Helping them out once was already a great gift. One time is enough. 2 masters may feel relieved. After several more days pass, reinforcements will arrive. After Zhu Ping froze for a moment, He could only go along with the yellow-clothed youth's words. That had best be so. I do not wish to be disturbed again. As the yellow-clothed youth spoke, he slowly extracted a long sword from his spatial ring. At this time, he suddenly found Lin Ming not too far away. He laughed and said, "Boy, would you like to have a little race? Let's see who kills more. If you can even kill half of my number, then you win." The yellow-clothed youth's eyes flashed. He had to take advantage of the time when his strength was still above his junior apprentice sister's, and display his strength in order to win her heart. Of course, to demonstrate his combat prowess, he had to have a foil. And Lin Ming just managed to qualify to be this foil. If he was just killing vicious beasts by himself, then that would be meaningless. Not interested, Lin Ming replied, not even bothering to return a look. He flicked the purple comet spear in his hands and then jumped out of the army compound. The yellow-clothed youth frowned. This kid was just too reckless. Zhu Ping looked at Lin Ming's rushing form and the corners of his mouth curved in a hint of a smile. At this moment, he heard a muffled true essence sound transmission in his ears. Are you sure that boy sent his winged flood dragon to another city to request help? I'm sure. I asked sir to look for an opportunity as soon as possible. Once the reinforcements arrive, I'm afraid there won't be another good chance. Zhu Ping suggested. If Lin Ming didn't die, it would be difficult for the Zhu family to survive. You do not need to say anything. I already know where things stand. The man that was hidden in the crowd gave a cold snort, his lips curving in a smile full of murderous intent. Without the winged flood dragon, he believed he had a 70 to 80% chance of killing Lin Ming. Roar! 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 In the front, the vicious beasts finally reached the trap line. These traps had played a great role during the day's beast tide attack, but there had only been time to reset less than half of them. A few hundred scattered vicious beasts stepped on the traps, tumbling to the ground and being trampled to death by the vicious beast army behind them. The yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect strolled towards the vicious beast tide, grasped his longsword, and casually sliced out. Ka! A blue ripple that was visible to the naked eye spread out like a crescent moon, its range reaching dozens of feet away. A large tract of land was chopped apart, and the demonic beasts in front were cut down. Dozens of first-level and second-level vicious beasts that were behind were also cut into two by the sword energy. Sword energy transfers. The yellow-clothed youth followed with a turn of his sword. Sword energy flushed out, twisting into large snake shapes that reached into the sky, and then fell from the clouds like scattered flowers from celestial beauties. Wherever these dozens of sword energies visited, blood would fly. So fierce. Xianxia was watching from not too far away. As he saw this yellow-clothed youth slash out and instantly kill over 100 vicious beasts in just 2 moves, he was shocked. This youth was so strong. This kind of strength might even be superior to that late Hotian hermit master within Skyfortune Kingdom. Xianxia had to admit that this yellow-clothed youth was incomparably arrogant. But he had the ability to be arrogant. Even if several dozen of him fought this yellow-clothed man, it would just be a slaughter. Not too far away from Xianxia, Zhuang Fan and Lin Wanshan were also bewildered. There truly was no limit in the universe, there was always someone higher. The heritage of a large sect was beyond their imagination. For a time, the yellow-clothed youth was the star of the scene. Even the white-clothed girl had a faint smile on her face. Of course, the reason wasn't the yellow-clothed youth's strength. With his ability, he was nowhere near a true genius Hotian master of the moon-seizing sect. The reason she smiled was because after several days of fleeing, she had finally arrived at this mortal city and was able to relax. Seeing so many simple people of this mortal world, she suddenly felt that perhaps listening to the yellow-clothed youth and living in the mortal world wasn't so bad after all. Although her cultivation would be slow, she would be able to live a peaceful and easy life. She wouldn't be tired all the time or nerve-wracked. Heaps of dismembered beast corpses lay around the yellow-clothed youth. None of the vicious beasts dared to go forward against that formidable sword energy. In comparison to the yellow-clothed youth, Lin Ming seemed much more ordinary. There were only a few dozen beast corpses around him. The number was a third of the yellow-clothed youth. This is too terrifying that yellow-clothed youth can actually kill vicious beasts 3 or 4 times faster than Hero Lin. It only takes a single move to kill a few dozen vicious beasts, And he also uses a sword. Who said that swords were bad against big groups? That sword in the yellow-clothed youth's hand seems fiercer than Hero Lin's spear. I don't want to admit it, but he really is a bit fiercer. Bah! What nonsense are you speaking? How old is Hero Lin? How old is that man? Can the two even be compared? It was unknown who said that, but afterwards, everyone seemed to wake up. Lin Ming was only 16 years old, but that yellow-clothed youth was in his 20s. The soldiers present were from Green Mulberry City, so they were naturally biased towards Lin Ming. That's right, after a few more years when our Green Mulberry City's Hero Lin grows up, he'll also reach this degree of power. At this moment, there was a shattering roar in the beast tide. Fourth-level vicious beasts had appeared, and there were two of them. The two were iron armor lizards. One was big and one was a bit smaller. These iron-armored lizards were mighty, and their defensive power was extremely strong. If one couldn't kill them, they would break through the city walls sooner or later. There's two of them, one for each of us. The yellow-clothed youth capriciously smiled. He waved his sword, and then rushed straight towards the lizards. In his opinion, with Lin Ming's strength, it wasn't impossible for him to kill those iron armor lizards. But to do so in a massive herd of vicious beasts would be difficult. He'd probably barely accomplish it with a great deal of effort. All of this was perfect to embarrass Lin Ming. Cha-cha-cha. Sword light fell like rain, and everyone pierced bloody holes in the iron armor lizard's body. The iron armor lizard tilted its head upwards, hissing towards the sky. After having used a single sword to severely wound the iron armor lizard, the yellow-clothed youth was very satisfied with his success. He thought that if he were in Lin Ming's position, he would try to attack the smaller lizard. But as he turned his head to look, he actually saw that Lin Ming had dove into the vast beast tide, killing more the deeper he went. The yellow-clothed youth smiled with disdain. What a coward. He didn't even dare to kill the small one. Oh well, he alone was enough to kill both. As he thought of the junior apprentice sister watching him from behind, the yellow-clothed youth surged with fighting spirit. He turned around and slashed out a martial skill towards the second iron armor lizard, severely wounding it. In 2 sword strikes, he had caused 2 iron armor lizards to suffer heavy wounds. In the eyes of an ordinary soldier, he was simply a god of war that landed in the mortal world. Even Shi Lin Kai willingly shut his mouth. Within the Sky Spill continent, powerhouses were those that earned the respect of the world. The yellow-clothed youth was so much stronger than Shi Lin Kai that, let alone look down on him, even if he were beat into a pulp, he would still recognize this power. At this time, the more Lin Ming killed, the deeper he went. Although the moonlight was bright, it was still night. Quickly, Lin Ming was submerged in that endlessly vast stampede of vicious beasts. Lin Ming, don't go that far. Come back. Within the army, the one who most worried about Lin Ming was Lin Wanshan. If something happened to Lin Ming, that would be a loss the Lin family could not withstand. Lin Ming. In the army compound, the white-clothed girl heard the name, Lin Ming, and she reflexively froze for a moment, then shook her head. There was no way it was that person. Lin Ming, Lin anything, was a relatively common name. It wasn't strange for someone to share the same name. The white-clothed girl restored her indifferent look. Standing in the windy night, she didn't bother to do anything. In this conflict between mortals and weak vicious beasts, she disdained to bother with it. Lin Ming killed his way in deeper and deeper. His killing speed was extremely quick. Wherever he went, a death and blood would follow. It was as if he were drawing a crimson line upon the battlefield. In the end, he's just a little boy. Although he has amazing talent, he's not mature. He finally felt how terrifying the weight of being suppressed is. If he stayed near the yellow-clothed youth, he would just lose face, so he decided to rush in too deep. Behind Lin Ming, a blurry shadow followed, hidden within the tide of vicious beasts. Lin Ming kept fighting. Where his spear went, blood followed. You finally came out? What a clever concealment technique. Even though you're so close, I only feel a faint murderous intent. With Lin Ming's strength, rushing full speed into the groups of vicious beasts was no different to a saber slicing into soft silk, matchless and unstoppable. In an instant, he had broken more than 10 miles deep. There, he was close to the edge of the vicious beast horde. The blurry shadow that followed behind Lin Ming was suspicious. Why is he in so deep? Did he discover me? This blurry shadow had thought that Lin Ming was galvanized by the killing speed of the yellow-clothed youth, and didn't have the face to stay near his side. Thus he had rushed into the beast tide. But in a single breath, he rushed all the way to the edge of the beast horde. He was just too deep. This boy, is he trying to force me out? The shadow's complexion sank as he thought this. He doesn't know how deep my strength is and yet dares to lead me out? He wants to turn the tables and kill me? This boy is truly confident to the point of being arrogant. Does he think he is invincible under the heavens? This blurry shadow didn't have full assurance that he would be able to assassinate Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming was a heaven-defying talent that even Divine Phoenix Island was concerned about. Before, he wouldn't have been surprised if he was hiding his strength or some life-saving trump card, but he never thought that Lin Ming would have the ability to kill him. He was an official faction disciple. His cultivation was at the late Hotian period, and he had a solid foundation. How could he possibly be killed by Lin Ming, a little boy at the middle pulse condensation period? Not even mentioning Lin Ming, he didn't even place that foppish yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect in his eyes. Considering all aspects, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ming, he could still safely retreat. After all, he was still a late Hotian martial artist from a sect. If he used his full force to escape, it would be difficult to stop him, much less kill him. Although he didn't have a complete grasp on killing Lin Ming, currently he had to act. Otherwise, if reinforcements came to Green Mulberry City, he wouldn't have this chance again. His own life was tied together with Ouyang Boyan. When Lin Ming grew to the point that he was able to disregard the rules of the 7 profound valleys, that would be the day he died. Die! The blurry shadow suddenly accelerated. All of his murderous intent converged onto himself. His entire body shimmered with a dim black illusory light as if he were melting in the air. His body hidden in the void. Heart-piercing blade. His sword light was nearly completely hidden in the dark of night. Using the massacre of vicious beasts as cover, he thrust towards Lin Ming's heart. You're finally here. Lin Ming sneered. He wasn't afraid of thieves, only thieves that lurked in the shadows. As long as they came out, he had nothing to fear. True essence revolved within his entire body. Lin Ming's spear turned around. Lightning flashed. True essence rushed forth. His spear thrust forwards. Returning spear. This was one of the basic moves found within the simple foundation spear technique. However, under the enhancement of the Azure True Essence and power of Thunder, the spear's strength had reached an incomparably terrifying level. Kacha! The black sword energy was twisted to pieces. Lin Ming's spear thrust forth, piercing the shadow's throat. Afterimage? No! It's an illusion. In that split second, it was too late for Lin Ming to retract his spear. Wind howled as a sharp sword stabbed from a blind angle, thrusting towards the left side of Lin Ming's ribcage, wanting to pierce his heart. Power of Thunder. Bang! With an explosive eruption, the coiling dragon steel needle hiding within Lin Ming broke free. Countless arcs of lightning twisted within the air, writhing like snakes. The shadow gave a stuffy cough, then rapidly drew back. But Lin Ming also felt pain in his ribs. His clothes had been torn, and a shallow bloodstain appeared under the left side of his ribcage. The coiling dragon steel needle that was fused into his body could be used to defend against close-range attacks. This was a move that he had once used to deal with Zhang Baoyun, and had relied on it to stop Zhang Baoyun's peerless speed. You finally came out. Lin Ming casually swiped away the bloodstain. There was only a tiny inch-long wound left over. This assassin was an old man. He was tall and stooped down, his face covered with a black mask. He held an extremely thin soft sword in his hand that was only 2 feet long. This sort of sword was best suited for assassinations. 2 feet was enough to reach the heart from any angle, and this thin and short sword was also easy to hide. As this old man looked at Lin Ming, he could hardly believe that his sword strike hadn't wounded Lin Ming more. His expression sank. Although he couldn't land a solid attack because of the power of thunder, it still shouldn't have caused so little damage. Did Lin Ming have some special method to increase his defense? You are Ouyang Boyan's henchman? Lin Ming tranquilly asked, his eyebrows curved up in a question. You do not need to twist around words. Between you and me, we have no past injustice nor any current enmity. I only came to kill you because of money. I came here to send you to the netherworld, but do not blame me." As the old man spoke, his voice was extremely hoarse and the mask on his face shook. If one looked closely, they could even see the thin edges of this man's face under the mask. He was no different than a skeleton. Lin Ming suddenly smiled. "The mask you use as a prop in this act is also quite good." The old-looking man's expression sank. "What do you mean?" "Haha, Martial House Masterby, even now you still pretend and try to hide. With your ability, why do you need a mask? Just take it off. I've already experienced your appearance-changing technique before and was deceived quite miserably by you. You think that you can fool me again with the same method?" Lin Ming thought that the one lurking in the shadows was an apprentice of Ouyang Boyan. After all, this sort of matter could only be entrusted to an apprentice. Otherwise, Ouyang Boyan would never feel secure. Since Ouyang Boyan was an Acacia faction disciple, his apprentice should also be an Acacia faction disciple. But why was this person so good at concealment techniques? This ability should only belong to a disciple from the Mirage faction. And the only Mirage faction disciple who held a grudge against Lin Ming and whose cultivation was at the Haute Eon realm was Bai Luo. Only Bai Luo could have planned this with Ouyang Boyan. The two must have totally cooperated, planning on assassinating him. Lin Ming remembered that originally, Bai Luo's cultivation was at the peak of the middle Haute Eon realm. But now he had broken through to the late Haute Eon realm. It might have been because of some help given to him by Ouyang Boyan. Of course, these were only his guesses. Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique was not something that Lin Ming could see through, so he was putting forth a front towards Bai Luo. The old man was expressionless. He coldly said, "I have no idea what you are saying. Delaying for time is useless. You are not my match, and today you will die without a doubt." "Oh? You think you can?" As Lin Ming spoke, he excitedly smacked his lips, his eyes full of fighting spirit. After Lin Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle pulse condensation period and he had obtained the purple comet spear and earth or crimson flame, his strength had increased by a great deal. Now he was hoping to find a good match to assess and confirm his own strength. Before, the yellow-clothed youth who was barking in front of him could not arouse the least bit of interest from Lin Ming. But Bai Luo was a great choice. It is good for the young to be arrogant, but to be too arrogant is the same as being an idiot. "Die! Show!" The old man moved and his body shifted, a gray light shining out from him. Every time this gray light shot out, another one of him appeared. In an instant, there were 36 clones behind the old man. This was fast to the degree that a normal martial artist would not be able to see it. It would only leave behind an extremely brief flash on the visual field of the iris. This was the afterimage. But Lin Ming's perception was surpassingly keen. It was impossible for this old man to create 36 afterimages. Thus, that meant that this old man before him hadn't released afterimages but illusions. This was also a Mirage faction cultivation method. Lin Ming smiled. "You hid your appearance, but you can't hide your cultivation method. What you just used was a cultivation method of the Mirage faction." "What is a Mirage faction cultivation method?" "Once you go to the netherworld, I'd love to see how you keep guessing." At the same time, the 36 old men flicked the swords in their hands. 36 sword lights flashed. 36 swords absolute killing array. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. 36 sharp beams of light pierced towards Lin Ming from all directions, causing the air to tremble. The thick true essence was at least 10 times better than that of the yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect. The old man had suddenly used his killing blow. Since things reached this point, Lin Ming naturally didn't need to hide his strength any longer. True essence flushed into the heretical god seed. Heretical god force, open, bang! Compressed azure true essence rushed out of the heretical god seed like a tidal wave. The 36 white lights were completely caught within the surging azure true essence waves, and were drowned out by the endless power of the true dragon. What? The old man's complexion immediately changed. The power of the 36 swords absolute killing array was in the top 3 of all the skills he knew. Yet it was so easily blocked by Lin Ming. He had guessed correctly. Lin Ming had been hiding part of his strength, but he never imagined that Lin Ming would be so strong. If Lin Ming was depending on some sort of special item or incomparably exquisite cultivation method to avoid him, the old man wouldn't have been surprised. But a moment ago, Lin Ming had extinguished all of his sword energies in a full frontal collision. In a frontal impact, what mattered was how thick one's true essence was. But whether or not true essence was thick depended mostly on one's cultivation. How could a late Hotian realm master's true essence be suppressed by a neophyte at the middle pulse condensation period? How? Lin Ming grinned. Since he had opened the heretical god force, he planned to bring this battle to a quick conclusion. Martial House Master Bai, it's quite regrettable that neither you nor Ouyang Boyan had gone to the total faction martial meeting. Hearing rumors is always inferior to seeing with your own eyes. Martial House Master Bai has made the wrong judgment, and for that reason you will pay the deep price. Humph! What nonsense! The old man was not intimidated. He would overdraw his true essence and use the even stronger 72 Swords absolute killing array and definitely be able to kill Lin Ming in a single blow. But at this moment his complexion suddenly changed, because above Lin Ming's spear tip, a red wisp of flame and a small purple steel needle appeared. In the vast night sky, the two tiny lights seemed insignificant, but the old man's eyes suddenly widened, almost rolling back into his head. This is impossible. It's impossible. It cannot be a flame essence. The old man paled. He almost couldn't believe his own judgment, but he felt a terrifying power of fire within that small red flame. Impossible, no, this can't be. A thunder and fire dual attribute body. A mere 16-year-old can control a powerful thunder energy weapon, but can also control a flame essence. There probably isn't a single person like that in the entire mainland. The old man seemed to be in a trance, muttering to himself as his mouth twitched. You think that it's a thunder energy weapon? Lin Ming smiled, extending out his hand. The coiling dragon steel needle immediately jumped into his palm, turning around and around. Martial House Master Bai, please open your eyes and take a careful look. This is an instrument condensed from pure thunder energy. Brutal and manic power of thunder scattered out. A 2-inch long simple steel needle. There was a textured image of a purple flood dragon carved onto the surface, twining around the needle a total of 9 times. Because the coiling dragon steel needle was in a completely static state, the power of thunder was fully restrained within it. The old man had plenty of time to observe the energy structure of the steel needle, and his perception wasn't bounced back either. As he felt the power of thunder that was compressed to such a terrifying degree, the old man's lips began to fiercely twitch. This is. The old man had never personally seen a thunder soul before, but as a Mirage faction disciple, he knew that the enemy that was best suited to suppress them were thunder attribute martial artists. The power of thunder was able to dispel illusions, ghosts, and evil powers. This was something that the old man had learned from reading many ancient texts. The steel needle in front of him didn't send out even the slightest bit of power of thunder at the moment. It was endless, and all of the threads of thunder seemed to contain a consciousness. It was alive. Consciousness, awareness, thunder with life, endless. This was the symbol of a thunder soul. Compared to a flame essence, a thunder soul was much more rare. Even a low-grade human-step thunder soul was an incomparably precious treasure. As for a medium-grade human-step thunder soul, that was enough to cause bloodbaths between Xiantian masters. Seeing the intensity of the terrifying energy within Lin Ming's hand, this thunder soul was absolutely at least a medium-grade human-step thunder soul. Could it even be a high-grade human-step thunder soul? The old man was unable to imagine that this was a pulse condensation period martial artist. Where or how could he have possibly absorbed a high-grade human-step thunder soul which only a Xiantian master could absorb? Even if it were Divine Phoenix Island, they also wouldn't be able to achieve this. To absorb a thunder soul, one could only have limited assistance. The true test all depended on oneself. Not just that, but the boy had a thunder soul and also a flame essence. A medium-grade human-step flame essence and a possible high-grade human-step thunder soul. Was this a power that a 16-year-old boy could have? The old man was suddenly afraid. He felt that this Lin Ming was too strange. He was just like a demon king hiding within humanity. In his heart, he couldn't help but think about retreating. He hadn't exposed his true identity, and even if Lin Ming hadn't been bluffing about knowing his identity, he still hadn't revealed any clues to who he was. If he couldn't win, then he would flee. As a Mirage faction disciple, he was proficient in concealment techniques. As long as he was able to escape Lin Ming's true essence locking rage, he could easily escape in the night, losing Lin Ming. In the worst case, he would just not return to the 7 profound valleys. Although not returning to the 7 profound valleys was the same as severing his future hope of becoming a Xiantian master, preserving his life was much more important than some distant Xiantian realm. The old man treasured his life very much. The reason that he would undertake this mission for Ouyang Boyan was because he wished to break through to the Xiantian realm and live to 180 years old. The old man turned his palm, and a small thunderclap bead appeared. This was a small array-faction gadget. Once it was thrown, it would explode and create a massive amount of thick fog. He would be able to use this chance and display his illusion techniques to escape. However, before he could throw the thunderclap bead, Lin Ming's purple comet spear began to shine with a dazzling bright purple and a burning crimson red. In the dark night, it was just like a purple and red sun was rising into the sky. Thunder and fire intertwined. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. Suddenly, all the sounds of the world vanished and the surrounding space twisted. The old man's face was colored with fear, a dual thunder and fire attack. It was too late to run. The old man fiercely clenched his teeth, overdrawing his life essence to forcefully stimulate the true essence in his body to the max. 72 Swords Absolute Killing Array. This barrage of 72 sword energies was the old man's strongest move. Once he used it, he would be placed in an incomparably weak position for a short period of time. Because of this, he didn't dare to use it rashly. But now he had no other choice left to him. That shining red and purple power of thunder and fire on the spear was too terrifying to do otherwise. Bang! The spear light and sword energies struck each other. A horrifying true essence current billowed forth, and all the sword energies were completely shattered. What? The old man had expected Lin Ming's strike to be terrifying, but he never imagined that the strongest final blow he had overdrawn his life to use would be destroyed so easily. On the outskirts of Green Mulberry City, the beast tide was still coming. The yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect had already killed thousands of vicious beasts, and the blood of countless vicious beasts rained down on the land, dyeing the earth around him a deep crimson red. Every sword strike would release dozens of sword energies, and every sword energy was able to take a vicious beast's life. With a single sword slash, this yellow-clothed youth was able to massacre dozens of vicious beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that only a few vicious beasts were left around the yellow-clothed youth at the moment, he would have killed even more. As for third-level vicious beasts, they were nothing but paper in front of the yellow-clothed youth, and equally as fragile. He was able to kill them with a single sword. There wasn't even a need to stop. A fourth-level vicious beast would take at most 10 breaths of time to kill. The 2 iron armor lizards that had attacked the yellow-clothed youth were also equally killed by him. What kind of abnormal and terrifying strength was this? Zhuang Fan, Lin Wanshan, and everyone else watching could only sigh in lamentation. Martial artists from large sects were just too formidable. Zhuang Fan and Lin Wanshan, who had just stepped into the pulse condensation period, thought this, and the common mortal soldiers were also stunned. To them, this yellow-clothed youth was just like a war god. The yellow-clothed youth enjoyed this feeling very much. When he had been at the moon-seizing sect, he was only an inner court disciple and had broken through to the Hotian realm when he was 26 years old. The result could only be considered the most average within the sect. There were just too many geniuses and top-tier talents pressing down on him, making him feel that his existence was weak. Over the years, the yellow-clothed youth could be considered invisible. But now, he unveiled his power in front of so many people, making him the rising star of this battlefield. This made him extremely happy. Even the true essence in his body seemed to be flowing much smoothly than before. Not just that, but most importantly, he would soon capture the heart of his talented junior apprentice sister. As long as he was able to obtain her, he would have enough heaven-opening pills to attack the Xiantian bottleneck. He had to thank the South Sea Demon region. If it wasn't for them destroying the moon-seizing sect, he would never have had this opportunity. Most likely, he would never have had a chance to obtain a heaven-opening pill either. The more the yellow-clothed youth killed, the more vibrant and excited he became. He had originally been hesitant about going to battle, but now he hoped that he could continue fighting for a long time. But at this moment he suddenly heard a loud explosion and the land itself resounded with a deafening thunderclap. He turned his head to a distant spot in the beast tide, his eyes wide with amazement. Purple thunder flashed into the sky, impacting the heavens. Between it, a giant pillar of red flame also ascended upwards. It was as if heavenly tribulation had come down to the world. What's going on? Although the yellow-clothed youth was extremely far from where it happened, he could still feel the terrifying energy contained in that explosion. A peak Hotian thunder attribute martial artist and a peak Hotian fire attribute martial artist were fighting? How could that be possible? In this small land, why would two great elders be fighting here? The yellow-clothed youth hesitated, thinking he would go take a look. But then, those terrifying fluctuations of energy suddenly stopped, interrupted, as if they had been completely sealed off. It's gone. Senior apprentice brother, what was that a moment ago? The voice of the white-clothed girl's true essence sound transmission resounded in the yellow-clothed youth's ears. The yellow-clothed youth was stunned. He immediately withdrew the shocked expression on his face and replaced it with a casual tone, saying, probably some heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder? The yellow-clothed youth calmly analyzed and explained the situation. If that terrifying power of thunder continued, it would most likely be two great masters fighting. But since it instantly vanished, it was most likely spring thunder that fell down, splitting into heavenly fire. This kind of phenomenon isn't uncommon. But senior apprentice brother, look at the sky. The yellow-clothed youth suddenly looked up and then big beads of sweat began to immediately form on his forehead. Above him, the bright moon was shining in the sky like a silver plate and the entire night was free of clouds, the stars shining brightly. In this weather, how could there possibly be thunder? 10 miles away, a black-clothed man was kneeling on the ground, barely propping himself up with his sword. Half of his body was covered in soot and another half of his body's clothes were burnt away. The flexible armor underneath his clothes was fragmented, and his chest, stomach, arms, and legs dripped with fresh red blood. This man was Bailuo. Bailuo had just fallen from the sky and his illusion technique had been automatically dispelled, reverting from the appearance of an old man into his true self. If it wasn't for him using a self-defensive ice armor bead at the last moment, he would have been severely wounded to the point of losing every bit of combat strength he had left. If that happened, his fate could be imagined. Martial House Master Bai, did your sword strike from a moment ago overspend your true essence, thus causing you to be unable to support your illusion, revealing your true self? Lin Ming asked the severely wounded Bailuo, a faint smile crossing his face. Lin Ming didn't use the full strength of Thunderfire Annihilation, only using one with 40% strength. This was a technique that Lin Ming had slowly and thoroughly researched, then mastered after spending a month in Ancestor Qi Yan's mountain range. The complete and full version of Thunderfire Annihilation was very slow. It had a long activation time. It also consumed a great deal of strength. Not just that, but with Lin Ming's current cultivation, simultaneously controlling a low-grade Earth-step Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder and medium-grade Human-step Earth or Crimson Flame was impossible. If he rashly used the complete Thunderfire Annihilation, he might not be able to control the power and would probably kill himself in the explosion he created. Bailuo's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's current strength had completely surpassed the scope of his understanding. This was a strength that was impossible for a 16-year-old youth to have. Ha 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 ha. Bailuo suddenly smiled, laughing with unbridled impunity. Lin Ming, you think that you can kill me today? I may not be your match, but if I wish to leave, you cannot stop me. You have a high-grade human-step thunder soul on your body. If I spread this news, then how many Xiantian masters will take an interest in you? An evil and vengeful smile curved on Bailuo's face. Lin Ming blankly looked at Bailuo, not seeming to care for his words. Normally, even if someone were interested in you, you could still stay in the sect and no one would dare to touch you. But now, Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region are about to go to war. In such chaos, do you really think you can always be protected? Lin Ming, you are too confident in yourself. But then again, geniuses are always so confident. That is why they die so easily. You thought you could lure me out by hiding your strength? You think you can kill me? Since I dared to kill you, then I naturally have ways to save my own life. You cannot stop me. You think I can't stop you? The corners of Lin Ming's lips lifted in a faint smile, revealing a thoughtful expression. You think I can't stop you? The corners of Lin Ming's lips lifted in a faint smile, revealing a thoughtful expression. Seeing Lin Ming smile, Bai Luo's heart inexplicably went cold. This boy, did he have some plan? Bai Luo had always treasured his own life beyond all else. He was an expert in many different kinds of escaping techniques, and the Mirage faction was originally a sect that specialized in camouflage and escape. Bai Luo was absolutely confident in his own methods and techniques to escape, unless he ran into a Xiantian realm powerhouse. Otherwise, even if he was up against a top half-step Hotian master, he had faith he would be able to run away. Lin Ming, you are still so confident. Then why don't you try and stop me? As Bai Luo spoke, his entire body began to shake, and his complexion instantly turned bone white. A mass of bloody fog spurted from his body, soaring around him in the wind. Bai Luo's body turned into a flash of blood-colored light as he soared like an arrow in the opposite direction, his speed reaching an inconceivable degree. Illusionary blood escape technique. The illusionary blood escape technique was a skill that required one to damage one's blood essence in life. They could use this escaping technique to multiply their speed by 10 for a short period of time. This was a speed that not even a Xiantian realm martial artist would be able to catch up to, even if they tried their hardest. This was also the reason that Bai Luo was so confident in himself. Of course, he could only maintain this extreme speed for an incense stick of time, but that was more than enough time to lose Lin Ming or any Hotian master. He could look for a safe place to hide and restore himself. Using the illusionary blood escape technique was the final reserve move of an illusionist. After using it, it would be difficult to recover to one's peak condition even in half a year. Bai Luo was compelled to do this, otherwise he would never have used such a drastic technique. You want to run away? Lin Ming sneered and didn't even move or attack. In truth, he really didn't have time to attack. Bai Luo was that quick. The air trembled, wind whistled. Bai Luo was like a bloody meteor that impacted into the horizon. Pong! There was a muffled smashing sound as the blood fog surrounding Bai Luo suddenly smacked into an invisible barrier. In that instant, his flesh and blood burst apart and fresh red blood spewed into the sky. This was just like an overly ripe tomato that was thrown against a glass window with full force. It was directly turned to pulp. The spatial light screen suddenly shook fiercely for a brief moment. Then, the blood covered Bai Luo, who looked like a lump of rotten meat, slowly slid down from the air. From start to finish, Lin Ming hadn't even moved. Bai Luo's entire body was covered in blood. Almost every single bone of his body had been shattered. I. As soon as Bai Luo opened his big mouth, blood and chunks of organs poured up from within him like a geyser. He stretched out his broken and trembling arm. He was soaked in blood, his face full of unwillingness and utter disbelief. Martial House Master Bai, you spent your blood essence to reach an extreme speed, and yet you actually ran so brutally into an invisible dream world enchantment that you couldn't see. In the mortal commoner world, there is a saying where people kill themselves by smashing their heads against a wall. But I never expected that it was the same for martial artists. As Lin Ming drawled on, Bai Luo was angry to the point of almost fainting. When you were struck by my Thunderfire annihilation, I had already laid down a dream world enchantment all around us. I was told that this enchantment could only be broken by a Xiantian master, and would isolate all information within and without. Did Martial House Master Bai panic and just flee anywhere, not even noticing the enchantment that was laid down? With Bai Luo's cultivation, if he was even the least bit alert, he would have been able to discover the energy fluctuations of the enchantment world. It could only be said that he was too frightened of Lin Ming, and had panicked in trying to escape. Enchantment world. Bai Luo's lips trembled as he watched Lin Ming's purple comet spear come closer and closer, his face incomparably pale. When a man who was afraid of death approached their time of death, they would fear even more. Lin Ming, please, don't kill me. I am Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House Deputy House Master. For better or for worse, I am still your teacher. In the future, you will become a peerless emperor. For a worthless person like me, don't gain the title of being a person who killed their teacher. Lin Ming paused, somewhat surprised. Then he began to laugh. This was absolutely the most mentally challenged joke he had heard in his life. You think you are my teacher? Haha, I have seen shameless people, but never one as shameless as you. You used your illusions to deceive me into walking in a trap. When have you ever once thought of me as your student? I was wrong. I was possessed by my own obsessions. If you let me live, I can help you testify against Ouyang Boyan and reveal everything. With your current status, as long as you can prove that Ouyang Boyan has tried to harm you, then Shi Zongtian will absolutely help you deal with Ouyang Boyan. He might even kill him. Before Bai Luo died, his mind suddenly sobered, and everything became clear. This was the final straw he had left to grasp. He was only an unimportant figure. Ouyang Boyan was Lin Ming's true threat. In Bai Luo's mind, it was impossible for Lin Ming's power to surpass Ouyang Boyan in a short time. Testify against Ouyang Boyan? Lin Ming hesitated, thinking about it. This didn't sound like a horrible plan. Yes. As long as I testify and lay the blame on him, even if there is no evidence, Shi Zongtian will be suspicious of him. As long as he suspects Ouyang Boyan, he will send people to monitor him. When that time comes, it was like the drowning Bai Luo had finally found a piece of driftwood. He clung to it, speaking more and more excitedly, trying to straighten himself on the ground. But at this time, a cold bright light suddenly flashed. The purple comet spear instantly pierced through Bai Luo's throat. The spear went in, and the spear went out. It was all finished in a moment, as if nothing had happened except a gaping crimson hole had appeared in Bai Luo's neck. Bai Luo's eyes looked as if he had lost his spirit. He reached out his hand as if he were trying to grab something. Why? Because his vocal cords had been torn. Bai Luo's voice was completely hoarse. I apologize, but I don't believe you. And most importantly, if I don't kill you here, my thoughts won't be clear. Lin Ming indifferently said as he withdrew his purple comet spear. Thoughts won't be clear because of this, haha. Bai Luo laughed, and then tumbled onto the floor lifeless. Although Lin Ming knew that if he listened to Bai Luo's words, he might have a 70 to 80% chance of resolving the crisis caused by Ouyang Boyan, Bai Luo was someone who held a grudge against him, and Bai Luo was also someone that Lin Ming was disgusted with. Lin Ming's martial arts path was to act in accordance with his thoughts and his nature. He didn't want to endure Bai Luo's miserable life continuing in this world just because he was afraid of potential dangers. And if Bai Luo really were to testify against Ouyang Boyan in the future, he would make Lin Ming take an oath on his heart of martial artist that Lin Ming wouldn't kill him later. Lin Ming would not compromise like that with a villain. Moreover, Lin Ming had a crazy plan in his mind. He wanted to kill Ouyang Boyan and test out the hypothesis he had. Lin Ming looked at Bai Luo's corpse, then took out a dagger from his spatial ring. He cut out some of Bai Luo's blood essence and tried to have the magic cube absorb it. The result was disappointing. It was as if, after the second time the magic cube had opened, it had lost all interest in a Hotian master's blood essence. Bai Luo was the second Hotian master that Lin Ming had killed. He was able to confirm that a Hotian master's blood essence was no longer useful to the magic cube. My guess isn't wrong. I just don't know if a Xianxia master's blood essence can open the magic cube again. Lin Ming muttered to himself. After he killed Ouyang Boyan and took his blood essence, he would try to open the magic cube again. This was Lin Ming's plan. The magic cube was from the realm of the gods. In the realm of the gods, Hotian masters and Xiantian masters were the same as ants. If the magic cube was a divine object that countless supreme elders would fight over, how could it be content with the blood essence of a mere Hotian master? Maybe only blood essence on the level of the reverse scale blood could arouse the magic cube's interest? Lin Ming still remembered when he had first absorbed the reverse scale blood. At that time, his cultivation was insufficient, and Yen Mo's intention was to seal the reverse scale blood in his body and wait for his cultivation to reach a sufficient level, then slowly absorb it. As soon as the reverse scale blood had entered Lin Ming's body, the magic cube had become restless, sending out a strong suppressive power and nearly taking the reverse scale blood from Lin Ming's hands. When the reverse scale blood had almost been swallowed by the magic cube, it had panicked and decided it would prefer to fuse with Lin Ming. After his accident, the magic cube had actually stopped trying to absorb the reverse scale blood, but instead helped Lin Ming fuse with the reverse scale blood by its own initiative. Because of this, Lin Ming was able to reach a conclusion. The magic cube was intelligent and was not some dead object. Then Lin Ming had a faint guess. What the magic cube wanted was not the blood essence of a Hotian master, Xianxian master, or even a revolving core master. It couldn't take a liking to the blood essence of such low-level existences. What it wanted was the blood essence of a true powerhouse, for instance, supreme elders from the realm of the gods. The reason it had absorbed a Hotian master's blood essence was only to send a signal that it needed blood essence. But for what reason was it absorbing blood essence? Lin Ming always thought that the magic cube had a somewhat strange nature. When it was in its own world, it had swallowed the souls of so many supreme elders from the realm of the gods, causing a catastrophic calamity within the realm of the gods. Now that it was in Lin Ming's hands, it began to absorb blood, eat souls, absorb blood. These were concepts only found within the cultivation methods of demonic beings. Was it possible that the person who created the magic cube was a demon god? Lin Ming was not opposed to demonic ways. Any strength, as long as it was powerful, could be used by him as long as it didn't betray his own consciousness. After there weren't any results for a long time, Lin Ming put away Bai Luo's corpse and quickly returned to the front line of the army compound. After he made his way back, Lin Ming found that not only had the beast-tied not stopped yet, but it was becoming increasingly violent and dangerous. More and more high-grade vicious beasts were joining the fray, pouring in. Fourth-level vicious beasts, and also 2 of them? Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. If fourth-level vicious beasts kept appearing, sooner or later fifth-level vicious beasts would appear. Even if it were Lin Ming, dealing with a fifth-level vicious beast would be extremely difficult. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Ming's complexion became solemn. These weren't just Lin Ming's thoughts, but also the thoughts of all the high-level characters in Green Mulberry City. The waves of vicious beasts this night was much more terrifying than during the day. More and more vicious beasts appeared. Over half the army had become casualties. This was because of the support from the yellow-clothed youth. Otherwise, the beast tide would have already broken into the city. This Lin Ming, the city is almost broken into, so where did he go? If he can't be counted on in a critical moment, he might as well be an outsider. Zhu Ping put on a haughty air and coldly humphed. Out of all the people present, he was the only one who knew of Bai Luo, and he was also extremely anxious. He didn't know if Bai Luo had succeeded in killing Lin Ming. If he was successful, then why hadn't he come back? To defend Green Mulberry City, he was also counting on Bai Luo's strength. Hearing Zhu Ping's words that were dripping with irony, Lin Wanshan's complexion became extremely unsightly. Zhu Ping, what are you trying to say? Didn't Lin Ming go out to fight the enemy? I didn't say that. I'm only saying what I know. From the very start, he ran into the pack of beasts, and now there isn't even his shadow. If it wasn't for that yellow-clothed knight, our army might have already been broken through. As Zhu Ping spoke here, he glanced at Shi Lin Kai with open contempt. Originally, Shi Lin Kai had wanted to throw the yellow-clothed youth, and matters had almost boiled down to a fight. As for Zhu Ping, he was very respectful and managed to have the yellow-clothed youth stay in Green Mulberry City. If it wasn't for his actions, who knows what would have happened in today's battle. Shi Lin Kai was just retreating from the battlefield to take a rest when he caught wind of Zhu Ping's words. His face turned red as he said, "Surname Zhu, what are you trying to say?" "What? Clan leader sure thinks differently? If you fought with that yellow-clothed knight, do you think you could have won?" Shi Lin Kai paused. He didn't have anything he could say. If he really did fight with that yellow-clothed youth, he would have been beaten up, maybe even killed. As several people were speaking, the yellow-clothed youth had just engaged with 2 fourth-level vicious beasts. They were 2 double-headed corrupt wind wolves, 4th-level vicious beasts that had excellent speed. They attacked the yellow-clothed youth from the right and the left, but were completely not the yellow-clothed youth's match. In just a few sword slashes, the double-headed corrupt wind wolves turned into puddles of blood. Fierce. Lin Wanshan couldn't help but acknowledge that this yellow-clothed youth was truly strong. He had persisted in this one-sided massacre for so long, had killed thousands of vicious beasts, and didn't seem to be running low on true essence. But as for him, Zhuang Fan, Shi Lin Kai, and the others, they had fought for only a quarter of the time and their true essence was exhausted. They had to fall back to the army camp and recover their strength. Together, the three of them only managed to kill 200 or 300 vicious beasts, a mere fraction of what the yellow-clothed youth killed. The disparity between them was just too great. As Lin Wanshan's eyes left the yellow-clothed youth, he looked over to where Lin Ming had disappeared, his heart secretly worrying. Just where did Lin Ming go? Only 2 or 3/4 of an hour had passed, but he hadn't even heard from Lin Ming since then. There was also that heavenly thunder that had flashed a moment ago. Why would there be thunder in such a clear night sky? Seeing Lin Wanshan's anxious appearance, Zhuang Fan said, "Old Lin, don't worry, everything should be fine." Because the Zhuang family and the Lin family often cooperated in business, the two families had good relations with each other. "Sure, Link," I added, "Hero Lin is strong, so there isn't anything to worry about. Even if he encounters several 4th-level vicious beasts, they are not his match. And with Hero Lin's speed, he can retreat whenever he wants. He is much quicker than these vicious beasts." Hearing several people talk, Zhu Ping sneered in his heart. 4th-level vicious beast? What if he encountered 4th-level vicious beasts, and then was sneak attacked by a master? That old man's strength had reached the late Hotian realm. It wasn't wrong that Lin Ming was a master from a sect, but that old man was too. Not just that, but the old man was proficient in sneak attacks and concealment techniques. With these skills, and it being a late Hotian master against a boy at the middle pulse condensation period, Lin Ming would surely die in the middle of such chaotic combat. Even if Lin Ming had hidden strength, he still wouldn't be able to block such a strike. Although he hadn't known the old man for very long, Zhu Ping could feel that the old man acted in a very safe and cautious manner. He would not do something daring. If the old man said he had a 70 or 80% chance of success, then he wouldn't fail. Thinking that Lin Ming had died tonight, Zhu Ping was incomparably excited. Just wait, your Lin family's good luck is about to come to an end. As soon as Lin Ming dies and the 10th prince ascends the throne, the Zhu family will marry another woman to the 10th prince as the empress. Then, my Zhu family will rise into the top 3 families of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. But as for your Lin Ming, they will become history. Thinking of the Zhu family's endlessly bright and magnificent future, Zhu Ping's fantasies became a bit carried away. He couldn't help but gloat as he said, "Young hero Lin is certainly fast, but sometimes on the battlefield things don't go as planned. If there is any mistake, death wouldn't be too surprising. A virtuous and kind man like young hero Lin will certainly be blessed by the heavens, so he should be safe. But in case anything happens, Brother Wanshan should be prepared." Lin Wanshan was furious. His anger was about to blow up when suddenly a loud and cold humph resounded in the air like a muffled cry of thunder in the ears of everyone nearby. When Zhu Ping heard this sound, he felt his entire body shake, his face paling and being forced to take several steps back. The blood in his body violently surged, and he was almost injured. "Army Commander Zhu, I'm sorry to disappoint you." In the army compound, a figure emerged from the shadows, his hand holding a long purple spear. This shadow was Lin Ming. In that instant, all the blood drained from Zhu Ping's face. No. Impossible. Didn't that old man say he was going to kill Lin Ming? Did that mean that Lin Ming had instead killed that old man? No. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. That old man's strength had reached the late Hotian realm, and he was also a martial artist from a sect. Looking back, it could be said that even if Lin Ming defeated that old man, it was impossible for him not to be wounded. Where did the old man go? Listening to the intent behind Lin Ming's words, he had already deduced what was happening. Seeing Zhu Ping's frightened and panicked expression, Lin Ming faintly smiled as he said, "Army Command Zhu, you seem to be very nervous about me coming back safely. Do I look scarier than some vicious beast?" Lin Ming smiled, but his eyes were cold and pitiless, with a thick murderous intent seeping out. Zhu Ping felt a chill freeze his heart. Before, Lin Ming had always given the impression of a mediocre boy that was harmless. In fact, he had even seemed like he would be easy to bully. This was the impression that Lin Ming had developed in his 15 years of growing up in Green Mulberry City. This image had been set in the minds of many for a long time, and was difficult to change. Although Zhu Ping was well aware of Lin Ming's current status with the support of the old man, he had always subconsciously thought of Lin Ming as a boy with half a foot in the grave. He spoke to Lin Ming respectfully, but in his heart he wasn't afraid of him. But now, facing Lin Ming's merciless eyes, Zhu Ping felt as if his very soul had been penetrated. An invisible suppressive force pressed down on him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Now, he was horrified to see that Lin Ming was no longer that green and naive boy that was easy to bully, but instead a super master that held the life and death of mortals in his hands. Zhu Ping gulped, forced a smile and said, "Young hero Lin, please don't joke with me. Since young hero Lin has come back safely, I am of course incomparably happy. With young hero Lin here, defending Green Mulberry City will be much easier." "Oh? So it's like this? Haha." Lin Ming was still brightly smiling, but that smiling face caused Zhu Ping to shiver. It was a pressure from pure and utter domination of strength. Calm down, Zhu Ping repeated to himself. Even if that old man's sneak attack failed, Lin Ming wouldn't necessarily know that he was related to him. At best, he would only have a guess. There was no evidence. Zhu Ping comforted himself by thinking this. What he didn't realize, or what he didn't want to realize, was that things such as evidence, rules, laws, or things like that only applied when two individuals were of similar status. For instance, if a normal person was accusing another person, or a high-level sect martial artist was accusing another high-level sect martial artist. For those with such an enormous gap in status, for instance, between Lin Ming and Zhu Ping, one didn't even need evidence. Lin Ming's words would become evidence. His words would become the rules. His words would become the law. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard a pleasant voice, perhaps that is young hero Lin Ming? "My name is Lan Yi. I would like to greet you." Lin Ming turned his head and saw that the one speaking was the white-clothed girl from the moon-seizing sect. After she came to Green Mulberry City, she had bathed and had already changed into a loose dress made from snow silk. She had the full and mature figure of a beauty, and her clothes were carefully cut close to the body, accentuating her graceful and slim waist. She appeared delicate and exquisite. It was easy to fall into a daydream looking at her. Lan Yi? Lin Ming had a very accurate and good memory. He thought back for a moment and didn't recall this person's name on the name lists of the Joint Talent Training Program. An 18 or 19-year-old girl that reached the peak pulse condensation period and wasn't on the Joint Talent Training Program. Or was she hiding her real name? Lin Ming was only casually wondering. He politely greeted her. "So it's Miss Lan. It's nice to meet you." Lan Yi returned a faint smile and said, "Young hero Lin. A moment ago, southeast of here there was a strike of heavenly thunder that appeared. I wonder if young hero Lin witnessed it." As Lan Yi asked, her beautiful eyes were wide. When the Joint Talent Training Program was first announced, she hadn't gone to the 7 profound valleys. But she had heard many rumors of Lin Ming. She had heard that he was a 16-year-old that had just reached the early pulse condensation period, but was actually able to defeat multiple peak pulse condensation period geniuses. It was also said that Lin Ming was a thunder attribute martial artist with an astonishingly high fusion compatibility and controlled a surpassingly mighty thunder energy weapon. This youth in front of her was also named Lin Ming, and his age appeared to be around 16 too. However, his cultivation was at the middle pulse condensation period, just a bit higher than the 7 profound valleys Lin Ming. But if Lin Ming had recently broken through, this would also make sense. This caused an inevitable association in Lan Yi's mind. Was that terrifying heavenly thunder that occurred a moment ago caused by Lin Ming? The chief disciple of the 7 profound valleys and the only heaven-step talent chosen by Divine Phoenix Island? That Lin Ming? She had just come to the city, but had encountered the legendary top talent of the 19 third-grade sections. The circumstances of this situation were just too bizarre. Lan Yi didn't have high hopes that this was true. She was only thinking that it might be possible. If he really was Lin Ming, then he might be able to help her fulfill her wish. Thinking this, Lan Yi widened her smile, trying to seem friendlier. But she had never done these things before, so it was a bit awkward for her. Lin Ming saw Lan Yi's supposedly sweet smile and was a bit doubtful. His impression of the white-clothed girl was that she had a very cold and frigid personality. Of course, this was reasonable. Just a few days ago her entire sect was destroyed, along with everyone else she knew, so she would absolutely be in a horrible mood. But why was she suddenly smiling so brightly at him? Lin Ming nodded and said, I saw the heavenly thunder. Why? Does Miss Lan think that a rare heavenly treasure fell down to the world? Oh. As Lin Ming was speaking, the yellow-clothed youth suddenly released a stunning sword technique on the battlefield, killing another two-headed corrupt wind wolf. The soldiers on the field let loose thunderous cheers. The yellow-clothed youth liked this feeling very much. He had grown up within the moon-seizing sect, and had never felt like he existed, let alone enjoyed so many cheers from people. He turned back to glance at the army compound, his eyes filled with expectation. The yellow-clothed youth wanted to see his little junior apprentice sister watching him instantly slay the fourth-level vicious beast with his sword in a grand and majestic fashion. However, he happened to see Lan Yi standing near Lin Ming, a warm and sweet smile spreading across her face, as if she were having happy conversation with him. She didn't even spare him a glance. Seeing this, the yellow-clothed youth's heart burned with a raging anger. Because of the tragedy of her sect being destroyed, there hadn't been times these days when Lan Yi smiled. Even though he flattered and pleased her in every way possible, taking meticulous care of her, the white-clothed girl rarely responded. In the first 2 days, she hadn't even spoken more than a few words, only having a heartbroken expression. But now, she was actually smiling so brightly, and also towards another youth who was around her age. How could the yellow-clothed youth possibly bear this? He had endured so much suffering and hardship on the way, exhausting himself to take care of her, only to have a few words uttered towards him. And yet this smelly little boy sweet-talked her for a little bit, and the white-clothed girl was already smiling so happily. The yellow-clothed youth's lungs exploded with rage. He never imagined that it was Lan Yi who looked for Lin Ming of her own initiative. He only thought that Lin Ming was cozying up to Lan Yi with his sweet nothings. Although there hadn't been much progress in their relationship, the yellow-clothed youth already considered the white-clothed girl as his exclusive woman. This wasn't just from the tragic story of a man's 20-plus years of life, or from the fact that he possessed a strong desire to possess her that was a twisted incarnation of his thoughts of wanting to subtly take revenge for all those years that she had been an irreproachable goddess. It was because the white-clothed girl had many heaven-opening pills on her. Those heaven-opening pills were his only hope to break through to the Xianxia realm. Motherfucker! I'm killing all these vicious beasts on the battlefield. And not only is that coward not doing anything, but he's actually moving on my girl from behind. The yellow-clothed youth was raging. He felt like he had been taken for a fool. This city that he was saving from the vicious beast horde was that boy's. And not only was he not doing anything, but he was also moving on his woman. At that moment, all of his murderous thoughts converged onto Lin Ming. The difference in attitude that Lan Yi treated Lin Ming with was like a thorn that pierced his heart. If he didn't cripple Lin Ming, he would never be able to swallow this insult. Boy, just you wait for me. The yellow-clothed youth turned around and rapidly returned to the army camp. In the army camp, Lan Yi was still talking to Lin Ming. Lan Yi didn't know much about Lin Ming to begin with, so she made a few simple insinuations to see if this boy in front of her was the Lin Ming from the 7 Profound Valleys. This sort of matter was impolite to directly ask. Otherwise, Lin Ming might form an idea that she was trying to get close to him because she had some hidden purpose in mind. Once that happened, it would be easy for him to despise her. Lan Yi was well aware of the difference in status between her and Lin Ming. Not to mention that her moon-seizing sect had already been destroyed, but even if the moon-seizing sect was still here, the difference between her and Lin Ming was just too far. According to rumors, if Lin Ming didn't encounter some tragedy, he would one day step into the revolving core realm. But as for Lan Yi, it was already nearly impossible for her to reach the extreme Xianxia realm. If things turned out well for her in the future, she might reach the middle Xianxia realm, and if she very lucky, she might reach the late Xianxia realm. If the moon-seizing sect weren't destroyed, Lan Yi would have thought this quite satisfactory. But several days ago, she saw with her own eyes all of her friends, family, and everyone else close to her in the moon-seizing sect slaughtered in a one-sided bloodbath. As she saw everyone she held dear dying around her, and as she listened to the last dying wish of her master, hatred had already engraved itself deeply into her heart. At that time, she completely hated herself. She hated that she was weak. She hated that in front of a revolving core master, she was nothing but an ant, unable to do anything. This sort of loathing that originated from her powerlessness caused her to have an intense desire for power. She wished to break through to the revolving core realm and longed for the day that she could unite all the masters of the South Horizon region to exterminate the South Sea Demon region. She would ruin the evil ones, exterminate the demons, and take revenge for her moon-seizing sect, and for her master and countless fellow disciples that died. Now, Lan Yi had the resources and final hope that her master had given her before telling her to escape from the moon-seizing sect. She was confused about what path to take. She didn't dare to flee to other sects, afraid that they would covet the precious resources that she had. However, if she didn't go to a sect, it would be difficult for her to become stronger, much less break through to the revolving core realm. At this time, Lan Yi had a thought of which sect she should go to: Divine Phoenix Island. At Divine Phoenix Island, 90% of the disciples were women, and the disciples had a relatively good reputation for conduct. Not only that, but there were countless masters and top cultivation methods, inheritances, and abundant resources. If she could enter Divine Phoenix Island, then that would be the best possible outcome. But Lan Yi was only a genius when placed in a low third-grade sect like the Moon-Seizing sect. As for a top fourth-grade sect like Divine Phoenix Island, she would only be the most basic and generic of disciples. It was even likely that she wouldn't be able to enter. And even if she did manage to enter with luck, she would be an outer court disciple at best. It would be impossible for her to come into contact with the core cultivation methods, and she would waste her life. In that situation, Lan Yi was also confused about what to do. Until now, when she met a boy that she suspected was Lin Ming. Lan Yi knew that Divine Phoenix Island placed a great deal of value on Lin Ming, and there was possibly even some unknown relation between him and Divine Phoenix Island's saintess, Mu Qianyu. What kind of existence was Mu Qianyu? She was the future leader of Divine Phoenix Island. She was a monstrous talent that stepped into the Xiantian realm at only 22 years of age. And within several years, she might break into the revolving core realm and become a top master. In front of someone like Mu Qianyu, all of the so-called talents of the 19 third-grade sects were just a joke. If Mu Qianyu could put in a few good words of recommendation for her, even if it were only casual, she could be promoted from an outer court disciple to an inner court disciple. This was just a one-word difference, but the treatment was vastly different. Lan Yi didn't want the resources of Divine Phoenix Island, such as pills or true essence stones. What she wanted were the legacy cultivation methods. To rely on the mediocre cultivation methods of the moon-seizing sect to break through to the revolving core realm was basically impossible. Of course, Lan Yi wasn't planning on asking Lin Ming for help and offering nothing in return. She had only met Lin Ming by chance. They hardly knew each other. So why would he want to help her? Lan Yi's thoughts were that first she would establish friendly relations with Li Ming, and then at a suitable time she would put out some of the resources from the moon-seizing sect as exchange, and then ask Lin Ming for help. Miss Lan, if there isn't anything else, I'll head back to the battlefield then. Lin Ming didn't want to waste time talking to Lan Yi. There were too many vicious beasts, and the army was under a great deal of pressure. Every second meant that another soldier could die. Young hero Lin, can you wait for a bit? My senior apprentice brother is out at the front. He can last for a moment or two. As Lan Yi spoke these words, the yellow-clothed youth had just rushed back and happened to hear Lan Yi's words. My senior apprentice brother is out at the front. He can last for a moment or two. The meaning behind this was that while the yellow-clothed youth would be fighting at the front, the two of them could continue to chat. Fuck. The yellow-clothed youth was mad to the point of almost vomiting blood. Never in his entire life had he been so mad. He had been taken for such a fool. He had gone to fight the beast tide, yet someone wanted to take his woman? A mere common pulse condensation boy actually had thoughts on Lan Yi? What is so good about you? Are you worthy? So what if you're a genius? This father will kill you now. Ka! With harsh wind blowing, the angry yellow-clothed youth landed on the ground. He stood in front of Lin Ming, a sullen and simmering expression on his face, his lips constantly twitching. Boy, you have guts. Lin Ming tilted his head, frowning. He didn't understand why this yellow-clothed youth had suddenly rushed towards him like a rabid dog and starting barking. Senior apprentice brother, what are you saying? The white-clothed girl was startled. She hurriedly ran in front of Lin Ming, blocking him. She didn't know why the yellow-clothed youth had suddenly rushed up like he wanted a taste of Lin Ming's spear, but with that murderous look in his eyes, he wanted to start a fight with Lin Ming. Junior apprentice sister. You're protecting him. The yellow-clothed youth tightly gripped the sword in his hand, biting his pale lips. Good. Very good. The yellow-clothed youth stared at Lin Ming with hatred in his eyes. He said in a true essence sound transmission, "You are surnamed Lin? Surname Lin. Let me clearly tell you now that my junior apprentice sister is not someone that a common man like you can match up with. Now leave her alone." Seeing the situation rapidly devolve like this, Lan Yi was extremely nervous. She quickly sent the yellow-clothed youth a true essence sound transmission. "Senior apprentice brother? What are you doing? Do you know who he is? Who is he? Why would I care who he is?" The yellow-clothed youth almost went insane to the point of losing all reasoning. So why would he consider Lan Yi's words? This boy had actually moved on his woman. Even if he was the Emperor of Heaven, he still wouldn't be able to stand this. And in this trivial little mortal city, just what sort of amazing character could there be? I'm warning you one last time. Hurry up and get away from her. Otherwise, I will have you pay a deep price. The yellow-clothed youth used a true essence sound transmission to threaten Lin Ming again. Crazy idiot. Lin Ming didn't want to bother with this rabid dog anymore and waste his time. He was also disinclined to explain the misunderstanding. It was better to say that he disdained giving an explanation. With his strength and status, why would he even want to waste his breath arguing with this yellow-clothed youth? The beast tide was becoming increasingly fierce, and now several masters were returning to the army camp. The army would soon be unable to cope with the beast tide. At that moment, the beast tide ripped a hole in the army's defensive wall. Lin Ming frowned, took out the purple comet spear, and directly rushed towards the vicious beast tide. You want to run away? The yellow-clothed youth sneered, raising his sword and following. He basically hadn't listened to Lan Yi's words. Are you a turtle? You don't dare to compete with me in killing vicious beasts? And you also are too afraid to kill 4th-level vicious beasts. You only run away. Are you still a man? The army formation was broken and the beast tide rushed in. The death toll was rapidly increasing. Where would Lin Ming have the time to bother with this yellow-clothed youth? In the blink of an eye, all of the vicious beasts at the gap were instantly cleared away. The nearby soldiers didn't even have time to react. After resolving the threat of Bai Luo, Lin Ming naturally had no need to hide his strength anymore. The might of the spear move was only displayed through a casual sweep, but it actually caused Lan Yi's eyes to contract. This was a power that surpassed the limits of a pulse condensation period martial artist, and he could even compare with the yellow-clothed youth. At least, it was no less than his. Lan Yi didn't even have time to think about what this meant when her face suddenly paled. She watched as the yellow-clothed youth thrust out with his sword, and over a dozen sword energies pierced towards Lin Ming's back, the wind rippling in their wake. Boy, you actually dare to ignore me? Take my sword. In his apoplectic anger, the yellow-clothed youth didn't hold back. These sword energies were aimed towards Lin Ming's vital points. If they hit, it would be enough to cut Lin Ming's meridians, severely wounding him or even crippling him. Shameless. Don't you even care for face? Lin Ming's complexion sank. Now that the beat tide was rushing in, he didn't want to fight with this yellow-clothed youth. But this yellow-clothed youth chasing him again and again caused him to lose his patience. Bang! A spear swept out, and azure true essence howled forth. There were only slight popping sounds as all of the sword energies of the yellow-clothed youth were shattered by Lin Ming's spear. The yellow-clothed youth was shocked as he saw Lin Ming shatter all of his sword energies. This boy, he had some real skill. He hadn't stayed his hand in that last strike, but because he had slashed out so quickly, he hadn't used the sword techniques and cultivation methods of the moon-seizing sect. The power in that last move was only 20 to 30% of his strongest sword technique. I wonder how many swords you can block. Sword energy transfers. The aura of the yellow-clothed youth suddenly changed, true essence twining around his body, becoming sharp and deadly. Murderous intent surged out from him. The yellow-clothed youth was prepared to fight with everything he had. Lin Ming's expression sank. He only thought that this misunderstanding was strange and inexplicable. Even if he explained it, the explanation wouldn't be clear. How would the yellow-clothed youth ever believe that the goddess of his heart had approached Lin Ming by her own initiative? Even if Lin Ming could prove it, this yellow-clothed youth still wouldn't accept it. Lin Ming flourished his spear, the power of thunder sparkling. True essence jetted into the air like fabric that was being harshly torn. Although the yellow-clothed youth wasn't too talented, for better or for worse, he was still a Hotian master from a sect. If Lin Ming wanted to end this battle quickly, he had to take it seriously. The heretical god force still hadn't been fully restored, but even if it was, Lin Ming wouldn't use it just for this. As the battle between the two was about to begin, at that moment, a gigantic roar resounded throughout the entire battlefield, no different than a thunderclap. The yellow-clothed youth was startled, his heart trembling. He looked towards the depths of the beast tide and saw a vast shadow moving towards them, shaped like a hill. The yellow-clothed youth was shocked. What was that? Lin Ming was also taken aback, his expression becoming solemn. Fifth-level vicious beast? A fourth-level vicious beast was already equal to a common mortal's Hotian-level martial artist. As for a fifth-level vicious beast, that was equal to a common mortal's Xianxia-level martial artist. Of course, because martial artists of the common world had an unstable foundation, they had practically no chance of ever reaching the Xiantian realm. Thus, this level of strength didn't actually exist. A fifth-level vicious beast was most likely equal to a sex-peak Hotian martial artist, or even one that was a half-step into the Xiantian realm. This was also Xianxia's strength. Roar. The terrifying roar was no different to landslides and tsunamis. The entire ground shook. When an ordinary person heard this roar, their ears became deaf and their mind shook. Many soldiers whose strength were already at the limit were almost thrown to the floor with this roar. As a result, the formation made up of thousands of soldiers was suddenly in disarray, in a precarious situation. In contrast, the tens of thousands of vicious beasts that heard this roar became even more ferocious, as if they had been doused in blood. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Zhuang Fan and Lin Wanshan's complexions changed. The situation had changed so quickly that they hadn't even had time to respond. Against a fifth-level vicious beast, what could they possibly do? Now, Lin Ming was too busy to bother with the yellow-clothed youth anymore. If he let that fifth-level vicious beast break through the lines, the army would inevitably collapse. When that happened, Green Mulberry City would be overwhelmed in a single swoop. He had to divert that vicious beast somehow. If Lin Ming faced that vicious beast head-on, he wasn't confident he could defeat it. Its strength was higher than his, and most importantly, the heretical god force that he had used to deal with by Luo had only been restored to about 70 to 80% capacity. If he used Thunder Annihilation now, he wouldn't be able to unleash its maximum power. He had to stall for time. Lin Ming turned and saw that the yellow-clothed youth had actually turned somewhat pale. Lin Ming laughed loudly and said, What's wrong? Are you scared? The yellow-clothed youth was stunned for a moment before he furiously said, You have the face to say I'm scared? Who do you think is the turtle from earlier? From the very start you went into hiding and only just came back. Lin Ming didn't even seem to hear the yellow-clothed youth's taunt. He said, You want to bet? Let's see who can persist against this fifth-level vicious beast for the longest, and who can damage it the most. The loser has to stay far away from Lan Yi. How about it? The yellow-clothed youth smiled and said, The loser has to stay far away from Lan Yi? Haha, who do you think you are? What a toad that wishes to eat swan meat. You think you qualify to make a bet with me? Lin Ming indifferently said, It doesn't matter who qualifies, only who dares and who dares not. If you don't want to bet, then I'll just go myself. After Lin Ming finished speaking, he ignored the yellow-clothed youth and rushed out with his spear. The yellow-clothed youth's complexion changed. This boy actually went by himself. He thought that Lin Ming was deliberately needling him, trying to provoke him into doing something stupid, and didn't have the courage to go in. He didn't think that Lin Ming would actually do it. He could feel Lan Yi's eyes on him from behind. It seemed as if Lan Yi already had a good impression of this boy. How could he let him show off again? The yellow-clothed youth instantly understood Lin Ming's plan. A fifth-level vicious beast was strong, and this massive vicious beast in front of him truly did have a terrifying strength. But it was slow. As long as he was careful and didn't get too close, he wouldn't be in any danger. This boy was actually thinking of making a bet against this 5th-level vicious beast so he could look good, showing off his heroism and bravery but without placing himself in danger. This plan was truly well-crafted. Thinking this, the yellow-clothed youth ground his teeth in anger. He had almost been fooled by this boy again. He grasped his long sword and followed Lin Ming. It only took a moment for Lin Ming and the yellow-clothed youth to cross 5 miles. After they approaching, they saw just how massive the vicious beast was. It was over 200 feet tall, and its body was a dirty ash gray all over. Its build resembled a giant octopus, and it was covered with dozens of thick and coarse tentacles. Sludge monster. Lin Ming had seen the record of this vicious beast in the ancient storybooks within the 7 profound martial house. This beast lived in the darkest swamps of the southern wilderness, and was usually hidden within the thick mud of the swamps. It used its great tentacles to catch its prey. Once a martial artist was wrapped by its tentacles and dragged into the mud, it was only a matter of waiting to die. Because the sludge monster stayed underground all year long, its main body was actually very slow and an exceedingly good target. Of course, that was only its main body. Its tentacles were extremely fast. If one assumed that it was slow and thus posed no threat, that person was truly an idiot waiting to die. Whoosh! As Lin Ming approached, a giant tentacle slashed towards him like a whip. Although the sludge monster was strong, he was still able to block a single tentacle. He displayed his movement technique and dodged, running around the sludge monster. He had to stall for time so he could completely restore the heretical god force rather than engage in an epic struggle with the sludge monster. Behind Lin Ming, the yellow-clothed youth rushed up just in time to see this scene. He won't even dare to attack a tentacle, and runs away from the sludge monster? This fellow still actually looks down on me. He is too outrageous. The yellow-clothed youth's teeth itched with resentment. He was already fully assured that Lin Ming was acting, and putting on a fearless appearance so he could play a hero in front of Lan Yi, when the truth was, he was actually nothing. If you want to act, then I'll follow you. Let's see whose acting skills are better. The yellow-clothed youth sneered. He had complete self-confidence in his strength. As for acting, then that would look at who was stronger. Whoever was stronger would be able to display an ever greater performance. At this moment, the wind roared, and a thick tentacle slapped towards the yellow-clothed youth. Seeing this, the yellow-clothed youth instantly became happy. Who the real deal was would naturally be seen. Sword sweeping 1,000 soldiers. The youth's entire body coursed with reckless sword energy. Sword sweeping 1,000 soldiers was his strongest move. Once he used it, it was absolutely overwhelming, able to move even mountains. Countless sword energies bombarded the thick tentacle, causing wounds several feet deep. Green slime splashed into the sky. Ayo! As the sludge monster felt pain, it reflexively shrunk its tentacle. The yellow-clothed youth was very satisfied with the outcome of his attack. He didn't even have time to turn back and smile at Lan Yi when, at that moment, his expression changed. Hoo. A dozen tentacles swept towards the yellow-clothed youth like a wave from all sides. He was able to repel a single tentacle, but if so many came together, could he still force them back? The sludge monster had already turned all of its attention to the yellow-clothed youth. To the sludge monster, that wound was simply nothing. It had dozens of tentacles, and even having a few cut off didn't matter to it. Not only would it not affect its combat strength, but those severed tentacles would even regenerate. Besieged from all sides, the yellow-clothed youth was suddenly in danger. In comparison, only a random tentacle occasionally attacked Lin Ming. Lin Ming would never use his spear to block it, only avoiding it with his movement technique. This damn fellow! The yellow-clothed youth felt as if he had been tricked again. You want to make a fool of this father? No way. This father will not play with you. The tentacle monster's main body was moving very slowly. As long as the yellow-clothed youth was able to distance himself from its attack range, he would win the bet anyways. It simply wasn't worth entangling himself within all these weird tentacles. Thinking this, the yellow-clothed youth turned around to run, but at this moment he heard a true essence sound transmission in his ears. Sorry, but it doesn't seem you'll be able to run. There's a dreamland enchantment placed outside. What? The yellow-clothed youth was startled. He didn't even have time to react when he felt a pain in his head. He had run into an invisible light screen. Hold on. What was this? In a split second, the yellow-clothed youth didn't even time to think before several tentacles sliced towards him from behind. Bang! With an explosive sound, the yellow-clothed youth barely managed to avoid the strike as the tentacles pounded against the Dreamland enchantment, causing the entire enchantment to shake. Linming let out a cold breath. This was a truly strong attack. The attack from a few tentacles had already caused the Dreamland enchantment to vibrate so greatly. If that sludge monster smashed into it with all its strength, the Dreamland enchantment might even rip apart. Although Mu Qianyu had said that the Dreamland enchantment could stop any attack from a martial artist below the Xiantian realm, the sludge monster was not a martial artist. Its attack power was much stronger than that of a martial artist of the same level. The yellow-clothed youth's complexion completely changed. Dreamland enchantment? How could a sludge monster release a Dreamland enchantment? He naturally assumed that the one who laid down the Dreamland enchantment was the sludge monster. He never thought that the one to do so was Linming. In his opinion, Linming didn't have the ability to lay down such a strong Dreamland enchantment. Even if he had this ability, he still wouldn't close himself into it with the sludge monster. What do I do? The yellow-clothed youth panicked. There was nowhere to retreat to. The sludge monster had already locked onto him. At this moment, Linming was taking advantage of the sludge beast being attracted to the yellow-clothed youth. He clenched a medium-grade true essence stone, recovering his power as fast as he could. The heretical god force was quickly recovering. Brothers, while we have two masters in front dealing with the tentacle monster, we will defend against the beast tide, as long as we can last, and the two masters can kill that strange tentacle beast, we will win. A soldier shouted out from the battlefield. However, the soldier's words didn't have much effect. Anyone could see that the yellow-clothed youth and Linming were in a very disadvantageous position against the sludge monster. After the yellow-clothed youth had been injured at the very start, he was forced into danger. As for Linming, he was worse than the yellow-clothed youth, dodging around the sides and not even attacking once. In this situation, it was already good for the yellow-clothed youth and Linming to not die against the sludge monster, let alone kill it. Even so, none of the soldiers retreated. Behind them was Green Mulberry City, where their parents, wives, children, and everyone else that they loved lived. If Green Mulberry City fell, everyone within would die. How could they even think of retreating? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tentacles lashed out like a flurry of whips. The yellow-clothed youth was desperately dodging all of the attacks. He didn't even have any strength to launch a full counterattack. Occasionally, he would gasp in exhaustion and slash out with several sword energies towards the Dreamland enchantment. However, the Dreamland enchantment wasn't something the yellow-clothed youth could hope to break through. His sword couldn't even cause the barrier to shake. Boy, called Lin, I've already caught its attention. Quick, hurry up and attack the sludge monster. Otherwise, we'll both die here. The yellow-clothed youth was thinking of escaping and having Lin Ming attack to draw the attention of the sludge monster. However, Lin Ming remained unmoved. Seeing Lin Ming turn a deaf ear to his pleas and not even help just a bit, the yellow-clothed youth became angry. He rushed over to Lin Ming, intending to drag him down too. But Lin Ming was just too speedy and nimble. There was no way the yellow-clothed youth could catch him. Ah! The yellow-clothed youth suddenly let out a miserable cry. His leg had rubbed against some corrosive mucus and was immediately covered in blood. A wound of this level wasn't enough to disable him, but it made dodging even more difficult. The yellow-clothed youth gritted his teeth and used this life and death crisis to push his body to its limits. But he knew that he simply wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. At this time, Lin Ming had already poured a vast majority of the true essence in his body into the heretical god seed, constantly compressing it. The power of the heretical god seed had already been restored to 95%. Just hold on a bit longer. Lin Ming looked at the shaking enchantment barriers around him, his mind in complete concentration. Although the sludge monster was attacking the yellow-clothed youth, every time it did so, the attack would also splash onto the Dreamland enchantment, causing an enormous impact upon it. The sludge monster's strength was over 100,000 genes. There was no way that the Dreamland enchantment would be able to resist this sort of force for much longer. It's almost ready. Lin Ming could feel that the total compression of the heretical god seed's power was about to be completed, but the Dreamland enchantment wouldn't be able to last much longer. The Dreamland enchantment had a great practical value for Lin Ming. He didn't want to lose it like this. Just as the Dreamland enchantment reached its limit, at that moment, Lin Ming waved his hand and directly stored the Dreamland pearl away. At this time, the heretical god force was fully saturated. Pong! The yellow-clothed youth was slapped by the sludge monster's tentacle. He flew backwards, spitting blood, no different than a broken ragdoll. As the yellow-clothed youth flew back, spitting blood, the air whistling in his ears, he didn't need to look to see that the tentacles were attacking him once again. At this critical moment, the yellow-clothed youth stirred up all of the remaining strength he had, completely willing himself up with his survival instincts, fighting back the intense pain in his organs, and then rushing forwards, barely escaping the fatal blow. He desperately shouted at Lin Ming, if I die, then you'll die an even worse death. Hurry up and attack its weakness. Otherwise, we'll all die. In the turbulent wind, the yellow-clothed youth's voice was barely audible, cut off again and again. In truth, he didn't know the weakness of the sludge monster. Perhaps the sludge monster didn't even have a weakness. The yellow-clothed youth only said this because he wanted to lure Lin Ming in to attack the sludge monster's eye, angering it. However, the yellow-clothed youth also knew that there was no way a timid and cowardly fellow like Lin Ming would ever attack. But he didn't expect to see Lin Ming's spear and entire body flashing with bright sparks of thunder and flame, incomparably radiant. Seeing this, the yellow-clothed youth was stunned and then started chuckling to himself. This boy was finally fooled. It seemed that the boy called Lin was finally making his move, and not only that, but it looked like his ultimate strike. With that boy as a diversion, the yellow-clothed youth might be able to survive. A moment ago, he had felt the Dreamland enchantment finally vanish, or he would have hit the barrier. As the Dream World enchantment vanished, the boy called Lin impulsively rushed towards the sludge monster to launch his attack. This attack would inevitably attract the sludge monster towards him. This was the best chance he would have to escape. The yellow-clothed youth could only hope that Lin Ming's attack was strong enough to provoke the sludge monster. He would have thanked Lin Ming in gratitude for giving him this opportunity to escape, but it would have been nothing but a joke. If it wasn't for Lin Ming, how would he ever have been caught in this dangerous situation? He looked forward to seeing Lin Ming die under the sludge monster's strike. The yellow-clothed youth withstood the pain and displayed his highest movement technique to escape. This time, the only thing that mattered to him was escaping all of this. What green mulberry city? He didn't care at all about the soldiers' lives, and even Lan Yi's life was nothing compared to this. Wind whistled. Lin Ming opened up the heretical god force, the thunder soul and flame essence in his body intensely trembling. Although everyone could see that Lin Ming was about to launch his attack, no one besides him knew just how terrifying the power of the strike would be. True essence crazily flooded into the heretical god seed. The compressed power of thunder and fire was at its limits, like a dam that was about to burst open. With the purple comet spear in his hand, the power of thunder and fire was enhanced to the extreme. Purple flood dragon divine thunder, earthcore crimson flame. With the thunder soul and flame essence as its source, this would be the strongest thunderfire annihilation. Even if Lin Ming opened up the heretical god force, it would be exceedingly difficult to control its power. The spear point faced out. Lin Ming's entire body was twined with arcs of lightning and wreaths of fire. He directly shot towards the sludge monster like a blazing meteor. Time seemed to slow down. The waving tentacles, the shouts of the soldiers, the roar of the beasts, all of this disappeared, leaving only the terrifying reverberations of thunder and fire echoing in the air. Pong! Pong! Two tentacles swiped at Lin Ming, but they were instantly pierced through by Lin Ming and his spear. The green corrosive mucus was instantly burned to nothing by the thick power of thunder and fire in the air. Lin Ming rushed towards the sludge monster, overwhelming, unstoppable. Thunder fire annihilation. Bang! An ultimate power broke forth. In the night sky, It was like a purple sun had dawned. A large fissure appeared in the sludge monster, a massive amount of blood and viscous green liquid flowing out. Lin Ming carried on his slaughter straight through, penetrating the sludge monster's body and rushing out the other side, a shower of green blood appearing in his wake. How a gorgeous and shining pillar of flame and thunder pierced into the sky. The sludge monster roared in pain. Flames lit the entire night sky. Countless vicious beasts were charred alive by the fire. There were innumerable casualties as vicious beasts fell to the floor. Even the nearby yellow-clothed youth almost died. The flame's shock waves smashed into him, sending him tumbling onto the floor, his hair and clothes burnt. At this time, he couldn't care about these things. He could only look at that raging inferno with incredulity, feeling the life force of the sludge monster weakening, his heart shaking. The sludge monster died? Just what had happened? The sludge monster seemed to be the leader of the second tide of vicious beasts. As its corpse burnt within the fire, all of the vicious beasts stopped as if they had lost all of their courage and stopped attacking. Every vicious beast turned towards the sludge monster that was wrapped in a cloak of flame. Then, after several breaths of time, they began to retreat like an ebbing tide, running away from Green Mulberry City. Walalala. Soon, all of the vicious beasts on the battlefield retreated, leaving behind only corpses. The vicious beasts retreated? All of Green Mulberry City's soldiers, standing among mounds of flesh and blood, their bodies exhausted and barely able to stand, could hardly believe as they watched the vicious beasts retreat. That dreadful inferno that pierced through the heavens seemed to cast a warmth on their bodies, heating up their cold spirits. We won. No one could believe this as they stared at the giant hill that was the sludge monster. That invincible sludge monster had actually been killed by Lin Ming in one move. We won. The vicious beasts have retreated. After a moment of silence, all of the soldiers burst out in thunderous cheers. Many people embraced each other in excitement, hot tears streaking down their faces. The tears ran down faces that were matted with dust and blood, leaving behind clear traces. These soldiers were different from Lin Ming. After all, they were only mortal. If Green Mulberry City could not be defended, Lin Ming could freely retreat. But as for them, they did not have such a luxury. During this war, the soldiers who came were already prepared to die on this battlefield. The vicious beast tide seemed endless. They were already at their limits. But then the sludge monster had appeared, and the vicious beasts grew increasingly violent, nearly overwhelming their hearts. However, against everyone's expectations, the sludge monster had been utterly destroyed by Lin Ming in a single strike. After the amazing reversal that followed, they had won. Oh! Beside the sludge monster, Lin Ming knelt on the floor, propping himself up with his spear. His energy consumption had been massive. This single blow had exhausted a full 60% of his true essence. With his current strength, even though he had opened the heretical god force and also had the increased power of the purple comet spear, he couldn't use the full strength of Thunderfire Annihilation. He was just barely able to use 70 to 80% of its strength. Even so, it had still drained him of so much energy. As Lin Ming looked at the giant pyre of flames, he took a deep breath and pulled out a pill from his spatial ring, eating it to help restore his true essence. Although it sounded terrifying that he had killed the sludge monster in a single blow, this didn't mean that Lin Ming had strength equal to a sex-peak Hotian martial artist. The sludge monster had a massive body, and it was also slow. In the end, it couldn't avoid attacks and became an easy target. Lin Ming's most outstanding aspect was his attack power. Once he used Thunderfire Annihilation, its power was truly earth-shattering. But when facing a top Hotian martial artist like Xianxia, he might not have the chance to do so. The flames burned brightly. Lin Ming carried the purple comet spear and walked towards the flames. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy rushed forth, dividing the flames and revealing a passageway. The sludge monster had already stopped struggling. There were only a few tentacles that were still roasting in the fiery heat, curling up as they burnt to ash. With a single spear, Lin Ming slashed apart the sludge monster, walking directly into its body. Chi chi chi. Green mucus fell like rain, but it was all burnt away by flames. A moment later, Lin Ming took out a fist-sized inner core pearl from the sludge monster, placing it into a spatial ring. All vicious beasts above the 4th level had core pearls within them. Whether it was for alchemy or for countering poisons, the sludge monster's core pearl would be an extremely good material. Naturally, Lin Ming wouldn't leave it. The sludge monster's sinews were also a good material. But the sludge monster had been slashed apart by Lin Ming and had also been charred black. These sinews no longer had any value. The flames separated into a path as Lin Ming carried his purple comet spear and walked out from the blazing inferno, his spear point leading the way. At this time, his hair was loose, and he was covered in residual arcs of purple lightning and flame. At this moment, he looked like a peerless demon god. The person closest to Lin Ming was the yellow-clothed youth from the moon-seizing sect. The yellow-clothed youth was slumped on the ground, exhausted. As he watched Lin Ming emerge from the fire, his lips twitched, and his eyes were blank like he had lost his soul. He thought that Lin Ming was inviting death with that spear of his, but he never imagined that a single blow was able to kill the sludge monster. This was a 5th-level vicious beast whose strength was comparable to a peak Hotian martial artist. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation was only at the mere middle pulse condensation period. Who was he? The yellow-clothed youth was very clear just how terrifying it was to have the strength at this cultivation and at such a young age. It was impossible for him to be unknown. At this moment, he heard a rallying cry spread through the entire army, as if it were an endless tide. Long live Hero Lin! Long live Hero Lin! Long live Hero Lin! Long live Hero Lin! To an ordinary soldier, Lin Ming was their benefactor and also their savior. Without Lin Ming, not only would they have died, but all their family that stood behind them would have been turned to bones by the vicious beast tide. Surname Lin. His surname was Lin. A 16-year-old genius surnamed Lin. A name suddenly popped up in the yellow-clothed youth's heart, causing him to be completely petrified. He sat on the ground like a statue, watching as Lin Ming walked past him. The cheers continued. Lin Ming looked in the distance to see that the soldiers were all bloodied, but they were cheering in high spirits, and his mood became complex. In this battle, the ones that had the greatest impact were the masters. But if these soldiers hadn't used their own bodies to create a wall of flesh and blood to block off the beast tide, then no matter how strong Lin Ming was or how many vicious beasts he killed, they would have broken into Green Mulberry City and killed innocents. In this fight, these ordinary soldiers had paid the greatest cost, but the cheers and accolades they received were the least. He even saw a soldier who had lost his arm in battle. After a simple rap to staunch the bleeding, this soldier used all of his weary strength to raise his right arm, saluting Lin Ming. At this moment, Lin Ming's heart suddenly felt heavy. This was a war of mortals. In an army that was once 10,000 strong, there were now only a few thousand left. To the soldiers, being able to survive or knowing that their families were safe was already the best possible result. Thinking of the culprit that was behind this entire farce, the South Sea Demon region, Lin Ming's mind and heart filled with waves of surging hatred. To a lofty 5th-grade sect, the lives of mortals were no different than ants. In order to swallow Divine Phoenix Island and the South Horizon region, and to warn the 19 3rd-grade sects, the South Sea Demon region didn't hesitate for a second before setting off a terrifying beast tide that embroiled the entire Divine Phoenix province. Because of their actions, death reigned everywhere and countless innocent lives were lost. Lin Ming walked towards the army camp and hadn't even arrived when he was swarmed by people. They were all being led by high-level people of Green Mulberry City, such as Lin Wanshan and Zhuang Fan. That vivid image of Lin Ming killing the sludge monster with a single strike of his spear could be described as a miracle. The monster was the size of a hill, but was stabbed to death with a single move. Purple lightning and roaring flames had impacted the heavens. This had left a greatly humbling impact upon everyone watching. The Salt Clan's Shi Lin Kai had a very ruddy complexion, red with excitement. He laughed loudly and said, "Hero Lin, you are truly a war god reincarnate." He was ready to let out some more praise when he found that something didn't seem right about Lin Ming's condition. "Hero Lin, is everything all right?" Lin Ming waved his hand and said, "I'm good. I just need to rest for a moment." Lin Ming had only consumed too much energy. It wasn't because he was injured by the sludge monster. The sludge monster had a great deal of corrosive mucus in its body, but most of it was burnt away by the power of thunder and fire. As for the rest, it wasn't able to melt through Lin Ming's protective true essence. At this time, a white-clothed girl came out from the crowd. Her delicate red lips parted, and she carefully called out, "Sir Lin." This girl was Lan Yi. She had seen all she needed in that brief moment to confirm that this was Lin Ming. Within all of the talents of the 19th third-grade sex, who could display this level of power besides Lin Ming? In fact, according to Lan Yi's impression, Lin Ming should not have had this amount of terrifying combat strength. This was not strength that a pulse condensation period martial artist should have. In fact, there were even certain elders within the moon-seizing sect that couldn't match up. The moon-seizing sect was a relatively weak and small sect, and some of the outer court elders were only at the peak Hotian realm. Their attack power would never reach this level. For a 16-year to have attack power that compared favorably to an outer court elder of the moon-seizing sect, Lin Ming truly deserved his title as the top talent and young genius within the 19th third-grade sex. Lan Yi never expected that she would meet Lin Ming in such a remote mortal city. Naturally, she would not miss this rare opportunity. Lin Ming looked up at Lan Yi. "What's the matter?" At this point, Lin Ming was able to confirm that Lan Yi had recognized him. The reason she repeatedly approached him must be because she had some matter to discuss. "Sir Lin, this is a blue lotus pill. It can help you recover your strength." As Lan Yi spoke, she took out a small bottle from her spatial ring. A rich aroma emitted from the pill. It was indeed a top-grade pill. "I don't need it." Lin Ming waved. "I already have pills. If Miss Lan has any matters to discuss, please speak frankly." This. For a moment, Lan Yi seemed somewhat embarrassed. To brazenly and openly ask others for help was quite difficult. At this point, Xianxia also revealed a mischievous smile, his eyes lighting up with a hee-hee expression. He gave Lin Ming a meaningful glance, silently saying, "Brother, you are very fierce," and quickly excused himself and left. Obviously, to Xianxia, Lan Yi was infatuated with Lin Ming. To him, this was a completely normal matter. After all, beautiful women loved heroes, the two were of a similar age, and Lin Ming had an attractive aura to him. As Xianxia thought that he was being clever, this caused Lan Yi to be even more embarrassed. She coughed and said, "Sir Lin, I would like to request a favor. May I speak with you alone?" "All right. Let's go to the army compound." Lin Ming also wanted to understand how the moon-seizing sect was attacked, so he didn't reject her. Seeing Lin Ming and Lan Yi's departing forms, Zhuang Fan glanced at Lin Wanshan and said, "Old Lin Ming is 16 this year, isn't he? It's about time for engagement." According to the traditions of Sky Fortune Kingdom, once a man reached 16 years of age and became an adult, he could be engaged, and once he reached 18 years of age, he could get married. But a martial artist was fundamentally different. It wasn't strange for a Xiantian realm martial artist to not be married even at 100 years of age. Lin Wanshan didn't know what sort of plans Lin Ming had for marriage or if he even planned to. With a single word from Lin Wanshan, he could decide who a common Lin family junior would have to marry. If they wanted to marry who they wanted, they would have to leave the family. But as for something so important as Lin Ming's marriage, that was something that Lin Wanshan had absolutely no power to influence. It would all be up to Lin Ming's own choice. Zhuang Fan sighed, then shook his head. He casually spoke a few words regarding Lin Ming's age of engagement, but Lin Ming was destined to never marry into their Zhuang family as a son-in-law. Their Zhuang family simply couldn't produce a daughter that was able to match up to Lin Ming. He guessed that every noble family in Sky Fortune City already had their eyes on him. As long as Lin Ming revealed the slightest bit of interest, all of the noble families would probably line up their daughters, waiting in line to deliver them up to Lin Ming, even willing to send them off as concubines. Oh! Lin Ming's tent was in the center of the army camp. The arrangements inside were very simple but actually very comfortable. There was a sturdy wooden cot that was covered with clean cotton sheets. Because it was pressed a bit too much, it was a little hard to sit on. "Sit." Lin Ming indicated the wooden cot as he spoke to Lan Yi. "Sir Lin, my name is Zhou Xinyu." The name of Lan Yi was only my childhood nickname. The reason that Lan Yi hadn't given her true name was because she wanted to conceal her identity. But now that she was requesting something from Lin Ming, She naturally had to be honest in her intentions. Zhou Linming thought back and remembered that in Divine Phoenix Island's joint talent training program, there was a girl with this name. She was one of the 50 human step talents. Miss Zhou is a disciple of the moon-seizing sect? Zhou hesitated for a moment, then nodded. There was no longer any reason to hide her identity, and this was easily found out. I'm sorry, but could Miss Zhou tell me who destroyed the moon-seizing sect? Lin Ming tried to make his tone as gentle as possible as he poured a pot of tea, in order to not aggravate her wounds. As the topic of her sect's destruction was brought up, a look of hatred mingled with sorrow in Zhou Sinyu's eyes. She still vividly recalled that bloody day when her master had died a tragic death. They were all revolving core masters, 7 of them in total. Zhou Sinyu spat out between clenched teeth. Within the entire moon-seizing sect, only their highest elder had barely managed to break through to the revolving core realm. Even with several dozens of Xiantian masters combined together, none of them could block the slaughtering rampage of 7 revolving core powerhouses. There was even one at the middle revolving core stage. Lin Ming's heart sank. With this extermination lineup, even the 7 profound valleys would face certain doom. Even Peacock Mountain and Falling Cloud Sect would suffer serious losses. He let out a heavy breath and then continued. And what matter does Miss Zhou have to discuss with me? That is, I want to join Divine Phoenix Island. I would like to ask that Sir Lin recommend me, if possible. I would like to have a chance to study Divine Phoenix Island's core cultivation methods. I would be very grateful. Zhou Sinyu started out a bit embarrassed, but afterwards just spoke her request in one go. She had originally planned to befriend Lin Ming and then slowly lay down her request, but now that the situation has become like this, there was no point in beating around the bush. You want to study the core cultivation methods? Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. If it was simply a recommendation, then Lin Ming would easily be able to help. With Zhou Sinyu's talent, it wouldn't be too difficult to join Divine Phoenix Island. However, if he wanted to recommend her to study the core cultivation methods, then that was something he wouldn't be able to do. Divine Phoenix Island had 2 main core cultivation method manuals, Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle as well as Blue One Abstract Phantom Code. These were the both legacies left behind by the ancient Phoenix clan. They were incomparably precious. These 2 cultivation methods were normally only passed down to core disciples. Ordinary disciples could only study the most superficial knowledge of them. Even Lin Ming, who hadn't yet officially joined Divine Phoenix Island, was only taught the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Not only that, but Lin Ming had also made a pledge on his heart of martial arts that he wouldn't leak out this cultivation method. This was because there were too many profound secrets contained within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle as well as Blue One Abstract Phantom Code. As the legacies of the ancient Phoenix clan, it was said that if one managed to cultivate them to the highest realm, one's body would be like a phoenix and they would be able to rebirth in a nirvana of flames, immortal and indestructible. Such a precious ancient legacy was enough to cause many powerhouses to covet it, even with all the flaws they had. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and Blue One Abstract Phantom Code were difficult to cultivate if one didn't have the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird or Blue One. Of course, this didn't mean that one couldn't cultivate it entirely. In the history of Divine Phoenix Island, there was once a demonic man who cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods and had stolen away the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island to plunder her primordial Een so that he could double cultivate the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Like this, a catastrophe was brought down upon Divine Phoenix Island. But Divine Phoenix Island had learned from this grave mistake. From that point on, they had strictly controlled these secrets. I apologize, I cannot help you. Lin Ming said, directly rejecting Lan Yi. The core cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island are only passed down to the core disciples. If you could become a core disciple, then you don't need my help to do so. Zhou Sinyu was stunned, and then her entire complexion was colored with disappointment. Core disciple with her talent. The most she could be was an outer court disciple. There was no way she could compete against the inner court disciples, much less a core disciple. Thinking of the vengeance she needed to take for her master and her sect, Zhou Sinyu absent-mindedly asked, Divine Phoenix Island will not pass on the core cultivation methods to inner court disciples? Lin Ming shook his head. An inner court disciple can only learn the first few layers of the core cultivation methods. Divine Phoenix Island is very strict in the management of their core cultivation methods. Sorry, but I simply cannot help you. Sir Lin, Zhou Xinyu had a begging expression, but the words she wanted to say were caught in her throat. Her original intent was to produce a few heaven-opening pills as a reward for Lin Ming's help. But now it appeared that heaven-opening pills were useless. Lin Ming wasn't lacking in heaven-opening pills. According to what Zhou Xinyu had heard, Lin Ming had already obtained 3 heaven-opening pills. Once Lin Ming stepped into the Hotian realm, there would probably be more. A core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island probably received similar treatment to Lin Ming. To use a few heaven-opening pills in exchange for the treatment of a core disciple was simply too naive. Zhou Xinyu was aware that with her own talent, the most she could achieve would be becoming an inner court disciple. There was no way she would ever be able to learn the full core cultivation method manuals and enter into the revolving core realm. Divine Phoenix Island was too strong. A core disciple had a high chance of entering the revolving core realm, otherwise this revolving core realm would be too worthless. Did she really have to put out that? If she gave it to Mu Qianyu, she might be able to trade it for a core disciple position. But the price was too steep. After the moon-seizing sect was destroyed, the treasure that they left behind was the hope of her master, as well as the hope for the future revival of the moon-seizing sect. Without it, even if she became a core disciple and was able to learn the core cultivation methods, it would be too difficult to step into the revolving core realm. But if she had it, then she wouldn't be able to reach the revolving core realm as she wouldn't have a high-grade cultivation method. If she didn't reach the revolving core realm, she wouldn't have the qualifications to avenge her master or rebuild the moon-seizing sect. As Zhou Xinyu thought of this, her mind was torn. I've disturbed Sir Lin, excuse me. Zhou Xinyu barely smiled and then quietly left the tent. As she left, Lin Ming saw her desolate back, and he suddenly sighed with emotion. He hesitated for a moment, then said, I will bring this up with Divine Phoenix Island's Miss Mu. However, what she does will depend on her. Zhou Xinyu was happy. She hurriedly thanked Lin Ming and said, Thank you, Sir Lin. I will engrave this kindness within my mind. After Zhou Xinyu profusely thanked him, she finally left. Lin Ming could only shake his head. The road of a martial artist was fraught with hardships and emotions. Talents such as Zhou Xinyu may seem like fairy maidens to a common mortal, but if they truly wished to reach the revolving core realm, they had to pay a great cost. In order for a common martial artist to earn a few resources, they had to venture through lands filled with vicious beasts and risk their lives to hunt for precious materials. These materials were also what young and beautiful girls sought from the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction. In order to reach the pulse condensation period and extend their lives, they would exchange their own virginity for the longer-lasting youth. These sect talents were the envy of countless others. In order to search for lucky opportunities, they would enter into dangerous lands and possibly die. The road of martial artists seemed bright and attractive, but once one stepped onto it, it was full of thorns and perils. If one fell off for any reason, there was no more hope for them. Zhou Xinyu had a wish and obsession to revive her sect and avenge her master. This obsession was truly worthy of Lin Ming's pity and respect. However, at most, Lin Ming would only be able to mention this subject to Mu Qianyu. He couldn't help her in any substantial way. No longer thinking about these things, Lin Ming closed the tent curtains and then took out a spatial ring. This spatial ring was left behind by Luo. After Lin Ming killed Luo, he had only taken the spatial ring because he was in a hurry to return to the battlefield. He hadn't had time to investigate what was inside. Luo had a limited status within the 7 Profound Valleys. Lin Ming didn't have much hope that there would be anything within that was too valuable. He started with the mindset that it would be like looking for meat in a mosquito leg, and he began to remove the objects inside one at a time. There were several medium-grade human step treasures, as well as a high-grade human step treasure sword and flexible armor. There were several bottles of high-grade pills for a Hotian realm martial artist to increase their cultivation, over 1,000 true essence stones, and several jade slips. There was no need to look at treasures like the flexible armor. To Lin Ming, these treasures were things he could just give away. As for the high-grade cultivation pills, those were barely up to standards. They were probably gifted by Ouyang Boyan, so it would be useful to keep them. As for the 1,000 true essences tones, they were better than nothing. Afterwards, Lin Ming picked up the jade slips and began to casually glance through them. Suddenly, he was surprised. There was a medium-grade Earth-Step Auxiliary Secret Skill Jade Slip. To a sect, core secret skills were the unique legacies of those sections. For instance, Divine Phoenix Islands, Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, and the Acacia faction's Divine Acacia Power had no grade. But there were some secret skills that were spread out and thus obtained a grade. A medium-grade Earth-Step Cultivation Method Jade Slip was equal to a top medium-grade Earth-Step treasure in value. Initially, when Lin Ming had learned the body-tearing bone-shattering fist, that had only been an incomplete medium-grade Earth-Step martial skill. But the abstract principles found within were extremely profound. Although a medium-grade Earth-Step auxiliary secret skill was just a bit lower in value, it was more than enough to exchange for 2 heaven-opening pills. This by Luo, he was actually thinking of trade for 2 heaven-opening pills with this secret skill after he reached peak Hodian and then breaking through to the Xiantian realm. How ambitious! Lin Ming didn't think that Bai Luo's treasure trove was so deep that it would have such a precious treasure. As Lin Ming swept through the contents of the cultivation method, his heart immediately stirred. This was a set of appearance-changing and concealment methods. No wonder Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique and concealment skill had been so superb. Lin Ming hadn't been able to see through Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique. When Bai Luo had lured Lin Ming into a trap by telling him of the Seraphic Pond Mountain. Whether it was temperament, appearance, or breath, all of those were indistinguishable from the true Xianxia. Even though Lin Ming felt that something was strange during that time, he was still tricked. This was because Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique was simply too perfect. At that time, Lin Ming thought that he couldn't see through Bai Luo's disguise because their strength was too far apart. But now, Bai Luo had changed into an old man and Lin Ming's strength was beyond Bai Luo's. Still, even though he had correctly guessed Bai Luo's identity, even though he widened his eyes and looked, releasing his entire perception, he still didn't manage to see a single flaw in Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique. Lin Ming had to admit that Bai Luo's disguise was too clever. Moreover, Lin Ming cultivated the overbearing soul tactic, so his soul force and perception were far beyond that of a martial artist at the same level. Afterwards, he had comprehended the samsara martial intent and his perception had taken another step forwards. Even so, he was completely powerless to see through Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique. Lin Ming had thought that this sort of appearance-changing technique came from the Mirage faction, and was a technique that was known by all the disciples of the Mirage faction. But now that he thought of it some more, during the total faction martial meeting when he had fought the Mirage faction core disciple by Tinghua, he had seen through his illusions. It was impossible for every disciple of the Mirage faction to be as fierce as Bai Luo, otherwise it would simply be too absurd. Not only was Bai Luo skilled in appearance-changing techniques, but he was also skilled in concealment techniques. Usually, a martial artist had to reach the Xiantian realm and achieve the state of returning to one's true origin in order to hide their cultivation. Bai Luo was still short of this, but he could hide in the army so that Lin Ming couldn't discover where he was. Even after Lin Ming had rushed deep into the tide of vicious beasts, he hadn't even noticed Bai Luo until the very last moment before he was attacked. Lin Ming sighed. This auxiliary secret skill was just far too formidable. He had no idea where Bai Luo managed to obtain it, but it was probably at some ancient site. If he exchanged it at the 7 profound valleys, he would probably be able to obtain several heaven-opening pills, more than enough to help him reach the Xiantian realm. The reason that Bai Luo hadn't exchanged it immediately was most likely because he was trying to keep a low profile. After all, his cultivation was insufficient and he wouldn't be able to immediately swallow the heaven-opening pills. Once it was revealed that he had so many heaven-opening pills on his body, it was possible he would suffer a catastrophe when others coveted them. Bai Luo's plan was to wait until he reached the peak Hodian realm and then exchange the secret skill with the 7 profound valleys for the heaven-opening pills as soon as possible. If Bai Luo hadn't run into Lin Ming, then he might have actually reached the Xiantian realm. Lin Ming began to read the jade slip. The more he read, the more impressed he was. Not only was the concealment method able to hide cultivation and true essence fluctuations, but it could also change one's personal appearance. The only flaw of the otherwise perfect technique was that it couldn't hide one's killing intent. It was when Bai Luo had released a faint killing intent that he was found out by Lin Ming. As for Bai Luo's appearance and true essence fluctuations, he had hidden them very well. From beginning to end, there wasn't even the slightest flaw. This sort of secret skill didn't have any combat strength, but it was very practical for Lin Ming. There was no need to mention how broad and useful an appearance-changing technique was, but in conjunction with the concealment technique, it could be used in sneak attacks and could also be useful in escaping. Lin Ming was thinking of immediately studying this secret skill, but a flame suddenly lit in front of him. This was a sound-transmitting talisman from Xianxia. The message was very simple. Xianxia informed Lin Ming that early the next morning he would be arriving at Green Mulberry City with several masters, including Qin Xingxuan and Mr. Mui. Martial House Master Qin is coming? Lin Ming was surprised. He didn't think that even before the support from the 7 profound valleys arrived, Xianxia would come first. From the eruption of the beast tide until now, it had only been 2 days and 2 nights. Xianxia needed to arrange sending the lower-ranked disciples of the 7 profound martial house to a safe city, and then also inventory the property and resources and pack up. In addition to the time it took to fly here, it was already a very fast pace. Although Xianxia did this because he owed Lin Ming a favor, Lin Ming was still very grateful. Martial House Master Qin should have already obtained a heaven-opening pill, but he shouldn't have had time to eat it yet. Once he takes the heaven-opening pill, he will need to go into seclusion for a short period of time. The chances of Martial House Master Qin breaking through to the Xiantian realm are gigantic. Once he does, he will become a 7 profound valleys elder. Once he arrives tomorrow morning, the safety of the city will be set. So, there are finally some matters which I don't have to be scrupulous about. I guess it's time to clear out some trash. Thinking this, Lin Ming's figure disappeared from his tent. At this time, in the army commander's tent, Zhu Ping still hadn't taken off his armor. He was sitting at the table, looking at the casualty report in his hands. But as he glanced at the report, Zhu Ping's thoughts were in chaos. He didn't even know what was written on that report. One matter was very clear. That master that Ouyang Boyan sent had died, killed at the hands of Lin Ming. This was a late Hotian master from a sect, yet he was still killed by Lin Ming? Zhu Ping's hands began to sweat. His treasure sword was on the table, but this sword wasn't even able to give him the slightest sense of security. Before now, he had heard that Sky Fortune Kingdom's royal family took orders from the 7 profound valleys. But to Zhu Ping, the 7 profound valleys was an extremely remote existence. No matter how terrifying its influence was or how strong its disciples were, Zhu Ping had no clear understanding. With the backing of a master, in addition to the many masters of the army, he hadn't even placed Lin Ming's strength in his eyes. He had subconsciously looked down on Lin Ming, thinking of him as a snotty-nosed brat that had just managed to run into a great stroke of luck. He was thinking of killing him in the chaos and saving the Zhu family. However, now it seemed that his idea was just laughably absurd. This night, he had seen Lin Ming kill a sludge monster with a single spear strike, letting loose an aura that was like a peerlessly evil demonic god. Seeing this had caused all of Zhu Ping's courage to shatter into tiny pieces. The youth that he tried to have killed actually turned out to be such a terrible demon. Now, if Zhu Ping looked at Lin Ming, all he felt was a fearful pressure that made his heart sink. This was the feeling of one's fate being completely in the hands of another. Zhu Ping had even thought of escaping this night. But Green Mulberry City was surrounded by vicious beasts all around. Where would he be able to run to? It shouldn't matter, at most he only suspects me. There is no evidence. Also, I'm the commander of the army. If he kills me, the morale of the troops will falter and they'll fall into chaos. Zhu Ping thought aloud, comforting himself. Before now, he had even thought of an excuse to absolve himself of any guilt. Although he didn't expect that Lin Ming trusted him, Zhu Ping was sure that Lin Ming only had some speculative thoughts, and no true proof. Although he was just a mere mortal, he was still the commander of Green Mulberry City's garrison troops. During this beast tide, he couldn't be killed on a whim. Thinking this, Zhu Ping calmed down. He took up the report in his hand and began to review it with a red ink brush. The higher the position one was in, the more drunk they were on power, and the more they latched onto authority. They feared losing it and dying, especially someone as young as Zhu Ping. He was only 40 years old, and had broken through to the pulse condensation period with his own strength. He had an excellent future, and over 100 years of life still to enjoy. Like this, how could he not fear death? He took a deep breath, then began to write. Because he was somewhat distraught, his handwriting was crooked from his trembling hands. At this moment, a nightmarish voice abruptly sounded out, "Army Commander Zhu, you seem a bit cold?" "Ah!" Zhu Ping reflexively recoiled, throwing away the red ink brush in his hands like he had been bitten by a snake. He looked before the table, and saw a black-clothed youth standing there like a demon. This was Lin Ming. Young hero Lin. Zhu Ping's throat was dry, his complexion pale. He reluctantly managed to compose himself, and calmly said, Young hero Lin visits so late at night. I welcome you." Lin Ming casually sat in a chair, and flatly said, "Zhu Ping, there's no need to put on an act or play games with me. I'll ask you now, how many people does Ouyang Boyan have in Green Mulberry City?" Ouyang Boyan? The Seven Profound Valleys elder, Mr. Ouyang? Young hero Lin, I am such an unimportant person. How could I possibly know anything about Mr. Ouyang's matters? Zhu Ping forced out with a bitter smile. Really? Lin Ming sneered. He hadn't had any hopes that Zhu Ping would actually know Ouyang Boyan's plans. Well, Lin Ming stretched out a finger, and lightning crackled on his fingertip. You can die now. Zhu Ping suddenly stiffened, his face filled with fear. He was preparing to justify himself and give out some excuses. Wait! Young hero Lin, Pooh! A purple light directly pierced Zhu Ping's throat. Zhu Ping's frightened eyes opened wide, as if he couldn't believe this reality. His throat broken, blood began to crazily spurt out. Zhu Ping futilely held onto his throat as if he was trying to block the blood from oozing out. Zhu Ping never thought that as the commander of Green Mulberry City's garrison army, a viscount of Skyfortune Kingdom, as well as a pulse condensation period martial artist and an important character of Green Mulberry City's Zhu family, he would actually be sentenced to death here without even a trial. When Lin Ming killed Zhu Ping, he had first laid down the Dreamland enchantment so that he wouldn't disturb anyone. It wasn't that he was afraid of anyone. With his status and power, he only needed to find a casual reason to take Zhu Ping's life, and no one would have been able to dispute him. The reason that he had let Zhu Ping live up to this point was because Zhu Ping was the commander of Green Mulberry City's 10,000 garrison troops. During the invasion of the Beast Tide, it was impossible for Lin Ming to kill the commander. But now that Xianxia was about to arrive and the situation would soon be decided, keeping someone like Zhu Ping around was pointless. The reason that he laid down the Dreamland enchantment was that he didn't want to alarm the soldiers and cause the morale of the troops to be unstable. Once tomorrow arrived and Xianxia came, everything would be fine. Lin Ming turned Zhu Ping's corpse to ashes with the Earth Core Crimson Flame, then returned to his own tent and ate some pills as he sat down in meditation, awaiting the arrival of tomorrow. However, tonight was destined to not be a tranquil night. Several uninvited guests silently appeared outside Green Mulberry City's army camp, lurking in the dark of night. Is it here? A man wearing a bamboo hat asked. The bamboo hat blocked part of the man's face, only revealing a sinister pair of eyes that shined with greed. He had searched so hard, and he had finally found it. Behind the bamboo hat man, there were also 5 to 6 men. Their cultivations ranged from the pulse condensation period to the Hotian realm, and several of them had a faint crescent symbol on their chest, marking their identities. These people were from the moon-seizing sect. My sense towards the Golden Wing shouldn't be wrong, only if she didn't ride the Golden Wing. Within the 5 to 6 men, a short, average-looking man spoke out in a low and grating voice. His beady eyes flashed as he stared at the far-off army camp. The Golden Wing that this man spoke about was the golden-winged heavenly winged eagle. The South Horizon region was a vast, limitless land. Once one left the moon-seizing sect, the horizon was endless and complex, no matter where one went. To the west was the convoluted southern wilderness. If one wanted to hide in the southern wilderness, They could hide themselves in any small tribe. If one didn't have a special method of searching, looking for someone there would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. This group of people came all this way to track down Zhou Xinyu. The short man used to be the handler of the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. Although he was weak, he had been born with a special talent that allowed him to communicate with animals. In order to avoid losing the precious golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, he had developed a special link with it, and was able to sense it in a range of several hundred thousands of miles. These were all survivors of the moon-seizing sect. They had found the small man and had used him as a guide. Together, they had crossed mountains and rivers, crossing the southern wilderness and suffering the countless vicious beasts along the way, and now they had finally caught up to Zhou Xinyu. Hee. I didn't think she would hide in a city of mortals. The bamboo hat man licked his lips, seeming extremely excited. Second uncle, although this little girl's cultivation is only at the peak pulse condensation period, apprentice uncle Shui, you may have left her some hidden cards which she can use to escape. Also, there are many people in this army camp. Once chaos breaks out, it will be easy to lose her. First, I'll put down a barrier formation. Then even if she has wings, she won't be able to escape. Cough, cough. A middle-aged man wrapped in black fog coughed. His face was unnaturally gray. He had apparently been injured. How are we going to deal with these mortals? The man called second uncle casually asked. If we can successfully catch Zhou Xinyu without leaking any secrets, then we can let them go. After all, this is the area of the 7 profound valleys. If we kill too many people here, it will be too troublesome. But if the secret is revealed, we have no choice but to kill them and blame the beast tide. The beast tide is wreaking havoc everywhere these past days. An army of a few thousand disappearing isn't anything unusual. The bamboo hat man sounded extremely cold and indifferent. To a sect martial artist, the lives of a few thousand mortals were simply nothing at all. Good. Then we'll proceed as you say. As the second uncle spoke, he took out an array disc, preparing to lay down the array formation. The others also helped him. This array formation wasn't anything too complicated. It could only hold down a master for a brief period of time. But this was enough to stop Zhou Xinyu and capture her. Also, this barrier formation had an addition role, and that was to disallow mortals from escaping. As they were disciples of the moon-seizing sect, once it was known by the 7 profound valleys that they were wantonly slaughtering mortals within their domain, it would be extremely troublesome. As the bamboo hat man was placing down the barrier array a step at a time, he took off his hat, revealing a very handsome face that was only marred by the fierce and brutal gaze that emitted from his eyes. He sneered as he spoke to himself, Apprentice Uncle Shueyu, you were too biased and cruel. Now, do not blame me, Huang Sanping, for being heartless. In the middle of the night, the moon was bright in the sky. Lin Ming was meditating in his tent, combining various medicines and a medium-grade true essence stone in order to recover his strength. At this time, Lin Ming took out the jade slip from the spatial ring that Buluo had left behind. He had briefly studied the skills within the jade slip and found that they weren't too hard to cultivate. He was about to enter the ethereal martial intent and ponder the contents of the jade slip, when suddenly his heart stirred. Ha! Lin Ming quietly and slowly got up from his bed, moving towards the tent's windows like a dexterous cat. He drew open the curtains and looked out, seeing the deep blue starry sky and the endlessly black hills. He didn't see anything different, but he had clearly detected an unusual true essence fluctuation just a moment ago. There was someone lying in ambush. Lin Ming's complexion sank. As he was thinking of how to deal with them, at that moment, he saw the silhouettes of 4 people riding 2 heavenly wind eagles in the distance, flying over to the army compound at a leisurely pace. Although they were very far and the light was dim, Lin Ming was still able to clearly see all of their appearances. They were dressed unusually and their clothing was covered with dust. Obviously, they had traveled a long and tiresome journey. Of these 4 people, 2 of them were at the pulse condensation period, and the other 2 were at the Hotian realm. One was at the middle Hotian realm, but the other one, a middle-aged man whose entire body was wrapped in a shroud of darkness, was shockingly at the peak Hotian realm, not too far off from Xianxia. Seeing this, Lin Ming's expression changed. Looking at the thickness of their true essence, they were most likely martial artists from a sect. As Lin Ming was right now, He was not a match for a sex-peak Hotian martial artist. As they closed in, one of the Hotian martial artists took out a purple bead from their spatial ring and tossed it into the sky without hesitation. There was a loud explosion, like a thunderclap striking the earth, and then a violent shock wave burst forth with a turbulent surge of wind, lifting up all of the nearby tents in the army camp. All sorts of weapons, clothing, food, bedding, and other items were thrown into the air, and dozens of soldiers that had been fast asleep were blown upwards by the blast, then fell down onto the ground, turning black and blue from the bruises and pitifully screaming out in pain. The army camp was in immediate chaos. Many soldiers assumed that the beast tide had come again, and hastily grabbed their weapons and rushed out to meet the beast tide. With the ever-present threat of the beast tide, the soldiers hadn't taken off their armor, but in the rush, many of them had taken the wrong weapon, wore the wrong shoes, or wore the wrong helmet. After the second beast tide and been repelled, Zhou Xinyu had stayed in the army camp because she wanted to speak to Lin Ming more. As she heard the loud, thunderous roar, she immediately dressed and came out from her tent. As she looked into the sky, she was immediately stunned. Huang Sanping, Huang Zixuan, why are they here? Zhou Xinyu was confused for a brief moment. Huang Sanping was the other genius from the moon-seizing sect that had been selected for Divine Phoenix Island's joint talent training program. He didn't die? Why would he be here with second uncle Huang Zixuan? Were they looking for her? Thinking of the possible reasons, Zhou Xinyu seemed to suddenly realize something, and her expression immediately changed. This is bad. She was frightened like a squirrel and immediately retreated back to her tent, her face draining of color. Although Zhou Xinyu had grown up since childhood at the moon-seizing sect and was inexperienced about the ways of the world, she was no fool. She didn't think that Huang Sanping came here looking for lost disciples of the moon-seizing sect in order to rebuild the sect together. Huang Sanping must have known what she had on her body, and was eyeing the treasures of her master all along. What should I do? Zhou Xinyu panicked. She didn't know why Huang Sanping hadn't died, or why he knew what treasure was on her, or how he had pursued her all the way to Green Mulberry City. But what she did know was that the man with Huang Sanping was their second uncle from the moon-seizing sect, an outer court elder, and a master who was only a step away from reaching the Xiantian realm. Such an existence could crush her to death with just a few fingers. Zhou Xinyu bit her lips and quickly changed into a black set of clothes. She quietly touched the edge of the tent, wanting to mix into the chaotic crowd and flee in the whole mess. To her, this was the only possible way out. Who's the boss here? Come out! Huang Sanping shouted loudly as he glanced at the crowd beneath him with a contemptuous gaze. The man in charge was originally Zhu Ping, but Zhu Ping had been killed just an hour ago by Lin Ming with not even his skeleton remaining. The guards that protected the commander didn't know, and only thought that their lord had disappeared somewhere, though they didn't know why or what he was doing. At this time, the entire army camp was in total confusion. With Zhu Ping dead, no one stood up. However, with this shout, the soldiers quickly realized that a vicious beast tide wasn't coming. Like this, they soon calmed down. Since Zhu Ping wasn't present, Lin Wanshan walked out. As he saw the cultivation of the several people in the sky, his heart thumped. If these people came here with ill intentions, and sure enough, one of them was a peak Hotian martial artist. He cupped his fists together and said, I wonder what brings several masters here. Is there a matter? You have a young girl here that came riding a golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. Where is she? As Huang Sanping spoke, he pointed to a corner of the army camp where a golden-winged heavenly wind eagle was lying. Lin Wanshan's eyes widened. These people most likely didn't have any good intentions looking for Lan Yi. However, this had nothing to do with them, and he didn't want to block this danger for Lan Yi. Lin Wanshan was about to tell them where Lan Yi was, when suddenly Huang Sanping's second uncle, Huang Zixuan's eyebrows rose. He hoarsely said, Over there. She just touched my array formation. Hey, you want to run? Huang Sanping licked his lips and immediately directed his heavenly wind eagle towards where Zhou Xinyu was. When Zhou Xinyu touched the array formation, in that moment she paled, her entire body trembling. She knew that she had been discovered and immediately turned to run back into the crowd. The army camp was huge, as it was able to hold 10,000 soldiers. In addition, it was night and she wore black traveling clothes, so it was easy to quietly mingle into the crowd, rushing through the tents. Like this, it wouldn't be easy to immediately find her. Haha, junior apprentice sister, if you keep hiding then I'll make my own move. Do you want these mortals to be buried along with you? Huang Samping brazenly laughed, completely like a cat that was playing with a mouse. Everyone within the moon-seizing sect assumed that he and Zhou Xinyu were like a dragon and phoenix that loved each other. However, they didn't know that because of the struggle for resources, they had extremely bad relations with each other, to the point of hating the other. And now he had brought masters with keen eyesight to look for his formerly haughty and lofty junior apprentice sister. There was nowhere to run for her, no way to escape, she was just like mouse scurrying through the streets. With this, his mind was incomparably comfortable and he laughed with self-satisfaction. At this time, Lin Ming stood in the shadows and watched the four people in the air, silent. With his keen perception, he could see that the peak Hotian master whose entire body was covered in a black fog seemed to be injured. Even so, that peak Hotian master wasn't someone he could deal with. He and Zhou Xinyu weren't relatives, nor were they friends. There was no reason to risk his life against such a master in order to save her. But at this moment, a sobbing, tearful true essence sound transmission sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Sir Lin, I beg you to save me. If you save me, I have secrets of the moon-seizing sect on me. Save me and I'll share them with you. Secret? Lin Ming paused. The man in the bamboo hat had called Zhou Xinyu his junior apprentice sister a moment ago. From this, he knew that they were also from the moon-seizing sect. Now that the moon-seizing sect no longer existed, these surviving disciples began to eat each other. They were probably fighting over something, and it seemed to be this so-called secret. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black-shrouded man on the heavenly winged eagle. Lin Ming didn't immediately answer Zhou Xinyu because he simply wasn't a match for that black-shrouded man. Although that man had strength similar to the sludge monster, the difference between fighting that sludge monster and that black-shrouded man was immense. The sludge monster was a relatively immobile creature that, coupled with its huge size, was easy to strike with his thunderfire annihilation. But the black-shrouded man was different. Lin Ming might not even have the chance to strike. If Lin Ming used thunderfire annihilation at the highest level he could, it would instantly consume 60% of his true essence reserves. If he missed, he would no longer have the strength to resist. Not only that, but there was also a middle Hotian master standing near the black-shrouded man. Outside of the barrier array, there was also a late Hotian master controlling the array formation. These three great Hotian masters were at the middle, late, and peak stage. It was simply a full Hotian lineup. Against them, Lin Ming would absolutely lose. It's a pity that Xianxia is still on his way. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any need to fear them. Lin Ming had a contemplative expression when suddenly he heard the high-pitched cry of a bird and a strong wind immediately blowing out. The golden-winged heavenly wind eagle had blown away a dozen nearby tents and shot up into the sky. However, the person sitting on the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle wasn't Zhou Xinyu but was a small and wretched-looking man that was slyly smiling. He rode the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle towards Huang Samping. As for Zhou Xinyu, who had originally ridden the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, she was sent lurching forwards by the violent wind current. Looking at the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle fly towards Huang Sanping, Zhou Xinyu paled. How could this be? She had wanted to rely on the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle to break through the barrier array formation and escape, but she never imagined that her mount would abandon her like this. Haha, junior apprentice sister Zhou. The golden-winged heavenly wind eagle will listen to its handler. Give up. Obediently surrender to me, serve me, and I might let you live another day. Huang Sanping lasciviously smiled and then flicked his fingers. Several silver true essence threads shot towards Zhou Xinyu. Pu. The silver true essence threads exploded. Although Zhou Xinyu had managed to dodge most of the attacks, the explosive shockwaves sent her staggering, shredding most of her clothes. Junior apprentice sister Zhou, you can also fall from the skies. You were once the top talent of the moon-seizing sect, all of the resources there were yours to enjoy, and that old idiot Shui Yu only had you as the apple of his eyes. Otherwise, how could I still be stuck at the peak pulse condensation period? I would have already broken through to the Hodian realm. Huang Samping viciously smiled as his true essence attacks struck Zhou Xinyu. Compared to her, he was 3 years older and his strength was naturally above Zhou Xinyu's. After several attacks, Zhou Xinyu was in a miserable state. On the side, Huang Zixuan hadn't moved, letting Huang Sanping recklessly attack. He knew that these past years, Huang Sanping had suffered from bias towards Zhou Xinyu by the sect master Shui Yu, causing a simmering fire to burn in his heart. Now was the best time to let him give vent to this rage to clear his spirit. It would be advantageous to his future cultivation efforts. Bang! 2 thick true essence threads blew up, and a terrifying air blast sent all the soldiers around soaring backwards, spitting blood. The tents were blown up, and all sorts of weapons and armor were sent flying backwards. Countless people had been injured or crushed by the attack. But in the center of this strong explosion was an ice-blue shield. This was the defense Zhou Xinyu had summoned to block Huang Sanping's attack. Huang Sanping's eyebrows rose and he smiled. I see that disciple Uncle Shui Yu and disciple Uncle Lan Yu both loved you so much. They gave you methods to save your own life? This is the sect's Earth Step defensive treasure, Blue Water Flower Curtain. Good. Once I cripple your cultivation, I'll be able to collect both a great treasure and my adorable little junior apprentice sister. Huang Sanping evilly smiled, and then extracted the Blue Moon treasure sword from his back. The long sword slashed out, and 3 sword energies cut forth. Bang! The blue water flower curtain shook, the curtain of light trembling. Although the Earthstep defensive treasure was formidable, it all depended on who used it. Zhou Xinyu was only 18 years old. Her true essence was much thinner and weaker than Huang Sanping's. Sir Lin. Zhou Xinyu was forced into a dead end. Her shaking voice was engulfed within the thunderous true essence explosion, slurred. Moon-seizing sect, once top their great sect, had obtained. Netherworld Great Emperor. 72 shattered demon heart crystals, now still 12 left over. My spatial ring has won. This shattered crystal can increase a Xianxia master's chances of breaking through to the Revolve Core realm. Sir Lin, rescue me. Shattered demon heart crystal? A miracle medicine that could help increase a Xianxia master's chances of reaching the Revolving Core realm. Lin Ming was stunned. He had never heard of this shattered demon heart crystal, but he knew who the Netherworld Great Emperor was. He was the top master of the South Horizon region that had ruled for over 1,000 years. Even including the entire Sky Spill continent, he was one of the top-ranked peerless emperor powerhouses. He had founded a sect on the level of a holy ground, silent demon emperor city. But he committed all sorts of evil and atrocious deeds, killed boys and girls, and recklessly plundered talented women from all over. Finally, he moved on the daughter of an emperor of Sky Spill continent. Then he aroused the hatred and outrage from all over, and was finally killed by a collaborative effort of several of Sky Spill continent's emperors. Afterwards, some of his subordinates lived and fled far away to the South Sea, where they founded their own sect, which was the current South Sea Demon region. When Silent Demon Emperor City had been wiped off the map, many sects from the South Horizon region had participated in the effort. At that time, the Moon-Seizing sect was a top third-grade sect whose influence was even above Peacock Mountain. It wasn't strange that they would participate, and it was highly likely that they obtained some kind of treasure. For a legendary character like the Netherworld Great Emperor, anything that came from him would definitely be an extraordinary treasure. If there was a medicine that could help a Xiantian master reach the Revolving Core realm, then its value could be imagined. Perhaps, as Lin Ming realized a possibility, his heart began to race. The heaven-opening pill could help a Hotian master reach the Xiantian realm. But the shattered demon heart crystal could increase the chances of a Xiantian master successfully reaching the Revolving Core realm. Both of them were medicines that washed the muscles and marrow, and were top-quality medicines that could help one break through bottlenecks. If the heaven-opening pill could help him in tempering marrow, then wouldn't the medicinal efficacy of the shattered demon heart crystal be stronger? And wouldn't it be an even greater help for him to complete tempering marrow? Thinking this, Lin Ming's mind began to race. His breath became fast and his eyes widened. This was a big opportunity that also came with a correspondingly big risk. With this great lucky chance before him, any life-threatening battle was worth the risk. But just because he was willing to take the risk didn't mean he should commit suicide. If he rushed out, he simply wasn't a match against that black-shrouded man. What should he do? Calm down, calm down. Under the effects of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming instantly calmed down, his breath becoming incomparably gentle and slow, as if here were one with the void. His eyes closed, his senses faded away, and his keen perception rushed out in all directions like a tide, searching for the only chance to save Zhou Xinyu. When Lin Ming cut off his senses, he also cut off contact with Zhou Xinyu. This caused Zhou Xinyu's true essence sound transmission to no longer reach him. Lin, Sir Lin, Sir Lin. Zhou Xinyu helplessly looked at Lin Ming, her true essence sound transmission unable to reach him. He had both eyes closed and seemed to be ignoring her. Suddenly her heart plunged into the depths of despair. Looking at the indifferent Lin Ming, Zhou Xinyu could only ruefully smile. Yes, Lin Ming was someone she had only met by chance. Why would he want to save her? To do so would put his life in great danger, and might even kill him. Even between husbands and wives, in a critical life and death situation, they might not help each other live. As the despair and hopeless anguish in her heart began to thicken, Zhou Xinyu bit her lips and desperately supported the blue water flower curtain with all her strength. However, under Huang Samping's constant and savage attacks, the blue water flower curtain gradually weakened, almost to the point of breaking apart. Ha ha! Junior apprentice Sister Zhou, I wonder how long you can last. Huang Samping's hair crazily floated in the wind, his eyes crazed as he lifted his sword with both hands and jumped down from the heavenly wind eagle. He pointed his sword straight at Zhou Xinyu. This blow would absolutely crush her blue water flower curtain. Zhou Xinyu's lips flowed with blood and her eyes contained a decisive and resolute color. At this moment, she no longer held any hope of living. She would rather die than let herself fall into Huang Samping's hands. The sword in Zhou Xinyu's hand began to vibrate, releasing a keening sound. Her eyes widened, and she revolved the true essence within her body to the limit. She was about to send out her strongest attack, when at this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded from beside her, and a dazzling purple lightning lit up the entire night sky. Zhou Xinyu hadn't even had time to figure out just what had happened. She only saw a shadow fly past at the limit of speed, his entire body wreathed in flames and thunder, shooting forwards like a glorious meteor. This figure held a spear in his hand directly thrusting towards Huang Samping's chest. At this moment, time seemed to stand still and all of the noise and chaos around seemed to disappear. In Zhou Xinyu's eyes, there was only a flash of flame and thunder. This figure that bathed in this heavenly thunder and fire with his long hair dancing in the wind seemed like a peerless god of war. Pinger! Huang Zixuan's expression gravely changed. This enemy attack was too sudden, and its speed was too fast. Even the peak Hotian master Huang Zixuan couldn't react in time. Who dares? Huang Zixuan shouted, and all of the black fog that surrounded him erupted outward. He slapped with his palm, and the black fog formed into a massive python, roaring towards Lin Ming. However, in his haste, Huang Zixuan had used the fastest move he could. But how could it compare with Lin Ming, who had gathered all of his potential in this one strike? Bang! The massive python burst apart. The purple comet spear rushed past. Damn! At this point, Huang Sanping was in an extremely dangerous situation. He abruptly changed his sword technique midway, and a blue sword fell on Lin Ming's spear in torrents. At this time, he didn't care about Lin Ming's cultivation. He only thought it was a sneak attack from a master. Ding 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 ding. The sword energies slammed into the vibrating azure true essence, all of them breaking at once. That spear light crossed 1,000 feet, unstoppable, crashing into Huang Samping's chest. Puff! Huang Samping had just been so insufferably arrogant with a thick fighting intent, but with the spear breaking through his chest, he vomited a mouthful of blood and organs, his body flying back like a ragdoll. As Huang Zixuan saw Huang Samping instantly suffer a major injury, his eyes turned red with rage. Scoundrel! I'll kill you. Now he would naturally kill Lin Ming first. However, just as Huang Zixuan's eyes lit with a grim light and he was about to use his master stroke, his complexion instantly changed. Huang Zixuan saw that another spear had appeared in Lin Ming's hand. As Lin Ming grasped the long spear, his body erupted with true essence, the energy circulating within him to the limit, 20,000 genes of human strength bursting forth. So, the spear shot out, piercing forth like an arrow towards Huang Sanping. The air trembled. The wind howled. The power of his spear was enough to level a palace. Huang Zixuan's eyes were bloodshot. "You scoundrel! I'll have you remember me." Huang Zixuan didn't have time to deal with Lin Ming right now. He launched his movement technique and had to chase after the spear. Otherwise, if the severely wounded Huang Sanping who had been put into a coma was struck, he would die without a doubt. "Go!" Lin Ming sank. He grabbed the stunned Zhou Xinyu and rushed out of the camp. If Lin Ming wanted to rescue Zhou Xinyu under the gaze of Hang Zixuan, this was the only way. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's speed, it was impossible to escape from Huang Zixuan while bringing someone else. He could only strike at Huang Sanping and force Huang Zixuan to save him. This was their only chance at survival. "Where are you going?" At this time, Lin Ming suddenly heard a shout from above him, and then the howling of sword energy. The man who attacked him was the man who had stood with Huang Zixuan, the Middle Hotian realm martial artist. This Middle Hotian martial artist felt that Lin Ming was strong and only wanted to pin down Lin Ming and prevent him from escaping, letting Huang Zixuan return and kill Lin Ming himself. Thus, he had slashed out with a large amount of sword energy, wanting to force Lin Ming into a sieged position and blocking him from running. "Out of my way!" At this time, Lin Ming overflowed with killing intent. Whoever dared to stop him would die. He flicked his finger. The coiling dragon's steel needle howled. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energies were completely shattered. The coiling dragon's steel needle roared as it shot towards the Middle Hotian martial artist. His complexion completely changed, paling. The man linked his hands together, and 5 true essence shields appeared before him. However, there was only a popping sound as the true essence shields blew up. When the last true essence shield was about to break, the coiling dragon's steel needle exploded, purple thunder radiated out, and the man screamed. Half of his body was blown to bits and he fell down from the sky. Lin Ming didn't even glance at him. Both of his feet moved at full speed towards the outside of the barrier array. After the coiling dragon's steel needle had nearly killed the Middle Hotian martial artist, it whistled as it caught up to Lin Ming, submerging back into his body. With the concept of wind fused into his movements, Lin Ming's body began to fly up. At that moment, Zhou Xinyu only felt Lin Ming pulling up her hand, the whirring wind in her ears. She looked down to see that her feet were getting farther and farther away from the ground, and she was incredulous as in a brief moment, she was suddenly dozens of feet up in the air. After steadying her mind from the series of electric brilliances that had made her dizzy, she finally realized that an impossible matter had occurred. "We're flying up? How is this possible?" Lin Ming could actually fly. This was clearly an ability that only a Xiantian master could have. In the chaos, Zhou Xinyu no longer had any words to voice her thoughts. As she saw a great curtain of light approaching, her complexion changed. The barrier formation was ahead. Lin Ming's pupils narrowed. Although he didn't look back, his perception was already locked onto the black-shrouded man. This fellow had already rescued Huang Sanping and was now chasing him. Time was extremely tight. If he stopped to attack the barrier array, even if it only took several breaths of time, the black-shrouded man would catch up. "Boy, you cannot run away." As Huang Zixuan chased Lin Ming from behind, he saw with his own eyes as Lin Ming brought Zhou Xinyu flying into the sky, and an inexplicable horror quickly passed over his face. What sort of rare flying treasure does this boy have? Humph, it doesn't matter. With the barrier array formation supported by third brother, it will take him time to break it. I'll capture this boy alive and take a good look at what secrets he has on his body. Sir Lin in front. Seeing Lin Ming not even slow down as he approached the barrier array, Zhou Xinyu's pretty face drained of all blood. She thought it was impossible that Lin Ming hadn't discovered the barrier array, but now it seemed that Lin Ming was even helplessly running into it. His speed was too quick. From the time that Zhou Xinyu had felt that something was strange to the point that she spoke, it was already too late. "Ah!" Zhou Xinyu screamed in panic as she closed both her eyes. At this speed, it was equal to crashing into the ground from thousands of feet high. If they didn't die, they would at least be severely wounded. Who? At the split second that Lin Ming and Zhou Xinyu dashed into the barrier array, the space in front of them seemed to have a strange distortion. Lin Ming and Zhou Xinyu flew through the barrier array like a swallow through smoke, rushing past, unimpeded. Close behind Lin Ming in hot pursuit. Huang Zixuan had been counting on the barrier array to stop Lin Ming. But now, his eyes widened as he stared at this scene before him. How was this possible? At this moment, on Lin Ming's back, Zhou Xinyu had her eyes closed, and her face was pale as she screamed with all her might. A girl's scream contained a truly terrifying energy. She had screamed out for several breaths of times before she found that something was wrong. She opened her eyes and saw the surrounding scenery rapidly blurring. They had apparently already made it outside the army camp. They passed through the barrier array. She turned her head to look. The barrier array was truly behind them. How did this happen? Zhou Xinyu was instantly placed in a confused state of mind. How had they managed to pass through? At first, Lin Ming had saved her from a nearly impossible situation from under the watchful eyes of Huang Zixuan. Then, they had flown into the sky without help from any tools or treasures. And now they had flown past the barrier array without any hindrance. As impossible events occurred one after another, Zhou Xinyu was overwhelmed. She could only look in incredulity at Lin Ming's hand grabbing hers. From her angle, she could only see Lin Ming's profile. His face was expressionless. Whether she screamed or was turned silly, he remained unmoved, only rushing forwards. Through that entire series of life and death events that had caused Zhou Xinyu's heart to stop one after another, Lin Ming had never lost his calm even once. His eyes that looked straight forward seemed to be as deep and profound as the stars in the night sky, giving off a sense of security and a feeling that he was someone she could rely on, as if he were an omnipotent being. At that moment, turbulent waves began to surge in Zhou Xinyu's heart. Oh, damn. Why was the barrier array malfunctioning at this time? Just what is third brother doing? Huang Zixuan was enraged. He quickly attributed everything to a malfunction in the barrier array. His third brother was only the most basic and crude of array masters, but a situation in which there was a glitch in the array formation had never happened before. As Huang Zixuan cursed his third brother as an incompetent mess, he launched his movement technique and rushed forth, wanting to cross through the barrier array. This sort of shoddy array formation naturally didn't recognize individuals. If Huang Zixuan wanted to pass, he didn't need to destroy it. But he still had to put in a decent amount of effort. But now that the barrier array had failed, there was no need to waste so much time. He could directly rush through and save himself the effort. Dozens of feet passed in a fleeting second. Soon, as Huang Zixuan was about to break through the barrier array at full speed, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He tried to make an emergency stop, but there wasn't enough time. With a pong sound like a piece of pork slapping against a cutting board, Huang Zixuan collided solidly against the barrier array. His head was knocked into confusion, and even his intestines seemed to be scrambled. Seeing this, Zhou Xinyu's eyes widened. She watched as Huang Zixuan struck the barrier array like a blind fly, spitting blood and limping down to the floor. Zhou Xinyu's mouth widened in surprise. What happened to Huang Zixuan? Zhou Xinyu wanted to take a good look at just how this unusual and fortunate change of events occurred. But Lin Ming was too fast. In a blink of an eye, Huang Zixuan had disappeared into the endless night, invisible. Oh! You idiot! Huang Zixuan was furious. He tossed back a bunch of healing pills and screamed out, "Third brother, you idiotic fool! Hurry up and remove the array. We'll catch up to him together." Ah! A high-pitched bird cry sounded out, and the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle shot into the sky. Huang Zixuan, the handler, the severely wounded Huang Sanping, Huang Zixuan's younger third brother, and a Hotian martial artist all leapt onto the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle together, chasing after Lin Ming. Heard the cry of the eagle, Zhou Xinyu panicked. She had been wondering how Huang Zixuan had found her so quickly, and it seemed as if the truth lay within the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. Alas, this golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, which was her only means of transportation as well as the beast that had protected her life, had actually become something that had almost killed her. Lin, Sir Lin, they're riding the golden wing. As Zhou Xinyu worriedly spoke, she hadn't even finished when she suddenly shut up. Her eyes widened as she saw a massive dragon-shaped beast with a 60-foot wingspan and a long tail, its entire body covered in shimmering scales. fly up from a deep, dark mountain valley. Its scales were like crimson fire, and its eyes were a deep glazed gold. Its teeth were sharp, and it gave off an aura that made one's heart race. This was clearly a winged red dragon. This is... Zhou Xinyu gulped, her expression bitter. With the beast tide freely rampaging area, they had actually encountered such a high-grade vicious beast. This was normal, but for them to encounter such a beast at this time and have to fight it off, that was simply bad luck. Zhou Xinyu didn't know what to do. But at this time, Lin Ming yanked her hand, throwing her straight towards the winged flood dragon. Roar! The bass dragon roar resounded throughout the world. The clouds split in half. Zhou Xinyu was stunned. Lin Ming stepped onto the back of the winged flood dragon, and then the winged flood dragon spread open its massive wings. It was like a flaming red feathered arrow directly piercing into the dark blue sky. Zhou Xinyu was speechless with horror. Now that she stepped onto the solid back of the red dragon beast, she could hear the howling of the wind and the terrifying roars of the beast, like a saber cutting through grass. Just by the wind buffeting against her, one could imagine how fast this red dragon beast was flying. This is the Sir Lin's mount. It is a winged flood dragon? In the rush a moment ago, Zhou Xinyu wasn't able to clearly recall the origins of this vicious beast. But when she calmed down a bit and had time to think, she suddenly remembered that she had read about this winged flood dragon in the ancient texts. Its value was at least 10 times higher than the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. And after growing up, it would be a vicious beast equal to a Xianxia master. She opened her mouth several times, but as she saw Lin Ming standing in front of her, a cold and indifferent expression on his face, she didn't know what to say. What do you want to say? Lin Ming suddenly turned his head, looking at Zhou Xinyu. Sir Lin, Zhou Xinyu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something to Lin Ming, but in the end she didn't know what to say. Sir Lin, is this your mount? After asking this, Zhou Xinyu was a bit embarrassed. This was a question with an obvious answer. She was just trying to find some way to open up a conversation. Lin Ming nodded. Yes, its name is Qi Yan. What a beautiful winged flood dragon. This is my first time seeing one. Before, I had only ever seen it in the ancient texts. Zhou Xinyu looked at the fiery flame-colored wings of the winged flood dragon, a very fond look in her eyes. These long crimson feathers were truly gorgeous. I heard that the winged flood dragon has the bloodline of the winged rain dragon, and that after growing up it can compare with a Xiantian powerhouse. Zhou Xinyu's large eyes widened as she curiously stroked the winged flood dragon's cold and hard dragon scales. Yes, but right now Qi Yan is only a child, so its strength is only at the middle Hotian, late Hotian realm. When Lin Ming had rescued Zhou Xinyu a moment ago, he hadn't dared to summon the winged flood dragon early. He was afraid that the winged flood dragon would be blocked by the black-shrouded man or someone else. Also, with the winged flood dragon's strength, it wouldn't be easy for it to break through the barrier array. That's right, Sir Lin. How did you pass through the barrier array? This thought just popped into Zhou Xinyu's mind. After so many inconceivable matters had occurred one after the other a moment ago, she wanted to ask why. But in the end, she didn't, because the questions she might ask would involve Lin Ming's secrets. Lin Ming casually explained. The man who laid down the barrier array was an extremely amateurish array master, and I also happen to have a slight understanding of array formations. Normally, laying down such a massive array formation required at least a Xiantian cultivation. For instance, the 7 profound martial houses 10,000 killing array and 7 major killing arrays were all laid down by Xiantian masters. Huang Zixuan wasn't from the array faction, and his cultivation wasn't high. He had barely been able to lay down the array formation, so naturally it was full of flaws and holes. As for Lin Ming, he had inherited the memories of an array master from the realm of the gods, and he had also been able to point out many flaws in Ancestor Qi Yan's 8 trigrams fire formation. Afterwards, he had even discussed array formations with Ancestor Qi Yan for nearly an entire month. Ancestor Qi Yan's understanding and comprehension of array formations was naturally not something that a nobody like Huang Zixuan could compare with, or even something the 7 Profound Valleys array faction could compare with. Lin Ming had benefited a great deal from his talks with Ancestor Qi Yan, gradually merging together the realm of the gods' array formation principles and those of Sky Spill Continent. As for the current Lin Ming, although he hadn't yet laid down array formations himself, His understanding of the principles behind array formations had reached an extremely high level. After all, the theoretical cores of the realm of the gods' array formation techniques and sky spill continents array formation techniques were the same. Just before they had escaped, Lin Ming had entered into the ethereal martial intent and was able to examine the barrier array. As he carefully studied the structure of the barrier array, he had found a significant flaw which had allowed him to successfully pass through. Otherwise, if he directly rushed through, even if Lin Ming understood array formation principles to a much greater degree, he wouldn't be able to break through the barrier array without pausing. Listening to Lin Ming's casual explanation, Zhou Xinyu could only ruefully smile. Could this still only be considered as having a slight understanding of array formations? Although Huang Zixuan wasn't very accomplished in array formations, a barrier array couldn't be easily passed through as if it never existed. It could only be said that Lin Ming's degree of array formation understanding was on an equal level with Huang Zixuan. Zhou Xinyu was completely unable to imagine how Lin Ming could have such astonishing progress in his martial arts cultivation and also be skilled in the Tao of array formations at a tender age of 16. From ancient times until now, what array master hadn't spent dozens of years before finally being able to gain some accomplishments in the Tao of array formations? Zhou Xinyu could only sigh. Lin Ming's talent was already completely beyond her realm of understanding. At this point, Zhou Xinyu suddenly heard a vague eagle cry from behind. Her heart turned cold, and she looked back. Under the bright moon, against the inky jet-black night sky, there was a golden speck rapidly chasing them. Zhou Xinyu's heart jumped. She nervously said, "Sir Lin, they're chasing us." I know." Lin Ming didn't look back. When that golden-winged heavenly wind eagle had been taken back by its handler, he had already expected this. The golden-winged heavenly wind eagle was several times faster than an ordinary heavenly wing eagle, and was a precious mount that had the bloodline of a saint beast. Its bloodline could be traced all the way back to the golden-winged rock. Although the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle's bloodline purity was much less than that of the winged flood dragon, the winged flood dragon that Lin Ming sat on was still a child. As for the moon-seizing sex golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, it was in the prime of its life. Thus, the winged flood dragon had no advantage in terms of speed. "Sir Lin, what do we do?" Zhou Xinyu was already accustomed to relying on Lin Ming. After those matters that happened a while ago, they had given Zhou Xinyu a faint feeling that no matter what danger they would be in, Lin Ming would always have a way out. "We'll run away first, then figure it out." Lin Ming's reply was very cheeky. First, he would leave the range of Green Mulberry City, so he wouldn't draw them into any possible calamity. As long as the winged flood dragon and the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle didn't have too great a difference in flying speed, everything would be much easier. Xianxia wasn't too far off. If they could use a sound-transmitting talisman soon to find out where Xianxia's location was and then fly to him, it would only take a few hours with the winged flood dragon's speed. After they reached Xianxia, nothing would be a problem. At this moment, Zhou Xinyu was startled. She said, "Sir Lin, this is bad." They suddenly accelerated by a lot. Lin Ming turned back and glanced at the horizon. He saw that the figure of the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle had grown larger, and although it was still far away, he could see that the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle's body seemed to be colored in a touch of red. That's the golden acupuncture technique. They use a 3-foot-long needle that's as thick as a finger to stimulate the full potential of the golden wing, letting it break through to its speed limit. Zhou Xinyu clenched her teeth as she said this, her heart full of anger and hate. This technique would cause irreversible damage to the heavenly wind eagle, and if it continued flying for too long, it would exhaust its life force. Although the reason that Zhou Xinyu had ended up in this position was the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, in the end, the golden wing didn't differentiate between right or wrong. It just obeyed commands as it followed its instincts. It wasn't at fault. If there was someone to blame, it would be Huang Samping for being too cruel. The golden-winged heavenly wind eagle became increasingly fast. In an instant, it had closed half of the gap between it and Lin Ming. Zhou Xinyu could even clearly make out the figures on the back of the golden wing. Huang Samping's face was full of blood and hideous. Huang Samping's cultivation was only at the peak pulse condensation period. Lin Ming had struck out with intent to kill, but his move was blocked by Huang Zixuan. Finally, he had only been able to severely wound him. When Huang Sanping woke up after eating many pills and medicines, he still had multiple broken bones, was covered with bruises, and even his meridians were damaged. Such a heavy injury couldn't be considered a debilitating disability that affected his future cultivation, but it was enough for him to stay home for several months. For those talents that seized every second and minute they could to cultivate, not being able to do so for such a long time was naturally a great loss. Now Huang Sanping wanted to capture Lin Ming and Zhou Xinyu alive and brutally cripple them, wasting their martial arts. He would torture Lin Ming until he begged for death, and then he would imprison Zhou Xinyu, violating and abusing her. Only this would be able to assuage the hate in his heart, because his anger had aggravated the true essence in his body. Huang Sanping gave a stuffy cough and almost spat blood. He took a pill from his spatial ring, swallowing it, then asking the small man, "Can you go faster?" The value of the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle was naturally not worth mentioning in comparison to Lin Ming and Zhou Xinyu. Also, this was Sky Fortune Kingdom, the territory of the 7 profound valleys. If they didn't catch up to those two and they managed to find support, then everything would be much more difficult. Not possible. If I pierce the golden wing again, it won't be able to hold out. The small man held a long, cold needle in his hand. Under his feet, the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle's back was layered in red, and its golden feathers stood on end, shivering. "Pinger, don't worry. Up ahead is a barren mountain. Even if they have support, they won't arrive so quickly. As long as we can catch up to them before they reach the barren mountains, they won't be able to run away." Huang Zixuan's eyes shined with a cold light. He also loathed Lin Ming. "Second uncle, who is that boy? Do you know?" Huang Sanping asked. "I don't." Huang Zixuan shook his head. "But his cultivation isn't at the Hotian realm. He should be some large sex genius disciple, most likely an Earth-step talent. If it's like this, then we definitely cannot let him leave. If we do, then I fear we won't have any place to safely go in the future." Huang Zixuan was sullen. He thought for a moment and said, "Or maybe our situation has already been revealed by him using a sound-transmitting talisman. We'll have to bet everything we have on this gamble. Our only chance is to succeed at all costs. After we obtain the resources, we'll leave the Divine Phoenix province and conceal our identities. With the resources of the moon-seizing sect, we'll be able to establish our own influence." As Huang Zixuan thought this, he felt the blood in his body accelerate. To be the founder of his own sect and become a sect master, just how thrilling and wonderful would that be? The wind whistled. Lin Ming had already ridden the winged flood dragon to the skies just before the barren mountains. This was a lone mountain range within Sky Fortune Kingdom. There was rarely anyone here, but their pursuers were getting closer and closer. If it continued like this, they would catch up in half an incense stick of time. Zhou Xinyu stood behind Lin Ming and was also anxious as she saw the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle approach, but also felt a twinge of guilt. She looked at Lin Ming, her heart confused, and she said, "Sorry, I've put you in danger. There's nothing you need to apologize to me for. Lucky chances come with their own risks. This is a decision I made of my own will. I'm just doing what I need to do." "Oh." Zhou Xinyu bit her lips and sighed in her heart, although she felt grateful and guilty towards Lin Ming. Hearing him say that he was just doing what he needed to do still made her heart feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Even she felt this feeling was ridiculous and didn't make any sense at all. Maybe it was because she was at the edge of death and was looking for some way to console her spirit. But she subconsciously didn't want this life and death experience to be because of what benefits they would offer each other. As Zhou Xinyu thought this, she shook her head in self-deprecation. Lin Ming naturally didn't notice Zhou Xinyu's young, girlish thoughts. He was only quickly thinking of a way to escape from this predicament. Once Huang Zixuan caught up, Zhou Xinyu would die. As for him, facing an assault from a late Hotian master and a peak Hotian master, his odds weren't looking too great either. As for attacking Huang Zixuan's mount, if Lin Ming could attack the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle, then the enemy could also attack his winged flood dragon. If Lin Ming wanted to compare his single attacks to the attacks of 3 Hotian masters against each other's mounts, he would be the one on the losing end. No matter how Lin Ming looked at things, He had been forced into an absolute dead end. Calm down. Calm down. There's always a way out. Lin Ming completely relaxed his mind, and his breathing slowed down. He slowly thought about the possible escape methods and rejected them one at a time. It seemed as if there was only one road to walk. But walking down this road was also extremely dangerous. A single careless mistake and he would be beyond redemption. Lin Ming took a deep breath and soon decided. In the path of martial arts there were already countless risks. In the 3,000 endless universes, there were countless lands like the Sky Spill continent and innumerable geniuses. Yet, the number that managed to reach the peak of martial arts was actually very few. Even if they were like Lin Ming and others who had received a great fortuitous opportunity, if they didn't experience many risks and dangers, wanting to set foot on the peak of martial arts was just an idiot speaking nonsense. Lin Ming firmed his resolve, clenched his teeth and said, "Miss Zhou, I remember that you said before that the moon-seizing sect had obtained 72 shattered demon heart crystal shards, and there are still 12 left over. You have one in your spatial ring, right?" "Yes, that's right." Zhou Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Tell me, what exactly is the shattered demon heart crystal?" Lin Ming's voice was low and rapid. Now that Huang Zixuan and his group had caught up to less than 10 miles away, it was time to drop all modesty. Zhou Xinyu didn't know why Lin Ming would have the heart to care about this at this moment, but she quickly explained 1,000 years ago in the Holy War to punish the demonic sect. The Southern Horizon region's allied armies invaded Silent Demon Emperor City, and the Netherworld Great Emperor was put to death by several great emperors. The Netherworld Great Emperor was a man who cultivated peerless devil arts, and when he died in battle, the demon heart in his body was shattered by one of those emperors. At that time, one of those demon heart crystal fragments was obtained by my moon-seizing sect's sovereign. Afterwards, the sovereign returned to the sect and refined this demon heart fragment into 72 shattered demon heart crystals. Every piece of these shattered crystals contains a vast inherent energy, making them a top-quality miracle medicine. Take one, melt it with medicine and direct it into the body, and fuse it into the meridians and body points. Like this, it can help a Xiantian master break through to the revolving core realm. Help a Xiantian master break through to the revolving core realm. If it's really like you say, then why has the moon-seizing sect been in decline for the last 1,000 years? Lin Ming asked reasonably. Zhou Xinyu said, "When my moon-seizing sect participated in the demonic holy war 1,000 years ago, although we managed to obtain a shattered demon heart crystal, we also lost a massive number of masters, and even the sovereign of that time was extremely wounded. After returning to the sect, the sovereign went into life or death closed-door seclusion. However, he died before he was successful. My moon-seizing sect's legacy cultivation methods were never considered too good to begin with. In these past years, the fact that we could produce revolving core masters to guard the sect is all thanks to the shattered demon heart crystal. So that's how it is, I see now. I also have another question. You said that the shattered demon heart crystal needs a medicine to direct it into the body. What sort of medicine is that?" "Melt it with blood. As long as the shattered demon heart crystal is melted with one's own blood essence, they can directly swallow it into their bodies." Zhou Xinyu spoke quickly. As the two were speaking, Huang Zixuan had already pulled in several miles closer. If he pulled closer again, he would enter into a sword's long-distance attack range. "I understand. Can you show me your spatial ring's shattered demon heart crystal?" Lin Ming suddenly stretched out his hand, his intent clear. Zhou Xinyu bit her lips. Although this was her sect's most precious and valuable treasure, there was no reason in hesitating at this moment. She quickly took out a transparent crystal bottle from her spatial ring. Suspended in the center of this crystal bottle was a red sphere the size of a water drop. This was the shattered demon heart crystal. As soon as Lin Ming received the crystal bottle, his eyes narrowed. The small red crystal actually emitted a faint but ancient endless energy that made one's heart race. Just by this energy, Lin Ming could tell that Zhou Xinyu's words weren't an exaggeration. At this time, Zhou Xinyu seemed to suddenly realize something, and rapidly said, "Sir Lin, don't tell me you are planning to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal, and then fight a final battle with Huang Zixuan. You absolutely cannot do this." "Why?" Lin Ming lifted his head to look at Zhou Xinyu. Zhou Xinyu urgently said, Sir Lin, this medicine was meant to be taken by a Xiantian master. But you, Sir Lin, are only at the pulse condensation period. If you eat it, your body will blow up, killing you. Not only that, but even if it were a Xiantian master that swallowed this medicine, they would experience a truly painful and debilitating body-quenching process. During this time, not only would their strength not increase at all, but because of the disorder and chaos in their true essence, their combat strength would drop. I know, Lin Ming quietly replied. Everything that Zhou Xinyu had said lined up with his expectations. In fact, most pills that increased one's cultivation were extremely violent and fiercely potent medicines that had the same effects as the shattered demon heart crystal. For instance, the heaven-opening pill was the same too. In a top-quality pill, the energy contained within was vast and pure. In order to rein in and subdue this energy, one naturally had to struggle for it. When a martial artist was using their own true essence to struggle against the pill energy, their own combat strength would decrease in the meantime. Therefore, when a martial artist decided to take a pill like this, they had to find a safe place first. A sex martial artist could choose to go into seclusion in an undisturbed chamber. As for other martial artists, they could ask a person they trusted to guard them. Lin Ming didn't have these choices, but he could create them. Second uncle, that is the shattered demon heart crystal. That slut. She actually gave it to an outsider. For to 5 miles away, with Huang Samping's sharp eyesight, he could clearly see just what was in the crystal bottle. Huang Zixuan frowned. Don't worry. He won't swallow it unless he wants to commit suicide. Huang Zixuan wasn't worried that the shattered demon heart crystal would be eaten, he was only worried that it would be ruined or even destroyed. Hurry up. Huang Zixuan's voice was ice cold. This boy. A cold light flashed in Huang Zixuan's eyes. He could only watch helplessly from several miles away as Lin Ming cut open his wrist and dripped some blood into the crystal bottle. Second uncle. This boy knows he cannot keep the shattered demon heart crystal, so he wants to ruin it. Huang Samping's eyes were red with fury. The shattered demon heart crystal had to diffuse into one's blood, so it could be guided into the body. If it mixed with the blood essence of others, half of the shattered demon heart crystal would be ruined. He actually dares to ruin my moon-seizing sex shattered demon heart crystal. I will waste this boy's martial arts. I'll cut him to pieces and have him suffer an agonizingly slow death. Huang Sanping clenched his jaws as he spoke. Lin Ming watched as his blood flowed into the crystal bottle. As his bright red blood touched the shattered demon heart crystal, it immediately began to boil with excitement. Goo goo goo! As the blood roiled, the shattered demon heart crystal began to melt. Lin Ming watched in fascination as the shattered demon heart crystal and his blood began to fuse together, eventually becoming a viscous, syrupy liquid in the crystal bottle. Get ready, we're going down. As Lin Ming's voice fell, the winged flood dragon let out a roar and then plunged straight towards the vast barren mountain range. The golden-winged heavenly wind eagle followed right behind. In terms of body, the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle was several times larger than the winged flood dragon. From this distance, it looked just like a massive eagle that was hunting a small, red snake. At this time, Lin Ming was tranquil like the surface of a calm lake. He slowly took out the Dreamland Pearl from his spatial ring. This was his final hope. In that instant that the winged flood dragon touched the ground, Lin Ming held Zhou Xinyu's hand and jumped down from its back. At that same time, he threw out the Dreamland Pearl. The Dreamland enchantment activated. Who? Lin Ming and Zhou Xinyu were completely isolated from the outside world. Zhou Xinyu suddenly felt as if a subtle change had occurred in her surroundings. It's an illusionary world. It can guarantee us safety for some time. Lin Ming calmly said. The Dreamland Pearl created a sealed-off Dreamland enchantment world. It was impossible for anyone below the Xiantian realm to break through. Naturally, it could block any attack from Huang Zixuan. However, it was impossible for the Dreamland enchantment to continue forever. As long as it was active, the enchantment would consume energy. At full energy, the Dreamland Pearl would be able to keep the enchantment up for an entire half-day. However, if it was under a sustained barrage of attacks, then it might last only 3 or 4 hours. These 3 to 4 hours were all the time Lin Ming had left. Huang Sanping was stunned silly as he saw Lin Ming and Zhou Xinyu disappear. What happened? Where did they go? Humph. It's only an illusion. What an insignificant skill. Huang Zixuan closed his eyes and let his perception flow out. He easily discovered some unusual true essence fluctuations nearby. With his strength, it was easy for him to discover just where the Dreamland enchantment was. It's here. Huang Zixuan pointed towards a clearing. With his perception scanning the area, he was able to clearly sense a spherical enchantment of some sort, forming its own independent space. Haha! So it's like this. Huang Sanping grinned. He also felt the existence of the enchantment. It's just an illusion enchantment, isn't this like an ostrich burying its head in the sand? Third brother, break his array. Huang Zixuan didn't attack, instead letting his third brother do the work while he stood by, just in case Lin Ming decided to suddenly launch an attack or escape. Escaping into this enchantment was equal to a death wish. But then again, even if they didn't enter this enchantment, they would still die. The man who was called third brother looked 30 to 40 years old. His eyebrows were high, and the angles of his face were just like slanted scars. He took a thick saber in his hand. Saber technique, wind chopper. This saber strike contained 70 to 80% of third brother's strength. An azure half-moon of saber energy roared out, slamming into the enchantment. Bang! The saber energy shattered. The enchantment only shook a little, without even the slightest bit of damage. The man named third brother was taken aback. Even Huang Zixuan knitted his eyebrows. The strength of this enchantment had exceeded his imagination. Ugh! At this time, within the enchantment, Lin Ming was sitting cross-legged on a rock, unaware of all the fierce and violent attacks that were striking the enchantment from the outside. He took the crystal bottle of the shattered demon heart crystal that had been melted with his blood and glanced at Zhou Xinyu, whose entire face had blanched, saying, "Guard me, I will now begin to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal." You want to absorb the shattered demon heart crystal under the protection of the enchantment world? Zhou Xinyu was stunned. This was simply madness. Let alone an extraordinary medicine like the shattered demon heart crystal, even a top-level medicine like the heaven-opening pill usually required a martial artist to take multiple steps beforehand. They would bathe in incense, seal themselves off in a room, lay down layers of defensive array formations, enter into an absolute quiet where no one would dare to disturb them, and then finally revolve their power to swallow the pill. But Lin Ming was surrounded by wolves on all sides, each waiting for an opportunity to rip his throat out. The attacks from the outside were endless, and the enchantment wouldn't stop shaking. Even the ground trembled. It was unknown just when the energy of the enchantment would run out. In this situation, Lin Ming, a boy with a mere pulse condensation cultivation, actually wanted to absorb the shattered demon heart crystal which only a Xiantian master could swallow? Insanity. Madness. Sir Lin, how could you do this? This is suicide. Zhou Xinyu was extremely anxious. There's no other way. Lin Ming flicked his fingers, and under the attraction of his soul force, the red liquid in the crystal bottle shot out, turning into a red sphere. How could Lin Ming not know that this decision was crazy? The shattered demon heart crystal was a completely unknown and unfamiliar medicine. He had no idea what total effects it would have if he swallowed it. Perhaps he might not be able to withstand the baptism of energy, and then blow up. Even if he could persist through that, the Dreamland enchantment would only last for a few hours. If he couldn't completely absorb the medicinal efficacy in a few hours, and then fully restore his combat strength, he would still die. Bang! With a loud crash, a terrifying explosion sounded from outside the enchantment, the ground suddenly shaking. Huang Zixuan had finally moved. Within the enchantment, Lin Ming could clearly see each and every action that Huang Zixuan took. This sort of oppressive feeling was just like a common mortal facing off against a tiger with only a soon-to-be broken pane of glass between them. Normally, a martial artist would never be able to calm their hearts and circulate their energy. If anything went wrong, they could be instantly overcome by their inner demons. But Lin Ming actually wanted to absorb the shattered demon heart crystal in this situation, and also needed to recover his combat strength within a few hours. Lin Ming stared at the red ball of liquid that exuded a faint and boundless energy. His mind moved and the liquid ball split in half, one half drifting towards Lin Ming. As the red liquid closed in, Lin Ming could feel the blood through his entire body began to boil, as if it were being forcefully summoned upwards. This demonic blood had an amazingly evil aura. No matter how difficult the road ahead of me is, I believe with effort, anything is possible. Show. That melted half of the shattered demon heart crystal mixed with Lin Ming's blood shot into his mouth. As the red liquid entered, a sweet and metallic taste spread through his mouth. This was the taste of blood. Lin Ming closed his eyes, shut off his six senses, and immediately entered into the ethereal martial intent. Now, the explosions that rocked the earth below him no longer affected him at all. However, this ethereal state was only maintained for a mere 10 breaths of time when he was interrupted by a severe pain pouring forth from his dantian as if it were breaking in half. Roar. In Lin Ming's ears, he could hear a demonic cry sound like a thunderclap, as if it could split stone and dispel clouds. The roar shook Lin Ming's ears, and blood began to flow from his nose. What is this? Lin Ming was shocked. He clearly felt that the drop of the shattered demon heart crystal contained an enormous and terrifyingly overwhelming will. It blotted out the sky, obscuring the mountains and the seas. Were these the ruined thoughts left behind by the Netherworld Great Emperor? As this idea popped up, Lin Ming suddenly felt his mind shake. Bang! Lin Ming's consciousness was suddenly pulled back to his spiritual sea. There, in his mind, countless fragmented scenes appeared, each one of these extremely lifelike and real. Innumerable demons shot up into the sky from his spiritual sea. Their upper bodies were naked, and their skin had a grayish-blue metallic luster. Their bodies were corded with thick muscles, entangled in chains, and they held death scythes in their hands. Ho ho ho! As the roars of these demons resounded, all of them suddenly rushed towards Lin Ming. But at this time, Lin Ming had been reborn into an ancient demon god. He held a large mountain axe in his hand and he stood high in the sky. That axe was 10 feet long and thicker than an arm. The axe head was over 3 feet wide, and the blade itself was a deep, blood red. It emitted a savage and violent energy, causing one's heart to race. Kill, kill, kill. The ancient demon god brandished that large axe and chopped apart all those rushing demons with a single axe stroke. In that moment, limbs flew everywhere, blood shot out to all corners of the land. Every time the ancient evil god killed a demon, he would drink its blood until its eyes went dark and lifeless. But in their wake, countless demons rushed up behind them. Demonic blood dyed the skies red. Was this ancient evil god the Netherworld Great Emperor? Lin Ming was startled. He had a strong feeling that what he was seeing wasn't just illusions, but true events that had occurred in the past. These were the memories of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Then what were these demons? Where did they come from? Why had this brutal war erupted? Just who was good and who was evil? Ha 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 ha. Between the heavens and the earth, the Netherworld Great Emperor suddenly burst into wild laughter. His voice was magnificent and boundless, resounding through the universe. The skies broke apart, and a will that defied the heavens surged forth like a tsunami. The great axe pointed to the heavens, his foot stepped upon the earth. Within the universe, he alone ruled all. Bang! The demonic battlefield suddenly exploded. For a moment, Lin Ming thought that his spiritual sea had disintegrated. He suddenly opened both of his eyes to see that his clothes had all broken, and his entire body was dyed red with blood. At this moment, Zhou Xinyu's beautiful face had already drained of blood. She didn't know what to do, but when she saw Lin Ming open his eyes, she was worried but also excited. Her voice shook as she said, Sir Lin, Sir Lin. Lin Ming wanted to reply, but as he opened his mouth, all that came out was a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming finally understood the mystery behind the shattered demon heart crystal. At the same time that it contained a pure and terrifying energy, it also contained the remnants of the Netherworld Great Emperor's consciousness. Swallowing the shattered demon heart crystal meant that one had to withstand destruction of both the mind and the body. Outside the enchantment, Huang Zixuan and his entire group were attacking. The Dreamland enchantment began to tremble more and more, and the land which the enchantment was over was already turned to slag. However, Lin Ming simply wasn't in the mood to care about this. He felt as if his entire body was pinned down with 1,000 needles, and 10,000 sabers were twisted into his body. Even with Lin Ming's formidable will, this kind of pain was difficult to resist. It was enough to cause someone to want to kill themselves. He was like a sun-dried shrimp on the ground. Even his teeth had cracked a bit from him biting down too hard. Bang! Lin Ming's consciousness was once again thrown into chaos. The remnant thoughts of the Netherworld Great Emperor were like a tide that broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, wanting to wash away all. Normally, once a martial artist's body had been tortured to the extreme, and they wished to die, their spiritual protection would be incomparably fragile. When the shattered demon heart crystal's remnant consciousness rushed in at this moment, it was likely they would turn into an idiot. A peak Hotian master would absolutely not be able to withstand this dual attack. Thus, the shattered demon heart crystal was only barely able to be absorbed by someone who had Ascension cultivation. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the pulse condensation period. Under the attack of the Netherworld Great Emperor's remnant consciousness against his spiritual sea, even though he was extremely strong-willed, he still had a mind-splitting headache, and his ears bled profusely. Bang! 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 In a few breaths of times, it was unknown how many times Lin Ming had been bombarded by this remnant consciousness. Towering waves appeared in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, but he was still able to withstand it. The attack of the Netherworld Great Emperor's remnant conscious was the most dangerous phase for any martial artist that swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal. But for Lin Ming it was more scary than truly dangerous. Before now, Lin Ming had already swallowed the memory fragments of 2 supreme elders from the realm of the gods. No matter how strong the Netherworld Great Emperor was, he simply wasn't comparable to the beings from the realm of the gods. Lin Minch clenched his teeth and began to wear down the Netherworld Great Emperor's remnant consciousness with his own mind and soul. He was aware that if he wanted to absorb the energy from the shattered demon heart crystal, he first had to eliminate the Netherworld Great Emperor's remnant consciousness. The pain of soul force and consciousness wearing down on each other was unimaginable. It was worse than polishing a gaping bloody wound with sandpaper. This was true soul-rending pain. When Lin Ming had absorbed the memories of the 2 elders from the realm of the gods, he still hadn't experienced this great a pain. The supreme elders from the realm of the gods had, after all, only left behind a fragmented soul without any self-consciousness, only a soul's instinct. As for the Netherworld Great Emperor, he had left behind a true remnant consciousness. To erase this cruel and heaven-defying ill was no easy matter. Time passed a second and a minute at a time. Lin Ming bled profusely from his head. As he fell over, even the rock underneath him was stained red with blood. If it wasn't for Lin Ming's blood vitality having been enhanced several times by entering the Sorcerer Pagoda, he would have already died from excessive blood loss. After an endless period of agony, Lin Ming finally stamped out the remnant consciousness left behind by the Netherworld Great Emperor. Thus, although the energy of the shattered demon heart crystal was still violent and unruly, without direction from the will of the Netherworld Great Emperor's thoughts, it could finally be moved around by Lin Ming. Tempering marrow. Lin Ming's mind echoed with this one thought as he did his best to revolve the chaotic virtues combat meridian's technique to direct tempering marrow. He controlled the shattered demon heart crystal's energy and directed it into his skeleton. There wasn't much time left. At first, when Lin Ming had used the energy from the heaven-opening pill for tempering marrow, because his bone forging was too thorough and his bones were perfectly compact, it had been extremely difficult because it was as if they were made from stone. Like this, tempering marrow was not easy at all. Lin Ming had thought that it would also be extremely difficult to force the shattered demon heart crystal's energy into his bones, but he was wrong. The energy of the shattered demon heart crystal was like heavy mercury, seizing all opportunities to spread, invading at any chance. It was like a pointed cone that drilled into Lin Ming's dense skeleton, flowing towards the marrow. As the energy entered the marrow, Lin Ming felt as if his own marrow had been poured into a vat of boiling oil. What followed was an extremely harrowing marrow pain. Chi. The marrow impurities were burned away by the energy. This feeling was just like his marrow being tossed into a frying pan. All of the impurities being burned away. Lin Ming was soaked in sweat. This was the last step to absorb the shattered demon heart crystal. In the throes of this excruciating pain, Lin Ming maintained his calm and collected thoughts. He realized that the energy from half of the shattered demon heart crystal wasn't nearly enough to help him complete tempering marrow. He had to make a choice. He could first temper a part of his body. When Lin Ming had swallowed the heaven-opening pill, he had only been able to temper a portion of his right hand because of the limited medicinal efficacy. After tempering marrow, Lin Ming's right hand experienced a massive increase in defensive power and attack power. But at most it was equal to another trump card. The overall increase in Lin Ming's total strength wasn't too great. This time, Lin Ming decided to use half of the energy to temper both of his hands, and the other half to temper his entire body. Only when his entire body had undergone tempering marrow would his overall strength rise. Pa pa pa. With a sound that was like firewood crackling in flames, Lin Ming grit his teeth and began to revolve the chaotic virtues combat meridians. The manic energy burned through the impurities of his marrow. This painful ache as if one's bones were being set on fire could be imagined. Lin Ming was supporting himself with his will alone. Once the energy had been swallowed into his body, it could only be refined. Failure meant immediate death. With the advancement of the tempering, a blackish-red color began to appear on Lin Ming's body, and a violent energy surged everywhere in his body. Lin Ming's body quickly heated to a scalding temperature, and blood seeped out from his pores, covering him in a shell of red blood, seeming as if it would tear like broken paper at the slightest touch. From the side, Zhou Xinyu could only watch in shock. Where did Lin Ming resemble a human at this moment? He was like a fish that had been taken out from a pool of blood and then dried out over a fire. The fact that Lin Ming was alive right now was a miracle in itself. In fact, to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal at the pulse condensation period and still last for over half an hour and already surpassed the scope of Zhou Xinyu's understanding. However, it didn't seem as if this miracle could continue. Lin Ming's breath was becoming increasingly faint, and whilst he had been painfully struggling before, his struggles were weakening, like a lamp that was almost out of oil. Finally, he stopped moving altogether, his expression frozen in time like a crimson sculpture. His twisted face looked like a suffering soul that had been nailed to an execution column in hell. Zhou Xinyu's heart began to gradually sink. In this situation, it was meaningless even if Lin Ming survived. All of the blood in his body seemed to have been drained away. Lin Ming didn't even have strength anymore, not to mention his combat strength. If he was in a safe and secure room with the support of many precious medicines and under the care of masters, Lin Ming might have been able to be reborn from this trial. For a mere pulse condensation period youth to swallow a shattered demon heart crystal and survive, his future achievements could be imagined. However, he wouldn't have this opportunity. He had chosen the wrong place and the wrong time to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal. Even with his talent, this was pushing it too far. Hong hong hong. Outside the Dreamland enchantment, the attacks of Huang Zixuan and his group began again. Zhou Xinyu closed her eyes in anguish and took out a coldly shining dagger from her spatial ring. Zhou Xinyu had been prepared for this from the time that Lin Ming had absorbed the shattered demon heart crystal. If Lin Ming died, she would commit suicide. If she fell into Huang Samping's hands, her fate might be worse than death. The Dreamland enchantment began to shake more and more fiercely. In this half-hour, Huang Zixuan had been waiting outside of the enchantment, never leaving. During this time period, they would bombard the enchantment every once in a while. Even though Zhou Xinyu didn't understand anything about array formations or this enchantment, she was still able to see that the energy that supported the Dreamland enchantment was being continuously consumed. It probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. Ka. Because of the violent tremors, the ground under Zhou Xinyu's feet had cracked, and the rocks had broken open. It looked no different than a crushed cookie. The violent storm of attacks lasted for another quarter hour and then died down. It was probably because Huang Zixuan feared he would consume too much energy, and even if he broke the enchantment, he wouldn't have the strength to stop Lin Ming from escaping. Thus, after every quarter hour of attacks, he would stop and sit down, meditating and restoring himself to his best battle state. Zhou Xinyu let out a long breath and turned to look at Lin Ming. She was surprised to see that with Lin Ming's terrifying appearance, he had stopped bleeding. It wasn't that his wounds had healed, but rather that he had reached the point where there was no more blood to flow. His skin blackened red and cracking, his blood charred into a shell of blood. It was like he had gone through the ancient torture of being sliced up and then tied to a blazing copper pillar. Only that method could mimic Lin Ming's miserable appearance at this time. If she hadn't been able to feel a faint, nearly invisible breath coming from Lin Ming, Zhou Xinyu would have thought that he already died. Zhou Xinyu's heart surged with waves of despair. She couldn't depend on Lin Ming. Although he had created a miracle and didn't die after swallowing the shattered demon heart crystal with his pulse condensation period cultivation for an hour, at present, how could he have the ability to fight? Zhou Xinyu stared at the dagger in her hands. She made her decision. When the enchantment broke, she would first kill Lin Ming, and then commit suicide. After all, the only reason that Lin Ming had ended up in this state was because of her. If she let Lin Ming fall into their hands, his death would be even more tragic. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Lin Ming seemed dead. Sitting on the broken rock, his eyes dull and lifeless. The only sign that he was alive was the weak fire of life that burned within him. From the outside, he didn't appear any different than a corpse that was charred in a fire. There wasn't even blood. But throughout Lin Ming's entire body, the marrow was slowly coated in a pale gold color, energy-tempering marrow. The moment that Lin Ming's blood had run dry, he had been surprised to find that the tempering marrow process became much easier. Because his blood was exhausted, the unforgettable pain had numbed his entire body. At this point where it was nearly impossible for him to direct the flow of true essence in his body, he found that the energy that tempered his marrows proceeded at a much smoother pace. Then, he realized that blood and marrow were originally intertwined. Marrow gave birth to blood, and blood fed the marrow, both of them dependent on each other. Thus, if one wanted to temper marrow, they had to change their blood first. It was only when the old blood was drained away, the marrow was tempered, and new blood regenerated, would it be the complete tempering marrow process. Therefore, Lin Ming no longer tried to stop his body's old blood from leaking, letting it cleanly flow out. As for Lin Ming, relying on his strong inner vitality, he was just barely able to maintain the fire of his life. As the eastern sky brightened in the dawn, the golden color of Lin Ming's marrow became increasingly rich, as if golden flakes were mixed within. Marrow like golden soup. At the moment that Lin Ming finished absorbing the medicinal efficacy of the shattered demon heart crystal, his new and improved marrow began to regenerate blood. With the rapid consumption of the origin energy within Lin Ming's body, new blood flowed unceasingly from his marrow. This new blood was incomparably thick and heavy, just like red mercury flowing in his blood vessels. Wherever this blood went, the wounds would rapidly heal. The recovery of Lin Ming's body and the production of new blood rapidly consumed Lin Ming's true essence. Although Lin Ming's true essence was extremely thick, over half of it was still used. However, after the true essence had been consumed to a certain point, the compressed true essence in the heretical god seed automatically released itself. The energy of the purple flood dragon divine thunder and the earthcore crimson flame were also released along with it. The power of thunder and fire, especially the power of thunder, contained an extremely raw and vibrant force of life. Legends said that in the most ancient of times, when the infinite universe was in primal chaos, there was no life. It was only when thunder struck the ancient sea were the most primitive of life forms born. With the raw and lively power of thunder helping to complete the final tempering marrow process, a faint purple light appeared in the thick, new blood, as if lightning had fused into the blood. Lin Ming's body underwent many subtle changes. But, from all appearances, the fire of Lin Ming's life still seemed incomparably weak. His true essence had hidden within the heretical god seed. Aside from Lin Ming himself, no one else could feel this. Oh! Bang! Outside of the enchantment, Huang Zixuan and his group began another round of attacks. Huang Zixuan was already impatient. He hadn't expected that such a fragile-looking enchantment would actually be so tough. Second uncle, let's use our finishing blows together. We can't let this drag on any further. It's already been over 3 hours. If this continues much longer, reinforcements might arrive. When that happens, it will be extremely troublesome. Huang Zixuan hesitated. Before now he had always been staying his hand, in fear that even if he broke the enchantment, he would consume too much of his strength and wouldn't be able to grab Lin Ming. Now, after so many repeated delays, he had gradually and finally lost his patience. It was just like Huang Sanping said. In the end, this was the territory of the 7 profound valleys, and that boy seemed to be some renowned genius from a sect. If they stayed here too long, a master might come to rescue him. All right, let's attack together. Huang Zixuan gave a clear, loud cough, and the black fog around his body began to thicken. His third brother and also that short, weak man also began to prepare their finishing blows. As they attacked together, their strike was like a brilliant comet that cut a shining bright path through the air, smashing into the dreamland enchantment. Bang! In the hazy dawn of the valley, a dazzling sun seemed to rise. The earth shook, and massive amounts of rocks and stones flew into the air. Several massive craters dozens of feet deep had appeared in the ground underneath the dreamland enchantment. The protective enchantment dramatically deformed like a drifting boat riding massive waves in the high sea. All the rocks around the enchantment had broken, and Zhou Sinyu's face was incomparably white, her forehead beaded with sweat. "Try harder," Huang Sanping shouted. The one that had used the most effort here was him. After all, regardless of how much true essence he used, he still wouldn't be Lin Ming's match, so he was able to go all out. Huang Zixuan frowned. He ignored the energy in his body, which was no longer at its optimum level, and grit his teeth as he released another powerful martial skill. Ka-ka-ka. With the sound of cracking glass, the dreamland enchantment that had withstood a massive barrage of attacks for a long time was finally nearly depleted of energy, visible cracks appearing on the barrier. Seeing these cracks, Zhou Sinyu stopped breathing for a moment. No one wanted to die, especially her, since she still had a deep blood feud she wanted to settle. Under this enormous pressure, she clenched her teeth. The reason that she was persisting until the last moment was because she was waiting for some miracle to occur. However, now that 3 hours passed, Lin Ming's breath of life was almost at its end, and there was no master that accidentally passed by to save them. It seemed as if the god of death had cast his final judgment. Zhou Sinyu bit her lip until it hurt, then she suddenly swiveled towards Lin Ming behind her, thrusting the coldly shining dagger she held into his chest. Pooh! The dagger pierced through. Lin Ming was thrust back by the impact of Zhou Sinyu's dagger. At that same time, with an explosion, the dreamland enchantment completely shattered. How could this happen? Zhou Sinyu was shocked. This dagger of hers was a high-grade human step treasure. After she poured her true essence into it, she would be able to cut Lin Ming like a piece of tofu, especially since he didn't have any true essence protecting him. But as the dagger slid a third of the way through, it suddenly became stuck in his ribs. To stab, it would not stab through. To pull out, she could not pull it out. However, in this short delay, Zhou Sinyu had already lost the chance to commit suicide. You want to die? It's not that easy. Huang Zixuan was like a ghost as he appeared near Zhou Sinyu's side. His skinny hand grabbed Zhou Sinyu's wrist, forcefully pinching, wringing the dagger out of her hand. At this time, a thick influx of true essence entered her body, directly sealing all of her meridians. With a sect peak pulse condensation martial artist and a sect peak Hotian martial artist, the difference between the two was just too great. Ah! Zhou Sinyu screamed, her beautiful face paling. A thought emerged in her heart. Her true essence was sealed. She wouldn't even have the chance to alienate her meridians and kill herself. Ha-ha! You whore! I wonder where you'll run off to this time? Huang Sanping contemptuously laughed, brazenly looking over Zhou Sinyu's mature and fabulous figure, his eyes full of immoral and lascivious thoughts. Ever since he had been deprived of his status as the successor to the sect master, and then all the overwhelming amount of resources had also gone over to his junior apprentice sister, he had regarded her as a thorn in his side. Ever since then, he had wanted to lock her up, then completely humiliate and ravage her to no end. Junior apprentice sister, I was hoping for this day to come. Finally, you have fallen into my hands. Be relieved, I won't kill you. I don't know how many times I wished that I could lock you away, waste your martial arts, and plunder you daily. Huang Sanping greedily licked his lips. This was truly the most wonderful and greatest event ever. Naturally, as a genius of the moon-seizing sect. He had no lack of women swarming around him. But the woman in front of him was different. She was the one that was favored by the moon-seizing sect's sect master to be the future successor. Being able to ruin someone with Zhou Sinyu's status brought him a great deal of excitement and satisfaction. Zhou Sinyu had lost all color. The situation had changed so quickly that she hadn't been able to react. How come the dagger hadn't pierced Lin Ming's heart, but had gotten stuck in his chest? Lin Ming's inner vitality was obviously incomparably weak, and he didn't even have 20% of his true essence left over, so how could he possibly have blocked her dagger? No, she no longer had the time to dwell on this. Thinking about the hellish future she would have to live, she only felt absolutely horrified. With her true essence sealed, she didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. As for biting her tongue to kill herself, even mortals wouldn't die, much less a martial artist. This fellow? Huang Sanping saw Lin Ming suddenly lying on the ground, a dagger stuck in his chest, and his eyes filled with puzzlement. How did he become like this? His entire body was a blackened red. This method of dying was truly tragic. What happened to this boy? Huang Sanping stopped appreciating Zhou Sinyu's frightened expression as he shifted his attention to Lin Ming. He probably swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal. How stupid of him. Did he think he could rely on the shattered demon heart crystal to make a breakthrough in this final moment, and reverse the tables to kill us? Humph! Even if I swallow the shattered demon heart crystal, I will still die when my body explodes from the energy, Huang Zixuan sullenly said as he sneered. Motherfucker! Huang Sanping flew into a rage as he heard this. This idiot! If he dies, then he should die alone. But why does he have to touch my precious shattered demon heart crystal? Fuck! As Huang Sanping spoke, he suddenly realized something and then turned onto Zhou Sinyu, his wicked eyes changing into those of a wild beast that wanted to take a bite out of its prey. You slut! Why would you give him the shattered demon heart crystal? As he spoke, he grabbed Zhou Sinyu's hair and viciously yanked, causing her to painfully scream. Slut! Slut! You dare help outsiders! I will let you know what it means to beg for death. Second uncle, break this slut's meridians first and ruin her martial arts, lest she cause any more trouble in the future. As Huang Sanping spoke, he discovered that Huang Zixuan stood there as if he hadn't heard him. Instead, his eyes were shifted onto Lin Ming. Huang Sanping looked down and suddenly paused. He could feel a faint breath of life coming from Lin Ming's body. This boy hasn't died? He's like this, but he still has life, Huang Sanping said with surprise. Huang Zixuan frowned, then slowly said, to live up to now, even after swallowing the shattered demon heart crystal, is really a cause for surprise. Looking at his appearance, he should have already persisted for a long period of time. Yet he hasn't died. Humph! He hasn't died? Even better. First I'll tear apart his hand and feet tendons, and then I'll save him. I want him to experience a life worse than death. Huang Sanping's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty elation. If Lin Ming had died so easily, it would be difficult to erase the hate in his heart. Huang Zixuan shook his head and said, it's useless. Since he swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal, he will die without a doubt. Even a Xianxia master with insufficient cultivation will die, let alone this boy. Every moment he can live longer is fine. Huang Sanping grinned as he walked over, grabbing Lin Ming. First he would feed him some pills to sustain his life, then before anything else, he would slice Lin Ming's wrist and cut apart his wrist tendons. Pooh! The saber stabbed down. But it didn't enter that deeply. The blade pierced down just a bit, cutting apart the blackish-red skin, then was stuck there as if it were mired, unable to enter any further. What happened? Huang Sanping frowned. He saw Lin Ming's skin began to rustle as it flaked away like dried scraps of paper being burned away by fire. Then, under that blackened exterior was tender flesh that seemed as if it were from a newborn baby. As Huang Sanping's blade attempted to cut into this tender pink flesh, it wasn't even able to leave behind a scar. Huang Sanping looked as if he saw a ghost while he watched this scene. But he didn't believe in superstitious nonsense. He kept slicing at Lin Ming's body, but each sword was only able to rub off the blackened red skin, revealing the incomparably soft skin underneath, without even a single blade scar left behind. Pinger, fall back. Huang Zixuan's expression changed. Something wasn't right. However, his voice hadn't even faded when it was too late. The entire scene suddenly charged. Lin Ming, who was lying like a corpse on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils colored with a deep glazed fold, thunder shooting out from his sharp gaze. Lin Ming glanced at the panic-stricken Huang Sanping with indifference in his eyes. Huang Sanping was someone who wouldn't be afraid even if he saw a corpse jump up from its grave. However, Lin Ming's gaze was too terrifying. It was just like the eyes of a death god, a callous apathy that froze the soul, causing anyone who saw it to shiver. Huang Sanping instantly paled. Pinger, hurry up and run. Huang Zixuan began to circulate the black fog that covered his body. In that moment, he had felt a terrifying killing intent from Lin Ming's body. He didn't know where this sudden burst of overwhelming vitality came from. How was this even the least bit like a dying man? He wanted to give a loud shout as a warning, however, it was too late. Lin Ming's right hand flashed atop of the horrified Huang Zixuan's palm, clenching down. Kacha! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in the mountain valley. This was especially clear in the extraordinarily silent morning dawn. Huang Sanping watched in helpless horror as his right hand was suddenly bent awkwardly, bones protruding from his wrist. For a time he was silent in complete disbelief at what just happened. Ah! Huang Sanping wailed in pain and desperation. At the same time, Huang Zixuan shot forwards. Die! In a rush, he wasn't able to think about why Lin Ming didn't die or how he had suddenly crushed Huang Sanping's bones. His sword thrust forth directly towards Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming suddenly turned around, and his once silent true essence erupted like a volcano, along with the power of thunder and fire from the heretical god seed. Lin Ming's momentum had climbed to the extreme. Lin Ming's right hand flashed with the radiance of his azure true essence. He reached out and grabbed Huang Zixuan's sword. Ka, zhi. To Huang Zixuan's imminent horror, Lin Ming had actually seized the sword with his bare hands and twisted that high-grade human step treasure with the bare flesh of his palms. What? Huang Zixuan was in utter disbelief. Although Lin Ming's palm was enveloped in azure true essence, it was impossible for human flesh to warp a high-grade human treasure. There were martial artists who were masters at fist and palm fighting skills, but they all covered their hands with treasure gloves. Otherwise, how could the human body possible compare to a treasure weapon? In that split second, Huang Zixuan could no longer reflect on this. As Lin Ming's right hand gripped the treasure sword, his left hand formed a fist. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. An immense and brutal vibrating true essence erupted forth like a massive tsunami. In that moment, Huang Zixuan felt like his own body was a single leaf in a giant hurricane. He could be torn apart at any time. In this critical moment, Huang Zixuan gave a loud shot, and true essence in his body revolved to the limit, transforming into a sharp sword light that collided with Lin Ming's fist. Kacha! The sword light was smashed to pieces and Huang Zixuan flipped backwards like a broken kite, the blood in his body surging. He barely managed to keep his balance as he dropped to the ground, forced to take several steps back. His face was colored with dread. It wasn't only Huang Zixuan, but the eagle handler and the third brother also had a complete change in their complexion. Just what had happened? How had Lin Ming, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, suddenly revived? Where did the true essence in his body come from? And the most startled was Zhou Xinyu. She was the one who had stayed together with Lin Ming this entire time, and was able to see the physical changes of his body. She had seen more than half of Lin Ming's true essence leave his body, and the fire of his life become incomparably weak. Where did this terrifying strength come from? You? Who are you? Huang Zixuan looked at Lin Ming, alarmed. Before they had chased him all the way here, in that short instant when they fought, he hadn't been able to clearly see Lin Ming's cultivation. But now that Lin Ming was in front of him, he saw that he was at the late pulse condensation period. For someone who had just entered the pulse condensation period to actually be able to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal with that cultivation and not die, yet also have the strength to suppress him afterwards, was there really such a person in this world? Lin Ming didn't waste time responding to Huang Zixuan's nonsense. After he swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal and tempered his marrow, his body had to produce new blood. Although he had smoothly entered into the late pulse condensation period, the process of creating new blood after tempering his marrow had exhausted nearly all of his true essence. Now the energy he used was almost purely from the compressed true essence that was hidden within the heretical god seed. But this sort of true essence would be consumed quickly. It was equal to opening the heretical god force. It was impossible for it to last long. Lin Ming's right hand shook. The purple comet spear flew forwards. Azure true essence howled in the air. The space around the spear point began to tremble. Huang Zixuan's complexion sank. He coldly said, "It seems you want to die quickly. You think you won against me with just a single move? Don't force me to use the moon-seizing sex forbidden technique. We'll both die together." Hearing the words, forbidden technique, Lin Ming didn't respond, but Zhou Sinyu's paled. Obviously, this forbidden technique that Huang Zixuan mentioned was not fake. Sir Lin, the moon-seizing sex forbidden technique was obtained on the same year they invaded the Silent Demon Emperor city. It's half of a demonic secret skill jade slip that they obtained, Blood Shadow Great Technique. You can kill 1,000 at the loss of 800. To use it requires one to sacrifice their life force and cultivation as the price. The power of this skill is astoundingly strong, Zhou Xinyu quickly said to Lin Ming through a true essence sound transmission. This battle would naturally be determined by Lin Ming, she only wanted to inform him. Huang Zixuan was able to guess from Zhou Sinyu's facial expressions that she was using a true essence sound transmission to speak to Lin Ming, and then a smug smile appeared on his face. He threateningly said, "Boy, let me give you a tip. Once I use this technique, you will die without a doubt. But I do not want to injure my life and cultivation. In comparison to my life, the treasures that the moon-seizing sect left behind are naturally insignificant. If you are willing to agree to a truce, then I will let you off. You can even take away some of the treasures. Otherwise, you will die." Lin Ming didn't respond to Huang Zixuan with words. The only thing that responded to him was Lin Ming's spear, billowing with the power of rolling thunder and fire. Hong long long. Air shook, true essence howled. Huang Zixuan's face flashed with a hideous expression. "You have forced my hand. Blood Shadow Great Art." Pa! Countless lines of blood suddenly appeared in Huang Zixuan's arms. His true essence fused with the blood, becoming a bloody mist. Suddenly, the black fog that surrounded his body turned into a vibrant crimson color. Huang Zixuan's eyes turned blood red, the muscles of his hands bulging, his nails extending out like demonic claws. His gaze was full of bloodlust. This blood shadow great art not only damaged one's life and cultivation, but it would also affect their will. Once they used it, they would not be able to control the desire for slaughter and thirst for blood that rampaged in their hearts. "Die!" Huang Zixuan rushed out with a punch. A massive crimson demon claw flew towards Lin Ming, accompanied by the wails and cries of ghosts, and a surge of bloody wind and air. This blood wind was not an illusion, but was truly blood, Huang Zixuan's blood. As Lin Ming faced this massive crimson demon claw, his vision narrowed. Ho! A deafening dragon roar impacted the heavens. In that moment, the dragon cry broke the clouds and split stones, the eminent might of a dragon filling the endless space, shocking the minds and bodies of anyone who heard it. That short moment was like an illusion, like a dream. The purple flood dragon divine thunder that lurked within the heretical god seed roared forth, transforming into the shadow of a purple flood dragon as it clashed with the demonic claw. Bang! The crimson demon claw broke apart, a shock wave surging in all directions. Broken stone flew everywhere, and all the land within dozens of feet was overturned or razed. But amidst the bloody mist, the purple flood dragon divine thunder broke through, crashing into Huang Zixuan. Huang Zixuan's face immediately paled. What kind of thunder is this? The power of thunder was the element that most suppressed ghosts, evil, and demonic beings. During a thunderstorm, ghosts could not be born. Those that cultivated demon arts or ghostly arts were often turned to ashes and extinguished when facing heavenly tribulation during their disaster of thunder. As for the purple flood dragon divine thunder, that was a high-level thunder soul, and it also contained the peerless and inherent might of a dragon. Lin Ming's blood was also fused with the blood of a true dragon. How could a little beginner's demon art possibly resist it? Much less Huang Zixuan, who only had half of the whole. Facing the roaring purple flood dragon divine thunder, Huang Zixuan had no time to think. He bit his tongue and spat out his blood essence. The black and red mist transformed into a bloody shield in front of him, blocking the attack of the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Bang! The shield shattered. Huang Zixuan gave a miserable cry as he flew backwards. Lin Ming didn't give him the smallest chance to catch his breath. He immediately displayed golden rock shattering the void, and his body flashed as he appeared near Huang Zixuan, his spear stabbing out. The power of thunder and flame blasted out. Lin Ming used 20% of the true Thunderfire annihilation. A terrifying energy rushed out from the spear, forming a vacuum in space. Huang Zixuan's face twisted. He gathered together his final strength to counterattack. He slashed out with his demon claw, avoiding the purple comet spear to grab Lin Ming's rib. Attacking Lin Ming's main body was the only way to force Lin Ming to retreat. However, how could Lin Ming give him such a hope? Lin Ming's hand loosened and he suddenly stormed backwards, a crimson flaming chain appearing at the end of the long spear. He had shot out the purple comet spear. Puff! The purple comet spear easily pierced through Huang Zixuan's body. The 20% power Thunderfire annihilation didn't explode, but turned into a manic and violently brutal energy that broke into Huang Zixuan's body, tearing all of his organs and meridians into pieces. Huang Zixuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and desolate hopelessness flashed in his eyes. His dantian wasn't destroyed so he wouldn't die immediately, but he could only live for a few more breaths. Ka! The crimson chain tightened and the purple comet spear was pulled loose. As the spear came out, blood rained on the floor and Huang Zixuan's corpse fell to the ground. Seeing Huang Zixuan's blood dye the rock red, the Handler and Huang Zixuan's third brother were ashen. They couldn't believe everything that had just happened. An outer court elder of the moon-seizing sect, Huang Zixuan, whose strength reached the limit of the Hotian realm, was actually killed in less than 10 breaths of time by such a young boy? The battle was fast, the moves were fierce. It was bewildering and unexpected. But at this moment, Lin Ming turned his head, an icy gaze shooting out. Everyone that followed Huang Zixuan felt like their hearts had jumped into their throats. The eagle handler was frightened to the point where he immediately slumped to the ground. But the other two Hotian masters glanced at each other, and without a single word, launched their movement techniques and flew in separate directions, rapidly escaping. "You wanna run?" Lin Ming sneered, then activated the golden rock shattering the void movement technique and the concept of wind. He would first let that middle Hotian realm master off for now, and chase down the late Hotian man called Third Brother. Lin Ming's speed wasn't where his strength lay, but that was only relative to those monstrous geniuses whose speed reached the limit, such as Jiang Baoyun. Now, with Lin Ming's cultivation having continuously broken through, along with his understanding of the concept of wind having increased, how could an ordinary late Hotian master compare to him? As the two ran away, Lin Ming soon caught up in just a dozen breaths of time. A spear thrust forth. Flow like silk. 10,000 vibrating true essence threads roared into the area, weaving into an inescapable net, directly blocking the path of the man. Ah! The third brother gave a desperate cry, his saber slashing down at the azure true essence. However, the azure true essence was infinitely tough. How could he cut through it? Not only that, but as he struck it, a terrifying vibrating force transferred up his weapon, causing his blood to roil and his weapon to nearly shake free from his hand. Don't! In the moment of life or death, the third brother left out a cry of despair. However, Lin Ming showed no mercy. A spear pierced through the man's dantian, twisting his true essence. The man's dantian broke apart and he bled from the head, immediately dying. Lin Ming took the man's spatial ring and then retrieved his spear. He turned towards another direction to chase down the middle Hotian martial artist. Although Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the late pulse condensation period, with his strength chasing one person was fine, but chasing two was a bit troublesome. With Lin Ming's current soul force strength, he wasn't yet able to completely lock onto someone. This vast barren mountain had valleys and stone cliffs everywhere. If this man looked for a place to hide, then it would be very difficult to find him. However, Lin Ming wasn't alone. He also had the winged flood dragon. At the same time that Lin Ming chased after the third brother, Qi Yan was following that middle Hotian master. Although Qi Yan was still a child, it also had the strength of a ordinary Hotian martial artist. It was completely able to follow and hound a middle Hotian master. Once followed by Qi Yan, the man was extremely anxious. With his limited strength, he couldn't do anything about Qi Yan. He had attacked several times with no results. Instead, he was just wasting his time. And at this time, Lin Ming arrived. He carried the purple comet spear that was stained red with blood. His entire body was covered with rags, and the aura that he was emitting was the same as a blood-crazy demon. Seeing him, the man was frightened out of his wits. "Young hero, please forgive me. I was only forced by Huang Zixuan. I am innocent." His voice abruptly ended here. Lin Ming stabbed out with his spear, directly crushing the man's dantian to pieces. "Innocent?" Lin Min sneered. In this world, no one was innocent. If a man tried to kill others for their own benefit, then they had to be prepared to die in exchange. To be filled with such bloodlust and excitement when killing someone, but actually proclaiming themselves innocent when they were at the door of death. This sort of person should die sooner. Lin Ming took this man's spatial ring, hopped atop Qi Yan, and flew back. Huang Zixuan had already died, and all his hopes with him. Huang Samping's wrist was shattered by Lin Ming. To a normal pulse condensation martial artist, a broken wrist wasn't a wound that was fatal. But before this, Huang Samping had already suffered an extreme attack from Lin Ming and had spat out a great deal of blood and viscera. Now that there were injuries piled atop his old injuries, he no longer had any strength to resist. Seeing Lin Ming return, Huang Samping's face showed a touch of despair and fear, just like a man on the execution grounds who had been sentenced to death. Few people were unafraid of death, especially those promising talents of sections. Huang Samping's lips trembled and his voice shook as he asked, You are Lin Ming?" Huang Samping's lips trembled, and his voice shook as he asked, You are Lin Ming?" Lin Ming glanced at Huang Sanping in surprise. He hadn't expected that the mewling kid in front of him would guess his identity the moment before his own death. But it wasn't too difficult to guess. The strength he had just shown belonged to a sect's absolute top talent, and this was also the territory of the 7 profound valleys. His name had been floating around for a while, ever since Divine Phoenix Island had announced him as their sole heaven-step talent. This time, Lin Ming had no need to hide anything. He indifferently nodded and said, "That's right." "So you were..." Huang Samping's frightened face bent up in an awkward smile. As he smiled, his face began to twitch and it looked somewhere between an extremely ugly laugh and a cry. As one of the geniuses on Divine Phoenix Island's joint talent training program, how could he never have heard the name of Lin Ming, the only heaven-step talent that was listed? A heaven-step talent could enjoy treatment equal to a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. How many people envied? How many people were jealous? Huang Samping had always been an extremely jealous man. When he had heard of this, jealousy had flooded his entire body, incapacitating him. He had always kept a thought in the back of his mind that he would take revenge on Lin Ming one day, but he never thought that. Genius? How ridiculous. Huang Sanping had been labeled a genius ever since he was a child. Now, that title in front of this monster was nothing more than a joke. In front of this monster, he didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Huang Samping always thought that if he could obtain the treasures left behind by the moon-seizing sect, then the future world would be his for the taking. He would become the heroic lead of the entire Sky Spill continent. But now, all his hopes and dreams seemed incomparably comical. A complete farce. A monster like Lin Ming was able to swallow the shattered demon heart crystal with a mere pulse condensation period cultivation. Against this person, how could he possibly compare to him in any measure? Lin Ming looked at Zhou Xinyu and said, "Do you want to do it yourself?" Lin Ming assumed that the resentment and grudges that ran between Huang Sanping and Zhou Xinyu were deep. If she finished this by her own hands, it would be easier for her to clear her thoughts and spirit. Zhou Xinyu glared at Huang Sanping with hate seething in her eyes. Although Huang Sanping was severely injured, that still didn't resolve the hostility in her heart. She had almost been captured by him. And if she would have suffered a life of endless torment, being humiliated daily. Thinking this, Zhou Xinyu shuddered. Zhou Xinyu grit her teeth, took out a treasure longsword, and stabbed Huang Samping's heart. Blood shot out, and Huang Samping's eyes turned lifeless. As Lin Ming saw this, he sighed. Yet another genius had fallen from the skies. On the path of martial artists, a mediocre person may not have a good life, but a genius could die a miserable death at any time. Of course, to a sect at the level of Divine Phoenix Island, Huang Samping couldn't even be considered a genius. He would have been long eliminated before the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm, revolving core realm, and even higher realms above, every stage had a vast number of martial artists that were eliminated from advancement. To talents that were even more amazing and extraordinary than Huang Sanping, like Qin Wuxin, they would be stopped after the Xiantian realm. To talents even more outstanding than Qin Wuxin, like Zhang Baoyun, they might be eliminated from advancing after reaching the revolving core realm. As for talents even more exceptional than Zhang Baoyun, like Mu Qianyu, they might be stopped after becoming a peerless emperor. The path of martial arts was infinite and endless. Lin Ming could feel in his soul that if he didn't seize every chance to enhance his cultivation, then one day the destiny of being eliminated would fall upon his own head. After witnessing the inimitable war within the realm of the gods, Lin Ming's scope of vision had already transcended Sky Spill Continent and stood on a higher level. He would never be complacent with any achievements that he attained. He knew that he was just a frog in the well that had taken a brief scenic trip on the outside before returning. Even when it came to the most basic of body transformations realms, the tempering marrow boundary, he had only traced the very edge of it. Lin Ming guessed that in order to fully complete tempering marrow, he would need thousands upon thousands of heaven-opening pills. Although the shattered demon heart crystal was strong, a dozen or so of those crystals could not match up to several thousand heaven-opening pills. With the help of half a shattered demon heart crystal, Lin Ming's tempering marrow was only semi-complete. Even with a dozen more shattered demon heart crystals, it would still be nearly impossible to thoroughly complete tempering marrow. However, in the path of tempering marrow, the quality was much more important than quantity. Normally, the first time a pill was eaten would have the greatest effect. Afterwards, the effects would increasingly weaken every time. Although the heaven-opening pill was good, after 1 or 2,000, Lin Ming would reach the limit of its effectiveness. Anything more than that wouldn't help. The shattered demon heart crystal was a top-level, high-quality, potently powerful pill in comparison to the heaven-opening pill. But what effects would there still be if he ate 10? Lin Ming wasn't sure, but even in a bad situation he should still be able to complete 60 to 70% of tempering marrow. With that success, he might not even need to fear Ouyang Boyan. He might even kill him instead. If this idea of Lin Ming's was known by other martial artists, they might have died from vomiting blood in anger. The incomparably precious heaven-opening pill was actually considered being taken in units of 1,000. If they weren't struck to death by thunder, they would be irritated to death. After tidying all of Huang Zishuan's followers, Lin Ming returned to Zhou Xinyu and begun to search through the spatial rings. Lin Ming didn't have much hope that these people would have anything too interesting. A third-grade genius belongings could only be considered change to him now. After looking through everything, the only objects of notice were several high-grade human step treasures, the moon-seizing sex cultivation method jade slips, several thousand low-grade true essence stones, and also some bottles of pills. Through everything, there wasn't even a single heaven-opening pill. He didn't know that the reason Huang Samping had gotten tangled into this mess was because he had given his heaven-opening pill to Huang Zishuan to swallow. The cultivation method jade slips were all given back to Zhou Xinyu. Naturally, he had no need for things like this. He kept the treasures and pills for future use or if he needed to give them to anyone. As for the true essence stones, they were kept for spending money. As for the rest, Lin Ming didn't have much hope, and his Lin family didn't need it either. He was preparing to throw it away, but at this moment he took another casual glance and found something interesting. This wasn't Huang Zishuan's or Huang Samping's, but it belonged to the weakest eagle handler. It was a very ancient jade slip that contained some sort of technique called the psychic soul art. In summary, it was a secret method to communicate with beasts. This eagle handler was a complete mess when it came to martial talent and cultivation, and at 40 to 50 years of age had only reached an early pulse condensation cultivation, and that was also relying on pills to forcefully raise it. His combat strength wasn't better than a common martial artist. In fact, it was even worse. However, because he had a talent that was able to communicate with beasts, he was appointed by the moon-seizing sect to handle the golden-winged heavenly wind eagle. It seemed that this eagle handler's talent had a great connection to this jade slip. Although this jade slip didn't seem very practical, it looked like a lot of fun. Thus, Lin Ming readily placed it in his spatial ring. Let's go, we'll look for a cave to rest in. I have to meditate and restore my true essence, Lin Ming said to Zhou Xinyu. Zhou Xinyu timidly nodded. The series of events that just occurred was too shocking for her. Lin Ming, with his pulse condensation cultivation, had swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal and hadn't died. Not only that, but afterwards he had revived and killed Huang Zixuan in less than 10 breaths of time. However, there were things that confused Zhou Xinyu. The shattered demon heart crystal was supposedly a top-quality miracle medicine that needed one to be at least a Xiantian master to take. Its medicinal efficacy could be imagined. Since Lin Ming swallowed half of one at only a cultivation of the pulse condensation period, his cultivation should have rapidly risen, directly breaking through to the Hotian realm. But how did he only advance by such a small level that he was stuck in the late pulse condensation period? Zhou Xinyu really couldn't understand this, but she tactfully decided not to ask. The two quickly found a distantly hidden mountain cave. At this time, the sun had just risen. Inside the mountain cave there was a deep pool that came from a steadily flowing mountain stream. It was very cool and light. Lin Ming said, "I'm going to take a bath. You can wait for me at the entrance." Lin Ming's entire body was currently covered in blood and shorn off black and red skin. His entire body was also in rags. Not taking a bath as soon as he could would be a travesty. Zhou Xinyu nodded and then politely waited at the entrance. Lin Ming finished his bath in a quarter of an hour, and then changed into some loose and unlined clothing from his spatial ring. He had also eaten up some strong True Essence supplementary pills, and meditated for a short period of time. The True Essence in his body was nearly restored, and the heretical god forces' compressed True Essence reserves were at maximum capacity. Then Lin Ming called Zhou Xinyu into the cave. When Zhou Xinyu saw Lin Ming after he had traded his clothes and washed off all the bloody scabs and torn skin from his body, she was stunned. After the preliminary tempering marrow, Lin Ming's looks had changed beyond recognition. Underneath the bloody scabs was the tenderest skin, delicate like a newborn babe. His entire body seemed to be brimming with potent vigor, and the slightly bulging and protruding muscles of his body only seemed to accentuate his healthiness and give him an extremely symmetrical and beautiful appearance, just like a graceful cheetah. His stature had raised some, making him seem even more righteous and tall. There were even subtly significant changes to his features. Originally, Lin Ming seemed valiant and noble, but in truth that was because there was a sharp aura that came from his forehead. In terms of Lin Ming's looks, he couldn't have been considered too outstanding. But now, after Lin Ming had been reborn, his eyebrows were sharp like swords, his eyes shone like the infinite stars in the sky, and his face seemed to be like the most valuable jade that had been carved by a saber. He was simply a jade-like god, yet not losing any of his sharp fortitude and masculine handsomeness. All with the simple and unlined blue clothes that clung to his tight and compact body as he stood illuminated against the rising sun of the morning and the rays of the dawn sprinkled upon his comely appearance. He seemed to have an ethereal sense of beauty. All of this caused Zhou Xinyu to fall into a silly trance. After several breaths, Zhou Xinyu finally came to her senses. She then haltingly said, "Sir Lin, I'm sorry for what I did. I thought you died, so..." Zhou Xinyu was naturally referring to when she had stabbed Lin Ming's chest with her dagger. Now looking back at it, Zhou Xinyu only thought she was an incompetent fool. She simply had no merits to speak of. "Forget about it. I know that you were well-intentioned in your actions. But actually, about the moon-seizing sect's hidden treasures. I was wondering if Miss Zhou could tell me?" Lin Ming's gaze swept past Zhou Xinyu. When Zhou Xinyu had stabbed him, the truth was that he could have dodged. But he still had finished tempering his marrow with the shattered demon heart crystal. He also didn't want to prematurely quicken the true essence stored within the heretical god seed. That was the last of his strength. The reason that Lin Ming had let Zhou Xinyu freely stab him was because he had enough confidence in his own body's defense after the preliminary tempering marrow phase. The hidden treasure. As Zhou Xinyu heard Lin Ming mention this, her face was full of a complex color. She didn't think there would be a day when the treasures that her master had entrusted to her to revive the moon-seizing sect would be personally given to an outsider by her. Zhou Xinyu knew that the reason Lin Ming had taken such a big risk and gambled his own life was for the shattered demon heart crystal. If Lin Ming hadn't helped her, she would never have survived this calamity, much less have any hope of reviving the moon-seizing sect. The reason she made this choice was that she had been compelled by circumstance. Thinking this, Zhou Xinyu felt much better in her heart. She whispered, "I have the key to the hidden treasure on me. As for where it is, it's within the South Sea, located on Dark Moon Island." Dark Moon Island? Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. These past few months, he had read many ancient texts and had a much better understanding of the major powers of the South Horizon region, as well as the local customs, conditions, and geography. As for Dark Moon Island, that was a place he had read about. It was a dangerous area within the South Sea, and was the eye of the South Sea's Earth pulse. All year round, frostine energy was gathered there. It was said that in ancient times an unparalleled war had taken place on that island and countless powerhouses had died. Since then, a bone-chilling wind and a black fog covered the island all year, and many fierce and vicious ghosts and otherworldly beasts existed there. Just the chilling wind by itself was dangerous for pulse condensation martial artists. As for the ghosts and other dangerous residents of that island, there were many powerhouses that were comparable to Hotian masters, and it was even said that there were ghost kings that were equal to Xiantian masters. Thinking this, Lin Ming frowned. Your moon-seizing sect actually placed their treasure trove in such a location? Well, Dark Moon Island is rarely visited and mostly inaccessible, so it's much more secure. Sir Lin may not know, but 1,000 years ago, the South Horizon region didn't truly wish to participate in the siege of Silent Demon Emperor City. Rather, it could be said they were forced to. The might of Silent Demon Emperor City was titanic. Not even the entire coalition force together was larger than Silent Demon Emperor City. In that war, the moon-seizing sect did have a harvest, but the losses were severe. Countless sect masters fell from the sky. If the treasures were kept in the moon-seizing sect, it would probably have been looted in the years since then. As Zhou Xinyu spoke, she let out a sigh. She remembered the glorious and magnificent history of the moon-seizing sect, but also their recent destruction. It really made her heart ache. 100-year dynasty, 1,000-year sect, 10,000-year holy land. For a third-grade sect to last 1,000 or 2,000 years was already a long period of time. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, if it wasn't so, then the moon-seizing sect would have suffered a disaster in their weakened state, and all their treasures would have been looted. But even if it's Dark Moon Island, can it stop an extreme Xiantian master? An extreme Xiantian master naturally won't find Dark Moon Island dangerous. However, Dark Moon Island's black rock can inhibit and prevent soul perception. As long as the secret door is hidden underground, it's nearly impossible to find. In addition, Dark Moon Island is an extremely vast land. Without a guide, a Xiantian master could spend several years on Dark Moon Island and still not find the location where my sect hid their treasures. I see. Lin Ming realized that going to Dark Moon Island wasn't the best choice. If he became confused and walked into danger, things might turn out poorly. Zhou Xinyu saw Lin Ming's worries and said, Dark Moon Island is dangerous, but my sect also left clever techniques to avoid danger, so it isn't too risky. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Zhou to guide me at the time. Before, I also heard Miss Zhou say that the moon-seizing sect's hidden treasures include a total of 12 shattered demon heart crystals left over, and there are also many cultivation method jade slips, rare and precious pills, materials, treasure armor and weapons, true essence stones, and so on. Zhou Xinyu nipped her lips and nodded. Her sect was a third-grade sect that had prospered for 1,000 years. Although they had declined afterwards, they still had a rich legacy and inheritance. The The total wealth and resources they accumulated over the years was an amount that was difficult for ordinary martial artists to imagine. Miss Zhou, you said that if I helped you, you would share the treasure with me. How about we discuss how we will split the treasure now? Lin Ming casually said. Zhou Sinyu's heart tightened. She was on the extremely weak end of the bargaining table without any weight to add to her words. If she were forced by Lin Ming, she could say something like, the hidden treasure is fundamental to the revival of my moon-seizing sect. If you want to take it, then you'll have to kill me first. Or something like that. But now, she had asked Lin Ming to help her on her own initiative, and had also agreed to share the hidden treasure with him. Lin Ming had rescued her multiple times, and during this entire process, she had only added to the chaos without being able to help at all. Because of the above, she was too ashamed to object to anything. She could only hope that Lin Ming's demands weren't too rough. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, I don't want the cultivation method jade slips, nor do I want true essence stones, treasure weapons, or armor. If there are some heaven-opening pills, then I will take some. And if there are some other treasures that I'm interested in, we can negotiate. As for the 12 shattered demon heart crystals, I'll take 10. Lin Ming was crazy for these shattered demon heart crystals. They were the reason that he had risked his life. Those crystals were his hope to further his completion of tempering marrow. With 10 shattered demon heart crystals and more heaven-opening pills, he wondered what percentage of tempering marrow he would be able to complete. Zhou Xinyu listened to Lin Ming's request. Although she was a bit distressed, she knew that Lin Ming wasn't asking for much. Or, it was better to say that nothing else interested him. Also, she just didn't have any room to bargain further. The truth was that for the revival of a sect, it didn't depend on a top medicine like the shattered demon heart crystal, but rather the inherited cultivation methods, true essence stones, and a massive quantity of basic treasures and pills. These were the materials that most beginning disciples could use. She bit her lips and said, Thank you, Sir Lin. Then Miss Zhou, I'll have to trouble you to follow me for the next few days. If you don't mind, could you hand me the key to take care of? Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. Although his approach was a bit villainous, he couldn't depend on the heart of someone he didn't know. Zhou Xinyu might run off somewhere when he wasn't looking. As Zhou Xinyu listened to Lin Ming's blatant distrust of her, she became angry. Her beautiful eyes flared at him, and then she finally angrily opened her collar and took out a pendant, throwing it to Lin Ming as she coldly said, The key is inside. You can take it. Lin Ming grabbed the pendant and then traced his nose in embarrassment. He awkwardly said, I'm sorry for offending Miss Zhou. I asked that Miss Zhou be a little understanding and forgive me. Lin Ming touched this pendant that carried Zhou Sinyu's body warmth. It had a very unique shape, just like a ceremonial dagger. As he sensed it with his soul force, Lin Ming was surprised to find that there was a pocket dimension inside. This pendant was actually a storage treasure, just like a spatial ring. Also, the grade was quite high. Inside was only a single item. It was an exquisite hexagonal box that was colored gold and red, less than 3 inches wide, just large enough to be placed in the center of a palm. The wood looked as if it were made of metal, but it felt warm, and a full moon was carved onto the surface. With further investigation, the wood of this key was very strange, emitting an ancient breath. At least, it wasn't a fake, and he wouldn't have to worry about Zhou Xinyu somehow tricking him while he traveled with her for these next few days. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Zhou. Although Lin Ming seemed thankful, he didn't imply that he was letting Zhou Xinyu walk away. Zhou Xinyu didn't speak in anger. It was unknown what she was thinking. With the atmosphere a bit awkward, Lin Ming cleaned up a corner in the cave to sit down and restore his true essence. Zhou Xinyu also sat down in front of the wall opposite to Lin Ming and meditated too. After revolving her true essence several times, she felt sleepy and leaned against the stone wall to rest. She truly was tired. She hadn't yet had a full night of sleep. To a pulse condensation period martial artist, a night without sleeping was nothing. But before Zhou Xinyu came here, she had fled through the southern wilderness for 4 to 5 days without rest until she arrived at Green Mulberry City. Then, almost immediately, the fierce war with the beast tide had erupted, and she had to flee that very night. After that, Lin Ming went through an intense battle because of the shattered demon heart crystal, and Zhou Xinyu had to wait with extreme anxiousness for 3 hours while the dreamland enchantment was slowly whittled away. Now that she could finally relax her guard, she was naturally sleepy. Zhou Xinyu rested for 3 or 4 hours, and when she woke up it was the afternoon. The barren mountain was still the wilderness. While Zhou Xinyu was sleeping, she kept her guard up a bit just in case. Feeling Lin Ming leave, she didn't care that much. As she stepped out of the cave, she saw that Lin Ming had cleared out an open space, built a fire, and was roasting 2 rabbits. In these sparsely populated hills, there were few natural enemies, so the rabbits were especially plump. Their entire bodies were roasted gold, and a fragrant smell wafted in the air. Smelling this delicious aroma, Zhou Xinyu was immediately hungry. She hadn't eaten for almost an entire day and night. She was quite happy to eat this roasted rabbit meal. When she finished eating, she licked her fingers in delight. She didn't think that Lin Ming would have this sort of skill. The barbecue flavor was just so good. Lin Ming got up and said, "Before we go to Dark Moon Island, I'll have to make a number of preparations. So I'll have to trouble Miss Zhou for these next few days." Green Mulberry City. After the chaos of last night due to Huang Zixuan, the army camp finally discovered one thing: Zhu Ping was missing. The entire camp searched tirelessly for him, but couldn't even find his corpse. Even the scouts reported that they didn't see Zhu Ping leave the camp. It was as if he evaporated into the air. When the investigation reached this point, the high-level characters of Green Mulberry had a faint guess about what had happened. Zhu Ping had been killed, and it had been by someone who had a grudge against him. For that person to be able to kill him in the camp without raising a single sound, there could only be one. As Lin Wanshan, Zhuang Fan, Lin Wuyin, and the others realized this, their complexions turned extremely ugly. They didn't have the qualifications to question Lin Ming's decisions, nor did they dare to, but the problem was that Lin Ming had been chased down by a group of masters and was missing, and their army commander was killed too. What would they do if the beast tide came again? Everyone was nervous like ants in a hot pan. Until late in the morning of the second day, Xianxia and his group arrived at Green Mulberry City on their heavenly wind eagles. There were dozens of heavenly wind eagles with 2 or 3 masters on each. With such a large group flying overhead, the guards instantly panicked, making a report of the chaos to headquarters. Lin Wanshan and everyone hurriedly ran over. Heavens! There were over 100 masters. Looking at their true essence fluctuations, if they weren't at the pulse condensation period, then they were at the Hotian realm. Lin Wanshan and everyone else were shocked. What was going on? In the midst of a raging beast tide, over 100 masters had actually come. They knew just what this meant. This could be the lifeline of their Green Mulberry City. But why had they come here? They didn't recognize the white-clothed man that was leading them, but there were people that recognized the 2 behind him. Aren't those 2 Mr. Mui and Miss Qin from the martial quarters? Zhuang Fan looked at Qin Xingxuan and Mui, who were standing atop a heavenly wind eagle. He had seen Mui and Qin Xingxuan before, but currently they should definitely still be at Sky Fortune City. Miss Qin from the martial quarters? Green Mulberry City's city lord Zhao Yanming was surprised. Are you saying that Miss Qin is Qin Xingxuan? Of course it's her. Although Marshal Qin has many granddaughters, the only Miss Qin that walks with Mr. Muyi is young Miss Qin Xingxuan. Qin Xingxuan? That was the proud lady of the martial quarters, and also the beloved favorite of Marshal Qin. Why would such a figure come to Green Mulberry City at such a time? And who was that white-clothed person standing in front of Qin Xingxuan? As Zhaoying was alarmed and indecisive for a time, Xianxia asked, "Which of one of you is the leader here?" Since Zhu Ping died, it was Zhao Yanming who stood in for him. He said, "That's me, Zhao Yanming, Green Mulberry City's city lord." "I see, so it's City Lord Zhao. I am Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house master Xianxia, and these 120 masters with me are also from the 7 profound martial house. We seek entrance to Green Mulberry City and would like to request City Lord Zhao make the arrangements. 120 martial artists from the 7 profound martial house are coming to Green Mulberry City?" Zhao Yanming could hardly believe this. This was simply a most propitious event. It had to be known that during this beast tide, many cities within Sky Fortune Kingdom were suffering. Even the capital Sky Fortune City wasn't able to escape. During this time, the 7 profound martial house actually sent 120 masters to Green Mulberry City on heavenly wind eagles, and even martial house master Xianxia personally came. Just why would this be? Zhao Yanming felt such a strong sense of happiness that he thought he would faint and stood stunned for a good 4 or 5 breaths of time. Afterwards, he said extremely flattered, "I welcome Martial House Master Qin. I represent all the people of Green Mulberry City in thanking Martial House Master Qin for this timely help." Xianxia didn't wait for Zhao Yanming's kind words. He directly asked, "City Lord Zhao, as far as I know, Lin Ming should be at Green Mulberry City, but how come he isn't here?" Xianxia had sent out his sense a moment ago, but wasn't able to find Lin Ming anywhere. Zhao Yanming's complexion suddenly turned bitter. Lin Ming's status was extremely important, and now that he was in trouble, Zhao Yanming feared that something bad may have happened. He braced himself and explained the entire matter, that there were 3 or 4 sect Hotian masters, and even a peak sect Hotian master chasing him. Xianxia frowned, but the color of Qin Xingxuan's beautiful face suddenly deteriorated at a distressing degree. He was being chased by a peak Hotian master from a sect? And more than one? Qin Xingxuan felt like her heart was being twisted. Xianxia took out a sound-transmitting talisman and spoke a few random words before igniting it, but still wasn't able to find Lin Ming's position. Only a high-grade sound-transmitting talisman from Divine Phoenix Island would have the range. Otherwise, most sound-transmitting talisman wouldn't spread more than 100 miles away. Xianxia had notified Lin Ming last night through a series of sound-transmitting talismans. "City Lord Zhao, who were they? What sort of special characteristics did they have?" Xianxia asked, his voice sinking. "This lower official does not know." Zhao Yanming shook his head at a loss. He could only give a vague description, but none of this seemed helpful. Finally, Zhou Yanming mentioned that Zhou Xinyu had a faint crescent symbol on her clothes, and Xianxia understood. They must have been from the moon-seizing sect, and somehow Lin Ming had foolishly decided to involve himself in the disputes between direct disciples of the moon-seizing sect. Throughout the day, there were only a few sporadic surges of the beast tide at Green Mulberry City. There wasn't even a need to utilize the whole army. The 100-plus masters of the 7 profound martial house were nearly enough by themselves. Every master was equivalent to at least several hundred soldiers, equaling an army of tens of thousands. Against a beast tide of tens of thousands of second-level vicious beasts, they only needed to send the Hotian masters to slaughter the 4th-level vicious beasts, and the beast tide would naturally disperse. However, even though the beast tide was no longer a problem, the entire army camp still wasn't relaxed, as if a dark cloud had descended on the entire camp. This was because no one knew whether Lin Ming was dead or alive. City Lord Zhao Yanming and the other heads of the major families came to gradually understand one thing, and that was that the reason Xianxia had come this far from Sky Fortune City, and had even brought Qin Xingxuan and Mr. Mui together, was not to rescue Green Mulberry City, but to protect Lin Ming's family. Zhao Yanming couldn't imagine what sort of great show of face this was. Even the Lin family head Lin Wanshan couldn't sit still. He never imagined that Xianxia, whose status was higher than the emperor, would actually rush to Green Mulberry City and protect his family. This awed and flattered him. But Zhao Yanming was even more nervous. He knew that Lin Ming's status was high, but now it seemed that not only was his status high, but he was of unparalleled importance to the 7 profound valleys. He had even heard from Xianxia that the 7 profound valleys total faction had sent help too. It was only that they were too far, so they weren't able to arrive at the border of Sky Fortune Kingdom quickly enough. Now that matters had risen to the level of the sect itself, Zhao Yanming naturally found it difficult to understand. He didn't know what a future revolving core master, and not only that, but a top revolving core powerhouse, meant to the 7 profound valleys. Even if Lin Ming wasn't a disciple of the 7 profound valleys in the future, being on good terms with Lin Ming would still ensure that the 7 profound valleys would experience peace and prosperity for several hundred years. At this time, Zhao Yanming had already forgotten about the matter of Zhu Ping's murder. He organized guards to constantly search for Lin Ming's whereabouts. However, all his efforts came to nothing. As Zhao Yanming saw Xianxia's increasingly gloomy complexion, he nervously walked circles. Gradually, he began to realize something. If Lin Ming really did disappear and possibly die, then this wouldn't just be a case of simple negligence. No, the consequences would be serious, very, very serious. Even Xianxia might be implicated in the entire mess. Qin Xingxuan's heart was heavy with worry. She skipped lunch as she had no appetite. Lin Ming had already been gone for over 10 hours. Then, at around evening, there was a small red that appeared on the western horizon. The guards immediately reported this to a master with better eyesight, and he was able to clearly see that it was a red-winged dragon. But on the back of this dragon stood two figures, and the one in front was Lin Ming. With Lin Ming returning, Xianxia let Zhao Yanming, Lin Wanshan, Mr. Muri, Qin Xingxuan, and everyone else waited at the army camp. As the winged flood dragon drew closer, Zhou Yanming let out a long breath, and Lin Wanshan was also incomparably excited. As for Xianxia, he was happy and a bit doubtful at the same time. Since Lin Ming was returning so calmly and relaxed, the ones chasing him should have been. Qin Xingxuan didn't worry about any of this. Finally, that heavy feeling in her heart was relieved. As she considered herself a good friend of Lin Ming, she was supposed to be extremely happy to see him, and of course she had reason to be. But as she took a few steps, Qin Xingxuan slowed to a stop until she finally stood there, unsure. She saw with her beautiful, unblinking eyes another girl behind Lin Ming whose looks were no less exquisite than her own. During the day when Zhao Yanming had explained what had happened, Qin Xingxuan had listened clearly and heard Zhao Yanming say several Hotian masters had attacked the army camp at night for a girl. This girl had no relation to Lin Ming, but he had actually taken action and risked his own life in order to save her. Qin Xingxuan's eyes turned. She didn't know what to think. Young hero Lin, you truly frightened me to death. Zhao Yanming felt like a giant stone he had been carrying on his shoulders was finally lifted. He nearly collapsed to the ground in relief. Seeing so many people anxiously waiting for him, Lin Ming was a bit embarrassed. Because he had consumed too much true essence and had also just absorbed the shattered demon heart crystal, his breath wasn't yet steady and he had to meditate for a long time. He didn't think so many people would be worried about him. Lin Ming, where did you go for such a long time? What happened last night? Xianxia asked. Lin Ming cupped his hands across his chest in greeting and said, Martial House Master Qin, I apologize for being neglectful and not returning earlier. It was just that during the battle I used too much energy, so I had to find a cave to meditate in, and the delay was longer than I anticipated. Xianxia and Lin Ming walked into tent together. Lin Ming, the ones who chased you were disciples of the moon-seizing sect? I heard from Green Mulberry City's city lord that there was also a peak Hotian master. Lin Ming hesitated, and then honestly said, Yes, that person was killed by me. Xianxia was shocked. A peak Hotian master wasn't much weaker than Xianxia himself. But yet this man was killed by Lin Ming? It was hard to imagine this. Did that mean that Lin Ming had attained a strength that surpassed even his own? Xianxia was temporarily unable to accept such a terrifying rate of progress. It was beyond his understanding. Martial House Master Qin, I would also like to request that you keep this matter a secret and not publicize that I escaped. Lin Ming didn't want this news to spread to the 7 profound valleys Ouyang Boyan's ear. He wanted to hide his own strength so that his enemy would lower his guard. All right? Xianxia opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, and then finally shook his head. This boy was just a monstrous genius. That's right, Martial House Master Qin. About this beast tide. What response does Divine Phoenix Island have? Speaking of this matter, Xianxia sobered up. According to the news from the Total faction, after this beast tide ends, Divine Phoenix Island will most likely begin to move against the South Sea Demon region. Xianxia sighed. This great war would sweep throughout the entire Southern Horizon region, rolling up every single player and force within. This time, who knew how many martial artists would have to perish, or how many sects would be destroyed because of this? However, a war was also a time for geniuses to stand out. Since ancient times, heroes and masters were forged in the fires of war. The South Horizon region hadn't seen such a large-scale war for over 1,000 years. Perhaps it had been peaceful for far too long. Lin Ming nodded without a word. Xianxia's words didn't exceed his expectations. This was probably the effect that the South Sea Demon region wanted to create. If the South Sea Demon region actively attacked Divine Phoenix Island would have the advantage of their home ground, With the aid of the massive arrays that protected the island, the South Sea Demon region would suffer serious losses. But if they pulled them out, this situation wouldn't happen. As Xianxia and Lin Ming were conversing, a maid was carefully packing away the camp supplies. Qin Xingxuan was just sitting on the edge of a curtain, staring at the beautiful crimson clouds that were illuminated by the falling sunset. This falling light spread through the entire green mulberry mountains, and Qin Xingxuan watched, spellbound. "Silly girl, what are you thinking about?" Mui said as he walked over. "Master." Qin Xingxuan panicked. She quickly stood up and greeted him as a courteous disciple did. She wanted to find an excuse for sitting there, but she didn't expect Mui to speak up already. "Don't tell me you're worried about the city and wondering how to repel the beast tide." Qin Xingxuan turned red, awkwardly not speaking. Seeing Qin Xingxuan's reaction, Mui grinned and said, "There are some matters that are too late once you miss your chance. You don't think that boy will approach you on his own initiative, do you?" Mui's words that hit the mark caused Qin Xingxuan to not even be able to lift her head in shame. Although the traditions of Sky Fortune Kingdom were on the conservative side, the truth was that there were always many girls that would boldly court those they liked. Back during the grand banquet at Sky Fortune City, Lin Ming had been encircled by mobs of cawing girls. Some of them were pushed by their parents, and some went of their own volition. This situation was common, and elders that saw this would just smile and laugh. It was a perfectly normal situation. However, Qin Xingxuan had always subconsciously felt that the matters between a man and woman couldn't be forced. Nature had to take its course. If one purposefully pushed things, there might not always be a happy ending. She didn't know whether or not Lin Ming liked her in that manner. If he didn't, then it would be an awkward situation for both of them. Mui saw through Qin Xingxuan's thoughts. He said, "Of course, if the tide comes to you, then that's a great thing. But sometimes if you don't take action and the tide ebbs, it might go and be taken by someone else. Do you remember who Lin Ming came back with today?" As soon as Zhou Xinyu, the girl that came back with Lin Ming, was mentioned, Qin Xingxuan's words stuck in her throat, speechless. The beast tide had passed and Green Mulberry City was safe and sound. Especially in the last few days, because of the help from the masters of the Seven Profound Martial House, there were nearly no losses among the soldiers. 1,000 miles away, even Sky Fortune City was safe. Although they were weaker than Green Mulberry City in terms of masters, the Zhou Mountains that bordered the north of Sky Fortune City were much friendlier and more pleasant than the Green Mulberry Mountains, which extended all the way to the great swamps of the southern wilderness. The highest level vicious beast in the Zhou Mountains were 4th level vicious beasts. Naturally, they were no match for the masters of the royal family, much less. Sky Fortune City originally had 40,000 elite garrison soldiers stationed there. Along with the help from the military nearby, they had an army that was 100,000 strong. With such a massive army encircling Sky Fortune City, there wasn't a single vicious beast that was able to touch the city walls. However, besides Sky Fortune City and Green Mulberry City, the other cities that were swept in the beast tide were not so lucky. These days, Lin Ming lived with Xianxia, Qin Xingxuan, and some others at the residence of Green Mulberry City's Lin family. 7 Profound Valleys Direct Disciple, 7 Profound Martial House Master, State Marshal Qin's most beloved granddaughter. These titles caused all the country nobles in Green Mulberry City who heard them to feel trepidation and awe. For a time, the Lin family became a restricted zone within the entire Green Mulberry City. Although there were countless visitors that hoped to see Lin Ming or maybe Xianxia, they were limited because of their status. They weren't even able to enter past the Lin family gates. At most, they would be able to meet Lin Wanshan. Lin Ming had gone into seclusion within his room and begun to refine the impurities within his true essence. He had taken too many pills lately and his cultivation had increased too quickly. If he didn't take the time to refine his true essence, it would inevitably affect his foundation. Besides Lin Ming, Xianxia had also gone into seclusion, making the final preparations to attack the Xiantian realm bottleneck. 2 days later, during a sunny morning, there were many people waiting at the Lin family courtyard. These included Lin Ming, Qin Xingxuan, as well as the important figures of the Lin family. A heavenly winged eagle fluttered down into the courtyard, and after the cover was removed, a little fat youth plopped down, helping a middle-aged couple step down from the heavenly winged eagle. This young fat youth was 16 or 17 years old. As soon as he jumped off of the back of the eagle, the fat layers of his body jiggled. He held the arm of a woman with coiled hair, who wore a simple blue silk dress. Although she was nearing 40 years old, she was still beautiful. It was only that her face showed that she had lived a life of work and hardship. Especially when one looked at her hands, they could see that her palms were covered in calluses, and the backs of her hands were rough and red. This was the result of being wet too often in the winter. Women of this age naturally didn't need help from others. But the little fat youth was still extremely attentive and helpful, supporting her arm as she came down. The man beside the middle-aged man seemed extremely ordinary. He had a slim, medium build, and he wore a light blue robe. He had a very kind, honest, and pleasant smile. The fat youth called out from the distance, "Brother Lin." Lin Ming stood there. He could see the three people approaching. They were his father, his mother, and also his friend that he had grown up together with and had shared everything. When he was having a difficult time in Sky Fortune City, scraping to get by, it was this brother that cared for him so much, Lin Xiaodong. Lin Ming didn't know how many times he had imagined this reunion in his mind. When he had taken nearly his entire family's savings and raised his ironclad determination to leave home, he had been gone for almost an entire year. During this time he had withstood unimaginable pressure and also suffered unimaginable pain. There was surprise, there was glory, there was grief, there was anger, sorrow, slaughter galore, and his own life had hung by a thin thread several times. He had worked wholeheartedly to fight for his success when he returned, but he also knew that he wouldn't necessarily be able to bring glory back home. Maybe he might have fallen down in the world, and even come back disabled. Not only would he not be able to bring honor to his ancestors, but he would draw the mocking taunts and jeers of his neighbors. However, what Lin Ming knew without a shadow of a doubt was that regardless of how he came home, whether it was with riches or rags, his parents would never, ever abandon him, even if he lost everything. This was the purest and truest love in this world, a love that had no cost, nor was it required to be returned. Lin Ming wasn't excited, nor did he cry. He silently kneeled on the floor, deeply kowtowing to his parents. "Father, mother, your child has returned." Several days passed peacefully at the Lin family. Lin Wanshan had always wanted to mention to Lin Ming about the matter of visiting the ancestors. According to the rules of the Lin family, only true Lin family juniors could burn incense at the ancestral temple, and only true Lin family juniors could be written in the family tree. Currently, Lin Ming was only a branch member. Lin Wanshan wanted to raise this matter with Lin Ming several times, but never found the time to say it. Especially after the event with Xianxia, Lin Wanshan began to gradually realize just how terrifying Lin Ming's future would be. Even though Lin Wanshan had never met more than a handful of Hotian masters, he had actually learned that above the legendary Xiantian realm, there was an even higher realm. And in the future, Lin Ming would be a powerhouse who stepped into this realm. Let alone Sky Fortune Kingdom, or even the entire Seven Profound Territory, this character would be an existence that could control all the nearby areas around the Seven Profound Territory. An existence of this level already surpassed Lin Wanshan's scope of understanding. Within the scope of 1,000,000 miles, population was usually measured in billions or tens of billions. Lin Wanshan was aware that if his Lin family was thrown into this land, it would be nothing more than a grain of sand in a desert. He hesitated to speak of this matter, then decided to wait for Lin Ming and his parents to pass some days in peace before bringing it up. Lin Ming's parents lived a very comfortable life these days. Every morning, the couple would go out and meet the always smiling face of Qin Xingxuan. To this old married couple, she was an extremely pleasant and likable girl. Her smile was always just right, and she didn't seem to care about status. She was sweet, delightful, and elegant yet restrained. Qin Xingxuan was often followed by a young maid who carried a box of food, delivering breakfast to the old couple. These were all famous tastes of the capital. There were delicious cakes and many types of desserts. The old husband and wife had worked in a restaurant for half their lives, and as soon as they bit in, they could tell that it was the work of a famous chef. In the afternoon, Qin Xingxuan would accompany Lin Mu for a chat. Qin Xingxuan's manner of speaking was graceful, and she also had very rich understanding of all the different clothes of different areas. She would often bring Lin Mu to laughter. Sometimes Qin Xingxuan would send out her maid to bring back several different sets of clothing patterns and cut them out with Linmu. These patterns were all styles that came from famous masters of the capital. Sometimes Qin Xingxuan would play chess with Lin Fu. Qin Xingxuan was quite good at chess. This caused old Lin to be full of praise. For such a young girl to have such high skill in chess, he could only compliment Qin Xingxuan for being such an intelligent young lady. In particular, Qin Xingxuan understood tea ceremonies. Old Lin loved to drink tea. When he had run a restaurant, he was still considered well off among the ordinary families. Because of this, Old Lin had drank many different types of tea and had a decent understanding. However, he hadn't yet drank these famous teas from the capital. Qin Xingxuan had brought a great number of famous teas. Although these teas that cost a few thousand taels weren't considered much to Old Lin now, he still didn't have an understanding of their intricacies. To him, it was simply like a cow chewing on peonies. At this time, Qin Xingxuan would kindly smile and steep the teas for Old Lin. She would make each kind of tea, then they would smell the tea, drink the tea, enjoy the tea, and she would explain the background and philosophies of the tea. All of this put Old Lin in high spirits. The old married couple were not foolish. They could well imagine why Qin Xingxuan was approaching them so frequently. Lin Ming was already 16 years old. According to the customs of Sky Fortune Kingdom, that was the ripe age for engagement. Madame Lin's eyes were bright as she looked at Qin Xingxuan. Qin Xingxuan was beautiful and also smart, well-versed in books and principles. She had already been thinking about her. From Qin Xingxuan's manner of speaking, her appearance, and also her experience, she probably came from a noble birth. As Madame Lin asked whose daughter she was surprised to high heavens to find out that she was Marshal Qin Zhao's most beloved granddaughter. Within the martial quarters, she was the brightest pearl of all. It was said that she was a proud woman that even the crown prince was not worthy to match. To the common folk of Sky Fortune Kingdom, they actually didn't have much of an idea about what the 7 profound valleys was. No matter how much others said how awesome or amazing or mighty they were, they would still be confused. But Qin Xiao was different. Country Marshal Qin Xiao was a figure who had single-handedly turned the tides of war 80 years ago. He had single-handedly supported Sky Fortune Kingdom on his shoulders during the chaos and famine caused by war. His character was unparalleled, and his position was such that even the crown prince had to be respectful to him. The Qin family was ranked among the best within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. Besides the royal Yang family, even the allied trade association's Zhang family couldn't compare with the Qin family. Although the Zhang family was richer and stronger, they simply could not compare to the Qin family in terms of status and reputation. Sky Fortune Kingdom's agricultural, manufacturing, and merchant professions were all seen by the common folk as humble and inferior professions. Only a family that had a great deal of exploits and heritage could truly be a first-rate family. Do you think the lady from the Qin family has taken a liking to our little Ming? At night, Lin Mu was speaking to Lin Fu with an expression of disbelief. She had thought that Qin Xingxuan might be the daughter of some random aristocratic family. These days, there were many dignitaries and other high-ranked individuals who offered their daughters up, even making it clear that they would just be concubines. Lin Mu didn't think that Qin Xingxuan would actually be the most outstanding granddaughter of Marshal Qin. She knew her son had a high status, but even that legendary martial quarters was approaching them with hints of marriage. It was quite difficult for her to accept. If a matchmaker from the martial quarters came to propose marriage, then Lin Mu could accept this impossible reality. But Qin Xingxuan had personally come. Lin Mu knew when a young girl was acting with and without restraint. For a young girl to appear in public with an old couple, wasn't this forcing their hand? Lin Ming was silent. For a full hour, his mother had discussed marriage with him. As he remembered the hidden bitterness in her eyes, even he felt a headache coming on. Lin Ming subconsciously tried to avoid love and marriage. This wasn't because he had failed in this field or before. Although Lin Ming was very sad when Lan Yunwei betrayed him, the sadness was more because of himself. He hated that he didn't fight back, and he hated that he didn't have the power to. Now, these matters had been cleared long ago. It hadn't even left much of a mark on Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't have feelings towards Qin Xingxuan, because he did. However, he could not marry her because he could not afford to shoulder this responsibility. He was destined to leave Sky Fortune Kingdom, leave the Divine Phoenix Province, leave the South Horizon region, and break through the Martial Void. This path was extremely dangerous. A single accident, a single misstep, and he would be doomed. It was impossible to bring Qin Xingxuan along this road, because she would die. But if he didn't bring Qin Xingxuan with him, and asked that she stay home with his mother, that would also be impossible because it was just too unfair for her. The only one with the ability to walk with him might be Mu Qianyu. If she was willing. A flame lit in Lin Ming's room. This was a top sex-specific sound-transmitting talisman. Mu Qianyu's voice sounded in Lin Ming's ear, speaking two messages. First, Divine Phoenix Island would soon wage war with the South Sea Demon region. Second, he needed to return to Divine Phoenix Island within 3 months and enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm? Lin Ming paused. He didn't expect it to be so soon. When Lin Ming was listed as the only Heaven Step talent on the Joint Talent Training Program, he was able to enjoy treatment equal to a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, and he was also given an opportunity to enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Lin Ming had asked Mu Qianyu just what the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm was. It wasn't a testing zone that was set up by Divine Phoenix Island, but rather a wondrous place that was left behind by the ancient Phoenix clan. When one entered the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, there was a chance of dying. The chances weren't high. It was only around 10%. But what was terrifying was that who lived and who died didn't depend on strength, but seemed to be a matter of luck. There were no laws stating who would die or why. The strong could die while the weak could live. Of those that came out, some obtained advantages, some obtained increases in strength and cultivation, some obtained valuable materials, some obtained high-grade treasures, and there were even some that obtained the precious bloodline of Saint Beasts. 3 months. I'll have to see what the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm is like. Lin Ming sat on a cushion and continued to practice the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, slowly consolidating his cultivation and refining out the pill toxins. Lin Ming's essence-gathering cultivation system now relied on the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. The Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians was only a body transformation cultivation method manual, and was no longer suited for him to practice at the pulse condensation period to reach a higher realm. Like this, another 2 days passed. Every day, Lin Ming would leave his quiet room and pass time with his family and friends. This day, Lin Ming had just finished eating with his parents and was playing chess with Lin Xiaodong when he suddenly heard someone say, "Lin Ming." When he looked back, he saw a splendidly dressed Qin Xingxuan. She was holding a tray of tea in her hands, and was standing against the brilliant sunset, beautifully smiling. As Lin Xiaodong saw Qin Xingxuan, his plump face wrinkled in a cheap, sly grin, and he deliberately shouted out with great exaggeration, "Oh, I just remembered that I have something very important to do. I'll be going first." As he said this, he speedily scurried away, leaving behind only an awkwardly smiling Qin Xingxuan. She slowly arranged the tea set on the stone table. It was a lazy day. The sunlight of the bright spring afternoon shined down, glimmering. To sit in a garden pavilion with tea, having some refreshments, with a beauty pouring the tea and being able to view the flowers, this was a fairy-like life. However, Lin Ming actually wasn't able to enjoy any of this at the time. Instead, he was somewhat afraid. Qin Xingxuan unhurriedly rinsed the teacups, steeping the tea. A light fragrance wafted out, refreshing the heart. "Brother Lin, these past few days have been really distressing for you, right?" Qin Xingxuan whispered as she gently placed a teacup in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming paused. Qin Xingxuan had always called him by his full name. She had never been someone who referred to him with such a distant and respectful title like Brother Lin. Lin Ming didn't know why, but he felt a slight twisting pain in his heart. With the fragrance of the tea filling the air, the two people fell into a silent lull. Slowly, as the tea cooled down, Qin Xingxuan quietly said, "Tomorrow I will be going back to the capital." Lin Ming replied, an unhappy feeling in his heart. Seeing Lin Ming's expression, Qin Xingxuan suddenly smiled. The radiant sunlight sprinkled on her light yellow dress. It was utterly compelling to the human eye. She said, Brother Lin, these days I've been thinking about many things, and it seems that there are some matters that are destined to not be right. For instance, several hundred years from now, when I become an old lady, even I won't be able to tolerate it. Qin Xingxuan's voice seemed to have a jokingly playful tone that was masking the bitterness in her heart, causing Lin Ming to be very uncomfortable. Several hundred years from now, Lin Ming's looks wouldn't have changed too much. As for Qin Xingxuan, it would be extremely difficult for her to break through to the revolving core realm. Several hundred years from now, she might already be reaching the end point of her life. Just this point caused these two individuals to live in separate worlds, unable to be together. This was the matter that Qin Xingxuan mentioned she wouldn't be able to tolerate. She absolutely did not want such a scene. An afternoon tea was drank for less than half an hour. The tea still had a fragrant smell, but it seemed to have a bitter taste to it that pained the heart. Even after Qin Xingxuan left, Lin Ming was still in a daze. Thinking of her beautiful face gradually waning under the knife of time, Lin Ming felt his heart pained with regret. Only if... Suddenly, Lin Ming's mind shook. Qin Xingxuan wasn't even 16 years old yet, and her cultivation was at the mere bone-forging stage. If she tossed aside all of her current cultivation and retrained from scratch, then Lin Ming had already completed the preliminary true essence physical transformation stage of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. As for the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming had reached large success of the third layer. That was the main true essence revolution method of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. With this foundation, he might try to engrave this knowledge of the true primal chaos formula onto a jade slip. If he could leave some cultivation methods and inheritances of the realm of the gods to his own wife and future children so that they could become stronger, only in that way would Lin Ming have true peace of mind. With Qin Xingxuan's 6th grade talent, if she learned some of the legacies of the realm of the gods, and also had a few lucky chances, then reaching the revolving core realm should be nothing at all. In the future, Qin Xingxuan might even be of great assistance to him. With his mind set, Lin Ming entered the quiet room, took out a blank jade slip, and began to engrave the true primal chaos formula. Engraving a cultivation method manual was an arduous and exceedingly complicated process, and the person engraving and to be very proficient in this cultivation method. This was also the reason that cultivation method jade slips were so incomparably precious. Lin Ming spent a full afternoon and night to finally engrave the first half of the true primal chaos formula. Of course, there were many flaws and some omissions, but this was the best that Lin Ming could do unless he could cultivate the true primal chaos formula to perfection. If Qin Xingxuan practiced this cultivation method, she would have to take many detours and it would be much more difficult than when Lin Ming had practiced it. But it was far superior to practicing the third-rate cultivation methods of the 7 profound valleys. At midnight, the oil lamp in Qin Xingxuan's room was still shining brightly. She was cultivating on her bed, but her heart wasn't calm. She envied Mu Qianyu to the bone, if only she had her talent and strength. Qin Xingxuan was not afraid of aging, nor did she wish for immortality. What she feared was that when her husband still seemed to be a strapping, handsome young man, she would be a white-haired granny. To her, this was an incomparably scary and horrifying future. Even if her husband could accept this, she could not. The door sounded. It was Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan was stunned. It wasn't polite to enter a woman's room late at night, especially if it was seen by others. This must be an extraordinary matter. Qin Xingxuan carefully welcomed Lin Ming into her room, puzzled. She asked, "Brother Lin, is there an urgent matter?" "For you." Lin Ming didn't speak any idle chatter. He took out a jade slip and placed it on the table. Qin Xingxuan picked up the jade slip. It was still warm to the touch. This jade slip was obviously newly engraved. Otherwise, it would have already been polished smooth by the touch of hands. As she slipped her sense into the jade slip, Qin Xingxuan was stunned. She continued to look carefully. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Xingxuan withdrew her sense, shocked, and glanced at Lin Ming with incredulity in her eyes. Although Lin Ming hadn't engraved the entire true primal chaos formula, with Qin Xingxuan's intelligence and talent, she already realized how precious this cultivation method was. It was absolutely more precious and rare than any core cultivation method of the 7 profound valleys. This cultivation method is... Qin Xingxuan's voice trembled as she spoke. Maybe this incomparably precious cultivation method was obtained by Lin Ming when he risked his life in some ancient ruins somewhere. How could he so easily give this away? Now, giving this to her was a commitment, a promise, and a pledge. It was much more reliable than sweet whispered nothings and words of love. There was no need to say anything anymore. For a time, many chaotic thoughts surged into Qin Xingxuan's mind. It was so sudden that she wanted to cry. Lin Ming said, "This cultivation method is only a part. I don't have the original jade slip. I can only practice. This matter is very difficult to explain. I just want to say that this cultivation method is extremely important, and it is imperative that it remain confidential. Otherwise, it will provoke a calamity. Afterwards, when I have the ability to engrave the rest, I'll do so and give it to you. Everything's for you." Qin Xingxuan held the jade slip close to her bosom. Her lips pursed as she gazed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes were soft and gentle, broad and warm. Looking at him, she couldn't help but close her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. After Qin Xingxuan calmed herself down, she opened her eyes and said, "I won't tell this to anyone. Give up the cultivation method you were practicing and take this true primal chaos formula as the foundation, retraining yourself through strength training, flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, and bone forging. Remove all the impurities of your body and refine the tempered true essence from your body. This is the only way you can reset your foundation." Lin Ming didn't plan on having Qin Xingxuan learn tempering marrow. The conditions for tempering marrow were simply too difficult. Thus the reason why he would teach Qin Xingxuan the foundation true primal chaos formula. As long as Qin Xingxuan built up the foundation and continued to practice an essence-gathering system, everything would be possible. Later, when Qin Xingxuan swallowed pills, he could also use his flame essence to help her rid her body of impurities. With this matter complete, Lin Ming was extremely happy. In that moment, it was as if a great amount of pill toxins in his body had disappeared. With no more worries, Lin Ming would go to Dark Moon Island and take the hidden treasures of the moon-seizing sect. There were many dangerous locations within Sky Spill Continent, and there were countless places where Xianxia masters had perished. There were even many dangerous places that would be fatal to revolving core masters. Relatively speaking, Dark Moon Island wasn't much of a dangerous land. At most, it was threatening to Hotian masters. When a true Xianxia master came, they naturally wouldn't be threatened by an existence like the Ghost King. In fact, even if a Xianxia master and the Ghost King met, chances were that the two masters wouldn't fight each other. With two strong beings fighting, there would definitely be injuries on both sides. If it wasn't for some great treasure or benefit, then naturally there was no need to risk a life or death battle. With Lin Ming's current cultivation, it was still dangerous coming to Dark Moon Island. But with the moon-seizing sect's secret skill to hide one's breath, the chances of being found by the Ghost King were slim. Before coming to Dark Moon Island, Lin Ming also visited Holua Nation's Seraphic Pond along the way. This was from a bet that Holua Nation's 7 profound martial house Master Liang had lost before. But because Lin Ming had been constantly busy dealing with other matters, he hadn't had time to visit Holua Nation. Now that he was going to Dark Moon Island, he just happened to pass by. With Lin Ming's arrival, even though martial house Master Liang loathed to do so with all his heart, he still had to treat him with utter respect and show an expression of awe and amazement. This was something he couldn't help. Lin Ming's current status was too terrifying. Let alone martial house Master Liang, even his backer at the 7 profound valleys had to treat Lin Ming with respect. Holua Nation's Seraphic Pond certainly had its own good points. Its water was like a fine jade nectar, and as he scooped up a handful, it was incomparably clear and even a bit sticky. As he held it in his hand, it didn't leak through his fingers. As Lin Ming plunged into the pond, his entire body was comfortable. He took a deep breath, and then dove straight to the bottom and sealed away all 6 of his senses. He was just like a baby suspended in his mother's womb. Lin Ming didn't intend on being polite. He swallowed big gulps of the fine nectar-like water, and let the water flow through his body. Then, black oils began to discharge from all the pores of his body, and the foul Hotian air in Lin Ming's body left along with it. A pure heaven and earth origin energy flowed through his meridians, and a part of it stayed within. Slowly, Lin Ming began to realize the benefits of the Seraphic Pond. The thin origin energy of the seraphic pond couldn't be compared to a top-quality pill, but this sort of thin origin energy actually had a purifying effect on the impurities in his body. This was just to Lin Ming's liking. While underwater, he immediately began to revolve the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle, manipulating the fire essence so that it burned off small amounts of pill toxins. Lin Ming soaked in the seraphic pond for an entire day, using up all of the heaven and earth origin energy that had been saved up within the seraphic pool for half a year. The anxious martial house Master Liang could only bear the pain as his heart bled, and cheerfully smile as he waited for Lin Ming to finish. Finally, at sunset, Lin Ming stepped out of the seraphic pond and dried his wet hair. Martial house Master Liang forced out a smile, and had a maid bring Lin Ming a dish of fruits. There was no need to kick a person while he was being so polite. Like this, all matters between Lin Ming and Martial House Master Liang were settled. After he left the seraphic pond, Lin Ming's cultivation hadn't increased. It was still at the late pulse condensation period. It was only that many of the pill toxins in his body had been cleared. Although it had a wonderful effect, half a year of the seraphic pond saving up heaven and earth origin energy was only enough to soak a single time. This was somewhat useless. No wonder the 7 profound valleys had let Holua Nation's 7 profound martial house take over the seraphic pond. These days, Zhou Xinyu had been very silent. When she had been in the Lin family residence, she had usually stayed in her room, not leaving. As the two crossed the sea, the color of the sea became increasingly deep. Lin Ming probed the sea with his perception. The bottom of the sea had already surpassed the limit of his sense and was over half a mile deep. It was said that in the deep regions of the South Sea, the sea went down hundreds of thousands of meters. This was at the Ru Abyss, and horrible terrors lived there, massive vicious beasts of the sea. For instance, there were rumors of the giant Leviathan Saint Beast, a creature that was said to be tens of thousands of feet long. Of course, no one knew the veracity of these rumors. Is that Dark Moon Island ahead? Lin Ming stood on the winged flood dragon and asked Zhou Xinyu as he pointed at a gray shadow in front. Zhou Xinyu nodded. When Lin Ming saw Dark Moon Island with his own eyes, he realized that it was much larger than he had imagined. As he stood tall above the winged flood dragon, he quickly passed a few hundred miles. The land below him was completely dark red, with a chilling black fog swirling above it. From above, it was impossible to see anything. How big is Dark Moon Island? At least a few thousand miles long and wide. I don't know the specifics, Zhou Xinyu casually said. Lin Ming let out a light breath. A range of a couple thousand miles wasn't much smaller than the entire territory of Sky Fortune Kingdom. He had heard that Dark Moon Island was just a normal island of the South Sea. If he had to speculate, then it was very likely that the main islands of Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region were tens of thousands of miles long and wide. Was that still an island? Even calling it a mini-continent wasn't an exaggeration. After some reflection, it realized that this was natural. If it really was a small land, then it wouldn't be able to support such great powers. Let's go down, it should be near. Zhou Xinyu took out 2 symbol papers from her spatial ring and gave one to Lin Ming. Pour some true essence into this and stick it to your body. It will isolate the vitality in your body so that you won't be bothered by ghosts and demons. Lin Ming received the yellow symbol paper and saw that a strange red mark was drawn in the center of symbol paper. This was most likely a blood curse. This was likely from the same area of inscription symbols, and also another skill domain unknown to Lin Ming. As he poured true essence into the symbol paper burnt away and formed into a red line of blood that sunk into Lin Ming's body. The power of Lin Ming's blood vitality was instantly hidden, and his originally healthily tanned and exquisite skin was now pale with an ashy color. His body temperature was ice cold, and an aura of death was emanated. This symbol paper had caused a strapping young boy that was brimming with blood vitality to look like a dying man. What an impressive method! Lin Ming was thoroughly impressed. According to ghost stories, ghosts loved to eat blood vitality. It was said they could smell a stranger's blood vitality from dozens of miles away. If a person's blood vitality was sealed so that they were no different from a corpse, then naturally these ghosts wouldn't come looking for food. It's just an insignificant skill. The moon-seizing sect didn't refine weapons or set down arrays, all they were good at were symbols. Whether they were offensive symbols, defensive symbols, or inscription symbols, they were skilled in them all. Zhou Xinyu sighed as she spoke. She was sad as her heart remembered all the inheritances and legacies of her sect that had been destroyed. Oh, they also understood inscription symbols. My master Shui Yu was an inscription grandmaster. Zhou Xinyu spoke and no longer dwelled on this. She lit the symbol paper in her hands, and soon her blood vitality was sealed. Her rosy face turned white like paper, and she gave off a feeling as if she was ill with several terminal diseases. As the two went down and set foot on the land of Dark Moon Island, they immediately felt a chilling wind, seeing only an endless black fog wherever they turned. If a normal mortal were to come into contact with this sort of black fog, they would immediately die from corpse poison and then turn into a zombie, becoming an undead slave of the land. Even a pulse condensation period martial artist couldn't stay out here for too long. If they weren't able to supplement their true essence with pills, then the true essence around their bodies would fade and they'd be poisoned to death. This was the first time that Zhou Xinyu had come here. She carefully advanced forwards, holding the jade slip in her hands and constantly comparing the contents to the environment. Not to mention the ghosts that lived in the black fog. The black fog also carried the faint sounds of ghosts crying. Even the land of Dark Moon Island was creepy. It was all a dark crimson red, as if massive amounts of blood had been spilled here. Lin Ming tried to send out his perception to check and see if he really couldn't penetrate the ground, but as he did so, he quickly drew his soul force back. The red rock was just like a sponge that absorbed water. The ground everywhere was covered with half-foot-tall stalagmites, every one of them incomparably sharp, just like the fangs of a red demon. If a mortal wasn't careful, they could fall and impale themselves on a stalagmite. Their intestines would be punctured and their stomach would soon rot. After walking such a long distance, they still hadn't seen a living creature. They only saw some scattered bones everywhere, and over some of these bones were flowers. These flowers were a deep bright red, as if they were made of blood. The flowers had no leaves, only thick and countless roots that dug deep into the corpses, sucking out all of their nutrition. The air was rank with a mixed smell of blood and sulfur. The deeper they went, the stronger the smell was. This strangely cold wind seemed to directly penetrate their bodies, and seemed just like a knife that was scraping against the soul. Lin Ming didn't feel much, but Zhou Xinyu seemed like she couldn't persist much longer. She had even pasted a few blood symbol marks on her body, but she couldn't stop shivering, her arms subconsciously grasping her own body. At this time, Zhou Xinyu's response was just like a thinly clad and fragile mortal girl who was standing in the cold. Lin Ming breathed out a light breath and with a flick of his fingers, sent several threads of Azure True Essence into Zhou Xinyu's body. The Azure True Essence's power and endless vitality bloomed, and the chilling Yin wind was expelled. As they walked, Zhou Xinyu felt several warm currents echoing in her body, keeping her limbs warm. With the chilling ghost wind expelled from her body, Zhou Xinyu turned and was surprised to see Lin Ming already receiving his hand. As for those several threads of true essence, they remained in her body without even the slightest bit of dissipation. This caused Zhou Xinyu to be surprised. Normally, the true essence that a martial artist released would dissipate once it lost the support of the body's soul force. It would slowly unravel out of control and then slowly dissipate. Without the support of soul force, the true essence would become uncontrolled and gradually dissipate. To help protect someone from the chilling wind, someone would need to place a hand on her back and continuously input true essence. But none of this applied to Lin Ming. That strange Azure True Essence he released seemed to have a life of its own, continually destroyed the chilling Yin mist. As more and more of the black mist was being destroyed, his consumption of energy was actually very little. As long as more than 50% of Zhou Xinyu's true essence was consumed, Lin Ming would flick his fingers and send 2 more threads of Azure True Essence into her body, completely eliminating all of the chilling air in Zhou Xinyu. "Thank you," Zhou Xinyu whispered. "Don't worry about it. It's been quite a bit of time, hasn't it?" The two had already used almost an hour to search around. Although Zhou Xinyu had a map in her hands, identifying the direction in which they were traveling in such a thick black mist wasn't easy, especially since this was her first time coming here, and she wasn't able to use her perception to sense the surroundings. Zhou Xinyu said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be in front of that stone wall." Lin Ming looked up. The stone wall that Zhou Xinyu had mentioned was less than 100 feet away. It was just like a red monster that was hidden in the black fog. The entrance should be in the stone wall, Zhou Xinyu said with confidence as she compared once again with the jade slip. In front of Lin Ming was a rock wall several hundreds of feet high. It was a steep cliff that looked like it was carved from a saber. Zhou Xinyu crouched in front of the wall and took out a red symbol paper, then began to feel along the wall bit by bit until runes on the red symbol paper began to flash. Carefully, Zhou Xinyu pasted the symbol paper onto the wall, and a short time after, the symbol paper began to burn. After it burned to ashes, there was a crackling sound along the stone wall as a palm-sized hexagram hole appeared in the cliff. Lin Ming swiped his spatial ring and pulled out the reddish-gold hexagonal keybox and handed it over to Zhou Xinyu. Zhou Xinyu pressed gently on the center moon symbol of the keybox and watched as it began to expand with a snapping sound. 6 triangular pieces of metal stuck out from the edges of the box, turning the box into a hexagonal shape that matched the hole on the wall. Then Zhou Xinyu fit the keybox into the hole, twisted halfway to the left, and stepped back. After several breaths of time, a white curtain of light flashed on the red cliff and then enveloped Lin Ming and Zhou Xinyu. Lin Ming could see that this curtain of light with an illusory magic array enchantment that was used to prevent others from peeking in. Within the magic array, Lin Ming and Zhou Xinyu looked as if they had vanished from where they stood, and only the original cliff remained. But within the magic array, the deep red rock rumbled and moved, revealing a human-high hole that extended in a red stairway all the way down into the darkness. Zhou Xinyu glanced at Lin Ming and walked in first. She saw that Lin Ming hadn't been too trusting of her, so she decided to be a bit generous and lead the way. The stairs stretched down for a few hundred feet before they came to an end. There, they saw an altar with an array engraved in the middle. Around this array formation were 18 low-grade true essence stones. To use a short-distance transmission array, normally a few low-grade true essence stones were enough. Lin Ming saw that these true essence stones still had more than half their energy remaining and thought that Zhou Xinyu would immediately start the transmission array. However, she slowly picked up 12 of the 18 true essence stones and switched 6 with medium-grade true essence stones and the other 6 with impure lowest-grade true essence stones. Each of the true essence stones were placed in different positions that were matched with a chart in the jade slip. This caused Lin Ming to be secretly speechless. If one didn't know the true essence arrangements and opened the transmission array hastily, then they probably wouldn't have a good ending. Especially because of those 6 impure true essence stones that cost 4 to 500 gold each. Those were true essence stones that only common martial artists would use. A sect genius would never bring those along with them. Come on, Zhou Xinyu said to Lin Ming. After Lin Ming carefully observed the transmission array for a moment, he was able to understand the principles behind it. After he confirmed that there wasn't a problem, he stood on the altar. The array formation started, and the 18 true essence stones began to glow. Lin Ming felt startled for a moment, and then suddenly appeared in an enclosed main hall. There was a damp and dull feeling in the air. Lin Ming guessed he was underground, very deep underground. To have the treasure storehouse built here and only be connected to the outside world with a transmission array was truly very subtle and secretive. The main hall was 300 feet wide and the fluorescent materials were lined up on the walls. A dim green light illuminated the hall, allowing Lin Ming to clearly see what was there. There were 4 or 5 separate rooms that were divided by walls and also rows of wooden shelves. These shelves had armor, weapons, jade slips, and several boxes as large as a person. Besides the boxes, there were also stone doors. It was unknown just what those stone doors were for. Will anything happen if I open the box? Like traps? Lin Ming asked Zhou Xinyu. Zhou Xinyu's head still hurt at this moment. After passing through space via the transmission array, she wasn't able to adapt to that strange feeling so quickly, so she stood there rubbing her temples. After she heard Lin Ming's question, she stopped. No. If you're worried, I can open them for you. Zhou Xinyu's voice was a bit icy. Although Lin Ming could hear the resentment in Zhou Xinyu's heart, he still had her open the box as she suggested. The moon-seizing sect used to be a top 3rd-grade sect after all. In the sect, there were many Xiantian masters. Any one of them could create a trap or curse that could instantly kill him. Pa! Pa! With the sound of 2 golden locks opening, Zhou Xinyu opened the closest 2 boxes. These two boxes were rows of true essence stones. Not only that, but they were pure medium-grade true essence stones, and there were several thousand of them. This was just a fortune. Facing all these true essence stones, even Lin Ming's heart stirred a bit. However, he had agreed that he wouldn't take any true essence stones, so he naturally didn't covet them. Zhou Xinyu looked at these shining medium-grade true essence stones and silently took several hundred of them into her spatial ring, then covered up the rest. After all, this secret chamber was still the safest place for them to be. It wouldn't be safe to bring such a great wealth outside. Zhou Xinyu was clearly planning on using these true essence stones to cultivate. A few hundred medium-grade true essence stones for a few months of practice was not a waste of wealth that the moon-seizing sect would ever splurge on. However, they naturally weren't able to manage this anymore. As the third, fourth, and fifth box opened, inside were bottles upon bottles of pills. There were crimson gold dragon marrow pills, black jade tiger bone pills, golden snake scarlet pills, blue miracle pills, and also many other kinds of expensive pills, all placed in large quantities. Any one of these pills were treasures that common martial artists would wish for in their dreams. For instance, the crimson gold dragon marrow pill was what Lin Ming had obtained for becoming first-place candidate in the 7 profound martial houses entrance examination. After putting so much effort in, he had finally obtained one in a jade box. That pill couldn't be bought in a mortal city, and it had caused the envious gaze of many others to fall on him. But now, the crimson gold dragon pill and other pills of that level were gathered in massive jars. It really caused Lin Ming to feel a bit melancholic. After rummaging through the medicine box, Zhou Xinyu pulled out a box of pills. The box itself was made from Millennium Arctic Jade, and it had a unique chilling aura. If a pill were stored inside, then none of the pure heaven and earth origin energy of the pills would dissipate. As his soul force swept out, Lin Ming was able to probe just what was inside heaven-opening pills. He didn't think that there would be many. There looked to be around 30 or so. There was just too great a need for heaven-opening pills. Normally, a sect would keep a large batch of heaven-opening pills in storage and slowly pass them out as the next batch was being prepared in the furnace. Most of these pills would be used to strengthen the sect. Only a few dozen would be left behind for emergencies. "I want half," Lin Ming simply said. Zhou Xinyu didn't bargain with him. She opened the Arctic Jade box and counted out 18 heaven-opening pills, handing them over to Lin Ming. The last box was entirely red and also the smallest. There was a small lock on top. To martial artists, a metal lock could simply be broken open. But Lin Ming didn't think this lock was so simple. If it wasn't handled properly, it might be destroyed along with everything inside. Zhou Xinyu carefully took out another key and opened the lock and then slowly lifted the box's top. The box was mostly empty, but on the bottom were 12 bottles carved from blood jade. Lin Ming took deep breath. He didn't need to probe with his sense to guess just what was in these 12 blood jade bottles. Shattered demon heart crystals. These small treasures were what Lin Ming had risked his life for, and also what had caused his body to almost explode. "As per our agreement from before, I'll take 10. Lin Ming's voice was a bit excited. With these shattered demon heart crystals, he would be able to further consolidate his cultivation and continue tempering his marrow. He could even do so in the stone chamber. Zhou Xinyu clenched her teeth, then eventually took out 10 of the blood jade bottles and handed them to Lin Ming. The remaining 2 were left inside the box. This empty box had once held 72 shattered demon heart crystals. Now there were only 2 left. With the blood jade bottles in his hand, Lin Ming could clearly feel an ancient breath emitting from them, and also the remaining thoughts of the netherworld great emperor's indomitable will. These were the key to his tempering marrow. As he carefully put away the 10 shattered demon heart crystals, Lin Ming's goal for coming here could already be considered successfully completed. As for the treasures and jade slips on the shelves, Lin Ming wasn't very interested in them. As he swept past the jade slips with his perception, most of them were cultivation methods. As for the treasures, most were medium-grade human step. There were also a few earth step treasures, but Lin Ming didn't take a fancy towards any of them. Finally, he used his perception to look at the several stone rooms. He didn't have much hope for anything, but after seeing what was inside, Lin Ming was actually a bit excited. Among the rooms, there were some very interesting things. Lin Ming strode over and checked inside, then gasped. These were inscription materials. Every room was full of inscription materials. That's right. The moon-seizing sect used to be a sect that excelled in symbol techniques. No matter whether it was inscription symbols, offensive or defensive symbols, the moon-seizing sect was skilled in them. Zhou Sinyu's master Shui Yu was also an inscription grandmaster. In the moon-seizing sect's hidden treasure trove, it would make sense to have so many inscription symbol materials. As he made a cursory glance over these materials, Lin Ming was jubilant with happiness. These materials were all rare and precious types. Collecting them wasn't easy at all. The value of these materials wasn't too obscene, but collecting them was difficult. Something like the heaven-opening pill, as long as one paid a high enough price, could certainly be bought from any sect. But inscription materials were different. They were just too limited in quantity. Besides some sect professions, it was impossible for a seller to find buyers, or for a buyer to find sellers. Therefore, many inscription associations built warehouses to store materials and collected a massive amount of them. Whether or not it was useful at the moment, they would store it inside. The moon-seizing sect was also like such. These materials had accumulated for over 1,000 years. For the past half-year, Lin Ming's inscription technique had stalled, and a major reason behind that was that he didn't have materials to practice his technique. Now, this problem was easily solved. Now he could finally spend some time to make some high-level medicinal inscriptions and enhance the heaven-opening pills and even the shattered demon heart crystal's medicinal efficacy. I want these inscription materials. I'll trade you 5 heaven-opening pills for them. I can't pay you now, but I'll be sure to pay you back within the next 2 years. Lin Ming said to Zhou Xinyu as he pointed at the massive pile of materials in the room. 5 heaven-opening pills was far from covering the entire price of the room of rare and precious materials. Not only that, but Lin Ming was only making a future promise for what he would owe. Of course, they had already stated beforehand that besides true essence stones, treasures, and cultivation method manual jade slips, all else would be divided between them. Although these materials were precious, they weren't very useful to Zhou Xinyu in comparison to heaven-opening pills. Lin Ming also added on, and I won't take anything else. Zhou Xinyu agreed as before. After entering the treasure storehouse, almost everything had been divided according to Lin Ming's thoughts. She didn't oppose his suggestions at all. Lin Ming also said, I'll be going into seclusion here for 3 months. Afterwards, I'll be leaving for Divine Phoenix Island. Would you like to travel together with me? Mu Qinyu had given Lin Ming 3 months before he had to return to Divine Phoenix Island and enter the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. He would be idling around for these 3 months, so cultivating here was perfect. Not only that, but there were also some essence gathering arrays in this treasure storehouse, and the heaven and earth origin energy here wasn't any worse than at the 7 profound valleys. The one who constructed this treasure storehouse probably had similar plans of what to do here. In this treasure storehouse, they could seek safety in asylum and also cultivate. Lin Ming opened a door and found that there was a decent-sized underground lake within. In the lake there were also some plump whitefish. This confirmed his guess. There was even a connected food source here. Zhou Xinyu had nowhere to go, so she prepared to go into seclusion as Lin Ming would. Afterwards, she would go to Divine Phoenix Island with Lin Ming. That place was the holy land of cultivation for Zhou Xinyu. Zhou Xinyu dreamed of breaking through to the revolving core realm, and this would be impossible without the support of a large sect. Like this, the boring and tedious days of cultivation began. Lin Ming had a great number of things he needed to accomplish in this period. A timeline of 3 months was already very tight. Lin Ming and Zhou Xinyu each took 2 separate side compartments of the room. There was an invisible line drawn between the rooms. With this midline as the separating point, they wouldn't try to enter into each other's territories. This was a request that Lin Ming had made. After Zhou Xinyu heard this, her face turned red and white with anger. In the situation of men and women sharing a room, the one most nervous would usually be the woman, because their strength was often far inferior to the man. Although Zhou Xinyu had a multitude of discontented thoughts about Lin Ming, she felt that his character was upright and trustworthy. However, she didn't think that Lin Ming would be the one to make this request. It was as if he were afraid that she was a cougar that would take advantage of him. How could she not be mad? Lin Ming didn't think that he would anger Zhou Xinyu in this way. The truth was that he only wanted to hide the secret of medicinal inscriptions from Zhou Xinyu. Not only that, But his cultivation process was a bit horrifying. If it was known by Zhou Xinyu that he would be eating heaven-opening pills like candy, her chin would probably fall to the ground. At the start of Lin Ming's secluded cultivation, he spent most of the time practicing inscription. Only after most of his soul force had been consumed would he meditate and then refine out the impurities and pill toxins from his body. Back when Lin Ming was poor, he wasn't even willing to use inscription materials for practice. Instead, he used his true essence to simulate the process, drawing the same symbols tens of thousands of times. Now, however, he had a massive amount of top-quality materials that he could use with impunity, and he also had the support of his powerful soul force. Once his true essence was exhausted, he could just use a medium-grade true essence stone to restore it. He was able to trade low-grade true essence stones to Zhou Xinyu for medium-grade true essence stones. Pong! A mass of gorgeous lights lit up the entire dark stone chamber, just like a pile of beautiful fireworks. However, the value of this beautiful display was several hundreds of true essence stones in materials. Even just one stalk of 500-year-old Nepenthe grass was worth 100 true essence stones. In an instant, 100,000 gold had turned into nothing but ashes. Such a failure would happen many times in a single day. Every day 3 or 4 medium-grade true essence stones would turn white and explode into dust. By using this prodigal money-wasting method, and also with the memories of the Supreme Elder from the realm of the gods, Lin Ming's inscription technique increased by leaps and bounds. Sometimes Lin Ming would look at the inscription technique jade slips in the stone chamber. Although these jade slips were second-rate in comparison to the inscription techniques from the realm of the gods, these jade slips were still able to provide Lin Ming with some inspiration. After all, the inscription materials of the realm of the gods were very different from the inscription materials of Sky Spill Continent. Every day, when Lin Ming's soul force was depleted, he would resist the urge to sleep and instead begin to meditate, refining the impurities from his true essence. After several hours, Lin Ming would always feel very hungry, and he would catch some plump white fish from the underground lake and roast them over a fire. He would give some to Zhou Xinyu, and this was one of the few times when the two would exchange words. Each time she ate a fish, Zhou Xinyu would maintain a completely calm surface demeanor. However, her innermost feelings were constantly in amazement at Lin Ming's cooking technique, especially when she had seen Lin Ming take out a small knife from his spatial ring and slice out all of the fish bones in just a few dozen strokes. Even the small bones and pieces were cut out, leaving only gorgeous cuts on the tender fish flesh. This caused Zhou Xinyu to feel greatly surprised. This sort of cooking craft was completely irrelevant and separate from cultivation. Without a long time of practice, it was impossible to do this. These fish bones were placed into a pot and made into fishbone soup. This strange white fish that didn't have even eyes was originally a bony fish. Once the fish bones were boiled for about an hour, a delicious and mellow fragrance would drift out. The only drawback in this situation was that Lin Ming didn't cook enough. Sometimes he would stay in seclusion for 4 or 5 days, completely immersed in his practice. During this time, Zhou Xinyu could only try to catch fish herself and roast them according to Lin Ming's method and make soup. However, after killing several fish, Zhou Xinyu was only just able to do so. But even so, she wasn't able to achieve the same grilling effect, and the taste was miles apart. Also, it was impossible for her to slice out the fish bones with a knife like Lin Ming did. Like this, an entire month passed. 100 medium-grade true essence stones were turned to white dust. These medium-grade true essence stones were traded from Zhou Xinyu according to market price. 100 medium-grade true essence stones had cost Lin Ming 10,000 low-grade true essence stones. In addition to the massive amount of materials that were ruined, the losses were already in the tens of thousands of true essence stones. Today, Lin Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his teeth as he crushed a yellow symbol paper, and a fire lit in the dark room just like a beacon of light. The flame wrapped around the heaven-opening pill, and within a few blinks of the eye it turned into a beautiful flame brand that marked itself atop the sparkling jade-green pill. After the fleeting radiance, the room became as dark as it was before. "It's finally complete." Lin Ming gasped for breath. This medicinal inscription symbol would be able to increase the effects of the heaven-opening pill by around 50%. An increase of 50% medicinal efficacy seemed like just a bit, but the truth was the effect was much more. In general, pills had a limit to their medicinal efficacy according to their grade. Once this limit was surpassed, it would be useless to eat anymore. The inscription symbol was able to increase the medicinal efficacy by 50%. This was equal to increasing the grade of the heaven-opening pill by a great amount, and also increasing its value by several times. In an environment where heaven-opening pills were extremely scarce, if this matter were made known to a large sect, it would be an extraordinary matter. Lin Ming didn't dare to randomly swallow the shattered demon heart crystals. However, he wasn't this cautious about the heaven-opening pills. Lin Ming sat in meditation, restoring some of his strength, and then directly popped the heaven-opening pill into his mouth. A moment later, the heaven-opening pill turned into a flow of heat that sank into his body and scattered in all directions. As it mixed into all of his meridians, he felt a familiar tingling feeling. But, after Lin Ming had suffered the ungodly torture of the shattered demon heart crystal, pain of this degree was just nothing to him. Normally, when a martial artist took the heaven-opening pill, they would feel the burning hot origin energy flowing through their meridians and skin before dissipating from their pores. This was also the same feeling when Lin Ming had taken the heaven-opening pill last time. But this time, the origin energy was contained inside by an invisible strength from the medicinal inscription symbol forcibly caged within Lin Ming's body. The hot origin energy repeatedly rushed against this invisible energy, but it wasn't able to overcome it. This only made the origin energy even more violent, rushing left and right within Lin Ming's meridians. The medicinal efficacy had become extremely brutal at this point. If a normal martial artist encountered this situation, it would be a curse and not a blessing. In fact, they would not even be able to persist through such a savage attack. But Lin Ming had already fought many of these battles before, and even the heaven-opening pill with 50% increased strength was only able to cause his eyebrows to tighten and his palms to sweat. It wasn't too much suffering. It was only like he drank a bowl of scalding hot water. After a quarter of an hour of time, the crazy flow of heat succumbed to Lin Ming's strength, allowing him to control it. Now, the process of tempering marrow could truly begin. After the increase in power from the medicinal inscription symbol, the effects of the heaven-opening pill were much better. Lin Ming used this heaven-opening pill to temper his left arm. This time, Lin Ming didn't even absorb the tiniest bit of origin energy to enhance his cultivation. There were still many pill toxins in his body. If he hastily increased his cultivation like this, it would only harm him. After several days of meditation, his marrow had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy. Now, Lin Ming began to immediately draw the second medicinal inscription symbol. After he inscribed the second heaven-opening pill, he then swallowed it down. This similar stinging sensation came back, but much lighter than it was before. Lin Ming used a continuous quarter of an hour before he finally controlled the medicinal efficacy and began to temper his right foot. After 2 days, the second heaven-opening pill was finally absorbed. This was much faster than the first time. This process continued for a month. Lin Ming kept taking heaven-opening pills that were enhanced by the medicinal inscription symbol again and again. Finally, he began to use part of the heaven-opening pill to wash his marrows and muscles, removing some of the gray impurities from his body. But, because he had eaten too many heaven-opening pills, the impurities in Lin Ming's body had reached a point where they couldn't be removed anymore. As the energy within Lin Ming's body constantly accumulated, the effects of the heaven-opening pill continuously weakened. This was an unavoidable reality. Lin Ming originally guessed that he would need around 1,000 or 2,000 heaven-opening pills to complete tempering marrow. But the truth was that the only heaven-opening pills that would play any role were the first 100 to 200 heaven-opening pills. After 30 to 40% of tempering marrow was complete, heaven-opening pills would be useless. At the end of the month, Lin Ming only needed an hour of time to fully absorb the medicinal efficacy of the heaven-opening pill. From this, one could see just how fast the medicinal efficacy had dropped. From the 18 heaven-opening pills that he had obtained from the treasure storehouse along with the 2 he had obtained earlier, Lin Ming had collected a total of 20 heaven-opening pills. However, after eating all of these, Lin Ming had only completed 10% of tempering marrow. With the part of the shattered demon heart crystal that he had swallowed before, Lin Ming's tempering marrow had reached around 20% completion. But at this time, The residual medicinal efficacy in Lin Ming's body had already reached the limit. The remaining medicinal efficacy of the heaven-opening pill was naturally an incomparably valuable resource. Lin Ming used this leftover medicinal efficacy to cultivate the true primal chaos formula and the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. With the medicinal efficacy circulating in his meridians, Lin Ming wholly immersed himself in cultivation. Without knowing night or day, several days passed, and the built-up medicinal efficacy in Lin Ming's meridians gradually began to melt away like a fine spring stream. At this moment, Lin Ming held a thin cracking sound. With this thin cracking sound, the true essence broke through the barriers of the meridians and flowed through the body, even reaching the tiniest blood vessels on the edges. I've finally broken through to the fourth layer of the true primal chaos formula. Lin Ming let out a loose breath, the air forming a vaporous white arrow that shot forth dozens of feet, smashing against the rock walls and causing them to shake. After so many days of continuous cultivation and repeatedly exhausting his true essence, the true primal chaos formula had finally made another breakthrough. The true primal chaos formula was the true essence revolution law formula that was contained within the chaotic virtues combat meridians, and was also the foundation of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. Later, no matter how great his tempering marrow was or how progressed he was in the 8 inner hidden gates, he still couldn't abandon this foundation. Not only that, but as Lin Ming broke through further layers of the true primal chaos formula and obtained a deeper understanding, he could better record it onto a jade slip and assist Qin Xingxuan in easing her cultivation path even more. Finally, a full 3 months passed. Lin Ming had swallowed all of the heaven-opening pills he possessed and also reached the 4th layer of the true primal chaos formula. Tempering marrow had reached nearly 20% completion. Although Lin Ming's cultivation was still in the late pulse condensation period, his true strength had increased by a great amount. With this feeling like his body was bursting with strength, Lin Ming was looking forwards to finding a Hotian genius and challenging him to a spectacular duel. The 3-month period is up. It's about time I go to Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a purple thunder. He was filled with anticipation towards the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. In the legends of the ancient times, when Skyspill continent was first formed, there were 4 saint beasts that lived in the 4 cardinal directions: the foreign east azure dragon, the northern waste black turtle, the western domain white tiger, and the southern mountain vermilion bird. Afterwards, the heavens and earth changed and the seas rose while the southern mountains vanished into the waters. The vermilion bird was reborn through nirvana in the South Sea, turning the surrounding 10,000 miles into Divine Phoenix Island. Looking down from the primal chaos heavens, Divine Phoenix Island looked like a phoenix that was spreading its wings out to fly. It really caused one to wonder at the infinite mysteries of nature. The truth of history had already disappeared into the vast ocean of time. Even the ancient history books or carvings were unable to endure the passage of tens of thousands of years. The truth had long become unknown. Lin Ming flew several thousands of feet in the air, above the endless cloudy sea, overlooking the 10,000-mile island below. Within Divine Phoenix Island, there were also 6 smaller islands that surrounded it, immersed in a thick mist as they revolved around Divine Phoenix Island. Around these islands there were also smaller islands. They were scattered all over the vast sea like stars in the sky. Lin Ming could faintly make out that these small islands that surrounded Divine Phoenix Island were part of a titanic guardian array formation. It was impossible to use true essence stones as the basis of an array formation of such a terrifyingly massive scale. A sect, no matter how wealthy, would not be able to withstand such a terrifying consumption of resources. If he didn't guess wrong, then this colossal array formation used heaven and earth origin energy as its strength, drawing the origin energy from the boundless sea, forming a self-sustaining and perfect system. To lay down such a large array formation, the resources needed could be imagined. This caused Lin Ming to sigh. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying heritage of Divine Phoenix Island. No wonder the South Sea Demon region didn't dare to engage in a frontal assault against Divine Phoenix Island, and had to use beast tides and the threat of the extermination of other sects to force Divine Phoenix Island to engage in a war on a different battleground. Otherwise, if Divine Phoenix Island had the backing of these thousands of islands along with the myriad masters of the 19 third-grade sects, the the South Sea Demon region might enter but not leave. The Divine Phoenix Island sect was located at the center of the main island's Divine Phoenix Mountains. In the 10,000 miles of the main island, there were numerous martial families. Of these martial families, the greatest ones among them already had a heritage of 2,000 years. Their legacies were no less inferior than that of the moon-seizing sect. These could also be considered as a part of Divine Phoenix Island. At this time, in the main hall of Divine Phoenix Mountain's highest peak, a woman in scarlet clothes sat above a jade platform. She looked to be around 30 to 40 years old, and her hair was white, like thousands of threads of snowy silk. Her hair was swept up by silver lace in a phoenix shape, incomparably elegant. The woman's eyes were closed in deep meditation. At this moment, her eyes suddenly opened and then flashed with a strange light. She muttered, "You mentioned a youth to this old woman a few months ago and called him a rare cultivation talent. She said that this little boy's talent even surpassed her imagination and had gone beyond even hers and Binger's. Although Ewer is naturally modesty, in truth, underneath that veneer she is extremely arrogant. For her to give a youth such a high appraisal, this old woman is really curious." Today, this old woman was meditating and suddenly felt a touch of the mind. It's probably that little boy that Ewer mentioned. This old woman really wants to have a look and see just how strong he is. If he can't even compare to the core disciples of my Divine Phoenix Island, then this old woman will truly be disappointed. As the woman spoke to herself, she flicked her fingers and a flame flashed in the air. She didn't need to use a sound-transmitting talisman to pass on a message. Oh! The immortal mountains were layered in clouds, thick, billowing veils of mist winding around the 1,000 peaks. From afar, it looked just curtains of the lightest white gauze were draped over the entire mountain range, hiding it from view. In midair, an ethereal jade palace appeared silently like a mirage among the clouds. This immortal pavilion was without a doubt the location of the Divine Phoenix Island sect. They hadn't even closed in, but they could see all sorts of spirit boats and flying mounts shuttling back and forth in the air. Even the winged flood dragon that Lin Ming sat on didn't attract too much attention. It is truly worthy of being called a top 4th grade sect. The aura is truly extraordinary. Standing behind Lin Ming, Zhou Xinyu felt a deep emotion springing from with her. Compared to Divine Phoenix Island, the moon-seizing sect was nothing more than a small town, not worth mentioning at all. Lin Ming didn't speak. His eyes were focused on a spirit boat that was flying towards him as he waited for the other to come up and question him. "Who goes there?" A man in a red robe stood on the prow of the spirit boat, sweeping his eyes over Lin Ming, his vision full of arrogance and pride. This arrogance was deliberately revealed, but had already been etched within his bones from the time of his birth. This was an arrogance and pride that stemmed from being a disciple of a top sect within the South Horizon region. "I am Lin Ming, 7 Profound Valleys disciple." Lin Ming cupped his hands together, neither arrogant nor humble. "Lin Ming." The red-robed man looked up Lin Ming once more. "You're the Heaven Step talent that Uncle Master Mu mentioned? If you're speaking about the Heaven Step talent under the Joint Talent Training Program, then that's me." The red-robed man had a peculiar look in his eyes as he glanced at Lin Ming once more. He turned around, saying, "Follow me." As he spoke, he turned the spirit boat around and directed it to fly straight towards Divine Phoenix Island. Zhou Xinyu said with a bit of dissatisfaction, "This fellow really looks down on everyone else." "It's normal," Lin Ming calmly said. The difference in strength between Divine Phoenix Island and the 7 Profound Valleys was greater than the difference between the 7 Profound Valleys and Sky Fortune Kingdom. He only had to think back to the attitude that the 7 Profound Valleys disciples held towards the Sky Fortune Kingdom disciples to understand the reason for this red-robed man's haughty attitude. Even the residents of a large city would look down on humble country folk with contempt in their hearts. They rode the winged flood dragon to the entrance along with the red-robed man. At this time, the red-robed man was already waiting at the stone steps in front. "From here you have to walk, you cannot fly. These are the rules of Divine Phoenix Island." The man pointed at Zhou Xinyu. "Who is this girl?" Zhou Xinyu seemed unhappy to have a finger pointed at her in such a manner. She walked up and unhappily said, "I am Lan Yi. I came to Divine Phoenix Island to formally enter as a disciple." "Enter as a disciple?" The red-robed man traced his chin, comparing Zhou Sinyu's cultivation to her age. He said, 3 months from now, Divine Phoenix Island will recruit outer court disciples. With your talent, you should barely be able to qualify. Before this, you cannot enter through the gate. A war will soon break out at any moment. No unauthorized personnel may enter the mountain. The red-robed man icily said. As he was speaking, 2 spirit boats flew over them, directly flying towards the main hall. Zhou Xinyu looked up at the spirit boats and coldly snorted. Didn't you just say that from here we have to walk to the entrance? Then what about those spirit boats? The red-robed man frowned. Do you think I lied to you about sect regulations to lead you on or play with you? Those 2 spirit boats have a sun symbol flying above them. That symbolizes that they are emissaries from the 5-element region's Sunfire sect. It just so happens that it will soon be my Divine Phoenix Island's Exalted Vice Island Master Tianguang's 400th birthday. All sorts of emissaries from different sects will be arriving to celebrate. This emissary from the Sunfire sect is either a revolving core elder or the sect's direct disciple. With their status, they may ride their spirit boat to the palace square, and then afterwards they will have to walk. Zhou Xinyu didn't retort. Although this red-robed man was arrogant, he wasn't deliberately making matters difficult for them. The truth was that she hadn't received any invitation, and it wouldn't make any sense for them to let her through the gate. In fact, other sects also managed their entrances like this. Zhou Xinyu sighed. She turned to Lin Ming and said, just inform me by sound transmission later. First, I'll find someplace to stay. Lin Ming hadn't yet said anything when the red-robed man's face suddenly changed. He looked at Lin Ming strangely, and then coldly said, I just received orders. You may both enter, but you, the red-robed man pointed at Zhou Xinyu, after you enter the mountain gate, you may not climb the mountain, you can only stay at the guest hall outside. As for you, Lin Ming, you follow me to Parasol Tree Pavilion and we'll arrange a place for you to stay there. As the red-robed man spoke, he waved his hand and sent out a sound-transmitting talisman. This was an order to the disciples of the Parasol Tree Pavilion so that they would prepare living quarters for Lin Ming. In the Divine Phoenix Mountains, there was a mountain peak that was covered with a forest of parasol trees. Underneath the towering trees, a young girl was sitting, a blade of grass between her lips. The red-robed man's sound-transmitting talisman lit right beside her. The young girl softly coughed. What's the matter, junior apprentice sister? Beside the girl, there was another red-robed man meditating. I just received a message from senior apprentice brother Zhang. He said that the boy that Uncle Master Mu recommended has arrived, and he will also be arranged at our Parasol Tree Pavilion. Oh? He'll be living at our Parasol Tree Pavilion. The red-robed man's eyebrows rose in a challenge, and then his face sank. This man was a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island's Vermilion Bird faction, named Yen Fuhong, otherwise called Sir Fuhong. In Divine Phoenix Island, the disciples were ranked in the same manner as in the 7 profound valleys. The direct disciples were at the top, and there were around 10 of them. As for core disciples, they were only inferior to these direct disciples. Lin Ming was evaluated as a heaven-step talent, and he would be receiving treatment equal to a core disciple. Yen Fuhong said, the Parasol Tree Pavilion is where the core disciples of the Vermilion Bird faction live. Do the masters really intend on taking this fellow in as a core disciple? I think that's the meaning. The young girl shrugged, not too happy that Lin Ming would be sticking his spoon in the pot of soup. But since Uncle Master Mu has given him such a high evaluation, he should have talent comparable to us. It's not wrong that he lives at Parasol Tree Pavilion. You know Uncle Master Mu's personality. She isn't someone who exaggerates things. As Mu Qianyu was mentioned, Yen Fuhong's complexion was even uglier. He was naturally aware of her saintess evaluation of Lin Ming. It was said that when the 7 profound valleys held their total faction martial meeting, Her Highness the Saintess had sent Uncle Master Qing Hong especially to observe the competition. It was only a small 3rd-grade sex martial meeting, and yet Uncle Master Qing Hong was set out. Afterwards, the Saintess had even personally gone to the 7 profound valleys and stayed there a full 2 months. This caused Yen Fuhong to feel uncomfortable. Mu Qianyu was an extremely high and transcendent existence within Divine Phoenix Island. Whoever she thought highly of, that person would rise to fame. In less than half a year, the Parasol Tree Pavilion has gained another core disciple. After the 10 direct disciple spots are taken from the quota, there are only 6 more spots for those who can enter the central main hall of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. Now there's some fellow that popped out from nowhere who wants to steal our food. You should know that those people who can only enter the ordinary places of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm are incomparable to those who can enter the central main hall. The girl in red glanced at Yan Fuhong and said, "There are only 6 spots, you think he can obtain one?" To enter the core hall doesn't look at strength, only at one's total comprehensive evaluation. And that evaluation score is decided by the elders. Don't forget, Uncle Master Mu's voice has great sway among the others. As the girl in red listened to Yan Fuhong's words, she hung her head, thoughtful. Then, what do you want to do? Yan Fuhong hesitated for a moment and then asked, I heard that he was 16 years old? 16 years old, no matter how talented he is, his cultivation shouldn't surpass the peak pulse condensation period. At most he should be at the mid or late pulse condensation period. Even if he is talented, he should be naive and his strength minimal. Since it's the exalted Vice Island Master Tianguang's 400th year celebratory feast, then as long as we see an opportunity. As Yan Fuhong spoke, he tore out a pile of parasol tree leaves, his hands clenching as a fire flashed in his hands, burning the leaves to ashes. Oh! Divine Phoenix Island's main hall was a sprawling area that was covered by many buildings across dozens of mountain peaks. Lin Ming followed the red-robed senior apprentice brother Zhang for over a half-hour walk before they reached a mountain range that was covered entirely by parasol trees. The trees were long and straight, reaching to the sky. Any one of these trees had a history of hundreds of years. As Lin Ming walked through the parasol tree forest with senior apprentice brother Zhang, he saw many youthful elites and heroes along the way, all of them around the age of 20 or so. Most of these youths all wore one of 2 types of clothing. The Vermilion Bird faction disciples wore red robes with a vermilion bird and parasol tree image embroidered on their chest, and the Blue Luan faction disciples wore blue clothing with a blue luan and jade bamboo embroidered on their chest. Among these young heroes and elites, Lin Ming also saw youths that wore 7 other different kinds of patterns. These clothing styles were obviously not from Divine Phoenix Province's 19 third-grade sects. Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, what sect do these people come from? Senior apprentice brother Zhang responded, since it's almost exalted Tianguang's 400th birthday celebration, there are a total of 8 other sects coming to celebrate. Among them is the South Horizon region's Supreme Mystery Temple and Dire Space sect, but also those from the 5-element region. For instance, the Sunfire sect, Thundercrest sect, Deep Earth sect, Arctic Ice Palace, and so on. 5-element region? Lin Ming's curiosity was piqued. This was the first time that he had heard of matters outside of the South Horizon region. Indeed, when one was stronger, they would also have a broader view of the world. Before now, his view of the horizon had been limited to the Divine Phoenix Province only. The 5-element region is a land west of the South Horizon region, and their area is also larger than the South Horizon region. The heaven and earth origin energy of the 5-element region is different from the South Horizon region, and the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder are all split up. Therefore, over 90% of the martial artists in the 5-element region have a true essence attribute, and that's why there are also single attribute sects that arise, such as the Sunfire sect, Deep Earth sect, and Thundercrest sect. That's possible? The heaven and earth origin energy of 2 lands next to each other can be different. Lin Ming was stunned. He didn't think that the 5-element region would be so spectacular. Senior apprentice brother Zhang had already expected that Lin Ming would be ignorant about these things. He smoothly explained, the territories of Sky Spill continent aren't divided randomly. There are large differences between every region. For the heaven and earth origin energy to be different between these lands isn't unusual at all. Even the heaven and earth origin energy above the primal chaos heavens is different. In the 5-element region, because the people there have been studying single attribute cultivation methods and styles for countless generations, it could be said that their individual attribute arts have reached the pinnacle. For instance, the Sunfire sect and Arctic Ice Palace think that their techniques of controlling fire and ice are superior to my Divine Phoenix Island. Since it is Exalted Tianguang's celebratory birthday banquet, how could they miss such an opportunity to show off? They definitely must take this chance to compare their skills with my divine Phoenix Island. Oh, comparing cultivation methods at a birthday banquet. Lin Ming was a bit surprised by this. It's always been like this. Between the large sects, all they care about is face. As long as it's some grand event like at the marriage or century birthday of a high-level character, then great powers will always gather together. At that time, there will always be a contest where they will compare skills and have a little bit of fun. In truth, this is just a display to see whose disciples are the most outstanding and whose legacies are stronger. To the old cronies of the sect who want to know that their legacies are the best, their face is more valuable than their life. Senior apprentice Brother Zhang was speaking with a friendly air as if he was proudly being a good teacher. To someone like Lin Ming who was ignorant of what happened in large sects, this was a satisfying chance to show off his psychological know-how. Senior apprentice Brother Zhang seemed to be addicted to this feeling. He non-stop introduced the sects and their most excellent disciples to Lin Ming. The 5-element region has a total of 7 fourth-grade sections. Because of the characteristics of the heaven-earth origin energy in their land, there is a 4th-grade sect that's formed over each gathered elemental origin energy. As for the South Horizon region, we have a total of 3 4th-grade sects and 1 5th-grade sect. Although this sounds like less, we wouldn't lose to them in terms of combat strength. For instance, our divine Phoenix Island has the power to go against 2 4th-grade sects. As Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang said this with a completely self-satisfied expression, Lin Ming was utterly speechless. Divine Phoenix Island was a top 4th-grade sect, so it wasn't wrong that they could go against 2 other 4th-grade sects, but the so-called 5th-grade sect was obviously the South Sea Demon region. Could the South Sea Demon region really be called a sect of the South Horizon region? If the South Horizon region really fought with the 5-element region, it would already be great if the South Sea Demon region didn't stab them in the back first. Do you see that girl in front? It doesn't look quite obvious, but she has a very fiery temper and is prone to fits. Be careful around her unless you want to bring disaster upon yourself. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang lowered his voice and then simply changed to true essence sound transmission. She's called Huoruyan and is also known as the Sunfire Princess. She's one of the top direct disciples of the Sunfire sect, and her strength among the young heroic elites is listed in the 2nd rank. Her technique at controlling fire is superb. Not even our Vermilion Bird faction's elder Senior Apprentice Brother could necessarily compare with her. Lin Ming followed as Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang said this, and casually glanced over at the parasol trees, seeing a young, confident-looking girl wearing a crimson-colored flexible armor. By her side was a young maid, and the two were chatting as they walked. As they saw Lin Ming and Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang, the girls casually glanced at them and then no longer paid attention. She really did have the qualifications to ignore them. Her cultivation was already at the early Hotian period and Lin Ming was just at the late pulse condensation period. As for Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang, he was only at the peak pulse condensation period. How old is this Sunfire Princess? Lin Ming was a bit interested. He could sense a very rich and pure fire origin energy emitting from this girl's body. This sort of feeling absolutely came from a flame essence. Not only that, but it wasn't a low-level flame essence. Should be around 18 or 19 years old. This Sunfire Princess intends to put on a great show during this banquet. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang sourly said. In front of the famed Sunfire Princess, he naturally didn't have any pride. Lin Ming nodded. An 18 to 19-year-old Hotian master was truly extraordinary. The 5-element region's 7 sects have terrifying attainments in single-attribute cultivation methods. There is also someone at the Thundercrest sect who is comparable to the Sunfire Princess. Their name is Zhou Lai, and this person is also called the Thunderclap, and was said to have absorbed a high-grade human-step Thundersoul. This heroic elite is also listed as a 2nd rank. Arctic Ice Palaces by Aoshuan is called the Northern Snowy Sword. His strength is also at the 2nd rank. There is Deep Earth Sect's Shi Yun. His bodily defensive power is terrifying. His strength is at the 3rd rank. That is Gold Bell Mountain's Lu Yu. His strength is 3rd rank. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang's mouth was like a blossoming lotus as he spouted on and on, introducing over 20 people in a single endless breath. Lin Ming suddenly asked, puzzled. There are second rank and third rank talents, but what about first rank? First rank? Hee hee, senior apprentice brother Zhang disdainfully laughed. They wish. Well, the first rank talents are called saints. In my current generation of Divine Phoenix Island, there isn't any young heroic elite that is ranked as a saint talent. But 10 years ago, there were actually 2. Oh? Who were they? Lin Ming asked, unthinking. Senior apprentice brother Zhang looked at Lin Ming like he was an idiot. He patiently said, They are Her Highness Mu Qianyu and Her Highness Mu Bingyun. They are twin sisters. Didn't you know? Lin Ming almost choked on himself, then silently traced his chin in embarrassment. He should have known this, it was just that he had always subconsciously regarded Mu Qianyu as a top character senior, and had ignored her age. Mu Qianyu was only a young 27 years old. 10 years ago, she would have been around his age, and would have been a junior of her generation. However, thinking of Mu Qianyu's monstrous talent, he could imagine just how terrifying a saint-level talent truly was. No wonder the 7 fourth-grade sects of the 5-element region couldn't easily produce a saint-level talent. As Lin Ming and senior apprentice brother Zhang were speaking, there were others talking about him. Deep within the forest of parasol trees, there was a blue-clothed man with clouds embroidered on his chest eating some pine nuts as he asked Yen Fuhong, Brother Yen, that's the fellow from your Divine Phoenix Island that is regarded so highly by Fairy Maiden Mu? The youth who spoke was named Zhan Yunjian, and he was a disciple from Storm Valley. He was 19 years old, and his cultivation had just reached the top of the early Hotian realm, just a step away from reaching the middle Hotian realm. This youth and Yen Fuhong were old acquaintances. After they had accidentally met, Yen Fuhong had struck up a conversation, and during it, he had mentioned Mu Qianyu's high evaluation of Lin Ming. He wanted to stir up Zhan Yunjian's arrogance, and have him ruin Lin Ming's prestige at the birthday banquet. To teach Lin Ming a lesson was a matter that was only suited to outer court disciples. The so-called competitions that happened at the banquet would be an extremely casual affair. Whoever wanted to compete with whoever would only have to call a name or jump up on stage to declare a duel. Sometimes they might not even compare just martial arts fighting skills. They might compare fire skills, secret techniques, martial skills, concept comprehensions, and so forth. In short, there were many ways to show off one's skills. And these competitions usually had an unspoken rule that disciples of the same sect couldn't challenge each other. Since Yen Fuhong and Lin Ming were from the same sect, it was naturally an inappropriate affair. As Zhan Yunjian heard Yen Fuhong speak of Lin Ming, someone who was highly thought of by the saint-rank talent Mu Qianyu, he began to pay attention to Lin Ming's cultivation. He's only at the late pulse condensation period. It's hard to believe that someone of that cultivation is thought of so highly by Fairy Maiden Mu. How old is he? 16 years old. Really now? A 16-year-old with a late pulse condensation cultivation is about satisfactory. If his strength is also outstanding, then he deserves to be thought of highly by Fairy Maiden Mu. Zhang Yunjian casually evaluated Lin Ming with a few words, then began to walk away. Yen Fuhong anxiously said, Brother Yun, aren't you interested in him? Interested. Zhan Yunjian's footsteps paused, and he faintly smiled at Yen Fuhong, his hand still peeling pine nuts. It looks like you have some problems with this Lin Ming kid. I am interested, but I also don't have the qualifications to move against him. He's 3 years younger than me, and his cultivation is also lower by a great deal. How could I possibly compare anything with him like this? If he were 3 years older, then I might be interested in having a little match with him. Zhan Yunjian was a character who was ranked among the top disciples of Storm Valley, and was equal to the Sunfire sect's Sunfire Princess, or the Thundercrest sect's Thunderclap. He was someone who liked to challenge those at higher levels, especially those that were older or had a higher cultivation. But Lin Ming was only a young little 16-year-old boy, and his cultivation was also only at the late pulse condensation period. At the banquet, he would almost be the same as a little child. If Zhan Yunjian challenged Lin Ming, even if he didn't fight Lin Ming, he would be laughed to death by others. If he really fought with Lin Ming, it would still be a useless endeavor. There was no glory in winning, nor would it be fantastic. Zhan Yunjian didn't want to participate in such a thankless and unflattering event. Yan Fuhong wasn't willing to let this go. He tried to urge further and said Brother Yun shouldn't look down on him. Even though his cultivation isn't high, he's quite strong, otherwise there's no way he would have entered the discerning eye of the saintess. He's only 16 this year, and he defeated many aspiring heroes and elites to win first place at the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. 7 Profound Valleys? Is that a third-grade sect in your Divine Phoenix province? Haha, Brother Fuhong, there's no need to even mention this matter. A third-grade sect's Total Faction Martial Meeting champion simply doesn't count for anything. When I was 15 years old, I challenged the chief disciple of a third-grade sect under Storm Valley and defeated him in less than 10 moves. Zhan Yunjian casually said this, obviously not placing much importance on this memory. He saw Yan Fuhong's hesitant appearance and said, "Well, Brother Fuhong, it seems that you were also forced. It seems this little fellow will be divvying up a great part of your resources. So be it then. I'll ask a few of my younger junior apprentice brothers to go up and frustrate him a bit. What is he best at?" The banquet matches were not for the purpose of defeating one's opponent, but for showing off one's skills. Zhan Yunjian asked what Lin Ming was most skilled at because he wanted to suppress him in whatever he excelled at. This would be the most rewarding method of punishing Lin Ming. Yan Fuhong was instantly happy. He said, "That boy is best at controlling thunder." Controlling thunder? That's the domain of the Thundercrest sect. I just happen to know a young junior apprentice sister from the Thundercrest sect who is around 17 years old. For her to compare a bit with him sounds about right. 17 years old? Yan Fuhong frowned. Although he didn't think that Lin Ming was too strong, he didn't doubt Lin Ming's talent. How could his talent be poor if he was someone that Mu Qianyu valued? She's young. Do you have confidence she'll win? Haha. Don't underestimate her. In another 1 or 2 years, she'll be able to enter the second rank. In the absence of a monstrous talent like a saint rank character, the second rank would be the top. There weren't too many of these talents in a sect. This let Yan Fuhong feel at ease. This young girl was also a year older than Lin Ming. Many thanks, Brother Yun. Today's my treat. Let's go to Over Mountain Hall. Over Mountain Hall? That's a good place. I heard that it takes a medium-grade true essence stone to eat there. And a meal there is the same as a common martial artist's hard-earned cultivation for a whole year. How could I miss this opportunity, haha? The Parasol Tree Pavilion had a total of 360 buildings, and most of these buildings were empty. The Vermilion Bird faction only had a mere 20 core disciples, so most of the buildings were empty spares used for other events. For instance, for the exalted Tianguang revered master's 400th birthday banquet, the young heroes and elites would be staying at the Parasol Tree Pavilion. Lin Ming lived in the 22nd building. The one who lived across from him was the red-robed youth who had led him through the mountain gate, senior apprentice Brother Zhang. These days, Lin Ming had become much more familiar with him, and even knew his name, Xianxia. The small building he was supplied had its own courtyard. For cultivation, Lin Ming would practice in the early morning when the eastern sun first rose, and the courtyard would fill with heaven and earth origin energy. The origin energy of Divine Phoenix Island was much richer than the 7 profound valleys, and cultivating here was like soaking in a sea of heaven and earth origin energy. It was an incomparably pleasant and luxurious feeling. Parasol Tree Pavilion had been very noisy and bustling with activity these days. There had been too many disciples that had come in, and many of them had unique skills and were itching to do something. Unable to wait for the banquet to start, they had already gone to the open areas of the Parasol Tree Forest to compete with each other in a test of skills. When these individuals began to compare skills, it would often attract a great deal of onlookers. Lin Ming stayed in his small building for 3 days, and nobody bothered paying attention to him. The people of Divine Phoenix Island were extremely busy preparing for the smelting trials of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, and also the birthday banquet of Tianguang Revered Master. In the afternoon of the 4th day, a young maid spoke at Lin Ming's door. "Sir Lin, Her Highness the Saintess requests your presence at the back palace." The maids of Divine Phoenix Island were similar to the janitor disciples of the 7 profound valleys. If they served the Saintess or other elders, their rank might become a little higher. Although this young maid was around Lin Ming's age, she had a bone-forging stage cultivation. "Then I'll have to bother Miss to guide me there," Lin Ming respectfully said. The little maid shyly giggled and led Lin Ming to the back palace of the Parasol Tree Pavilion. This was not the mountain gate or the palace entrance, so one could fly here. The peaks of Divine Phoenix Island stretched without end, and there were a variety of peaks that showcased the splendors of the land, even dangerous peaks that seemed sculpted from the greenest jade. Divine Phoenix Mountain's back palace was located at the summit of an extremely high and wondrous mountain that was blanketed by endless green parasol trees. A dense fog wound around the entire mountain, forming a haze-green illusion. The back palace was hundreds of feet high and covered several miles of land, the entire structure made of exquisite blue stone. As Lin Ming walked in, he saw a woman in a red robe sitting in a high chair made of the purest green jade. Although the woman had silver hair, she didn't seem old and still seemed to be in the glorious and magnificent prime of her life. At the woman's right sat another elegant woman. This woman was Mu Qianyu. Without a doubt, that silver-haired woman was a master of a generation. Lin Ming respectfully bowed and said, "Junior Lin Ming greets Senior." "Lin Ming, this old woman has heard of your mentioning you." The beautiful woman kindly smiled, her eyes containing a lingering charm that befuddled the eyes as she glanced over Lin Ming. "The truth is that since you are part of the joint talent training program, you could cultivate here at Divine Phoenix Island even if you don't join my sect and also enjoy the treatment of a core disciple. But I heard from Ewer that she has already passed on the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle cultivation method to you, and that you also intend to further study this cultivation method. However, this cultivation method is a strict legacy of my Divine Phoenix Island that cannot be passed to outsiders. Thus, this old woman would like to ask you, do you want to join my Divine Phoenix Island as a core disciple?" Lin Ming's voice caught in his throat. He didn't immediately respond. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "I see that you are a man of honor and that you're also reluctant because of the 7 profound valleys. Haha, a true man knows graciousness and pays his debts. This old woman is already aware of the matter between you and the 7 profound valleys. As this old woman understands, you are not an official disciple of the 7 profound valleys, and the 7 profound valleys also hasn't put forth any effort in cultivating you. If you choose to enter Divine Phoenix Island, there won't be any problems. Also, concerning Shi Zongtian, this old woman has already discussed this matter with him, and he has agreed that after you enter Divine Phoenix Island, you may also be considered half a 7 profound valleys disciple." This beautiful woman said this all casually and plainly, but the truth was that Divine Phoenix Island had made many concessions in order to appease the 7 profound valleys. Lin Ming hesitated. Entering into a sect was a life-changing decision that would concern his entire future. Initially, when he was at the 7 profound valleys, he hadn't truly entered the sect. As he was considering, he saw that Mu Qianyu was winking at him, hinting for him to quickly agree. "Senior, this junior has a question. What sort of duties does a Divine Phoenix Island core disciple have?" The beautiful woman was stunned. She meaningfully looked at Lin Ming and smiled. "You want to discuss conditions with this old woman? The young are truly brave. To think of all the young heroes and elites that have stepped over each other and struggled so furiously to become a core disciple of my Divine Phoenix Island, and yet you are asking of conditions. Truly confident." The beautiful woman's words seemed like praise, but they were filled with a sense of dissatisfaction. To her, Lin Ming's words were a bit insolent. Mu Qianyu was secretly worried on the side. Lin Ming slowly and calmly said, "Senior, I am a man who has full faith in the commitments and promises that he makes. The ancients have a saying, a master for a day, a master for life. If I enter into a sect, then this truth is also similar. Since this is a commitment that I will have for my entire life, naturally I must consider it twice and not easily answer." Senior mentioned that there are many young geniuses that rush over each other to enter Divine Phoenix Island. But aren't these people coming just for Divine Phoenix Island's resources? The world is splendid and there are advantages to be found everywhere. In this world, there are countless people that go crazy for their personal benefit, but those that are crazy for righteousness and honor are rare. Those that are the first to rush to become a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, won't they also be the first rushing to escape when Divine Phoenix Island suffers a calamity? That is what I believe. Lin Ming's words were neither haughty nor weak, and they resounded in the hall. The beautiful woman had a surprised look. She didn't think that a 16-year-old boy would say such words. Even Mu Qianyu was slightly shocked. After a period of silence, the beautiful woman suddenly smiled. Good. Well said. Righteous and crazy. As long as your talent and abilities are to this old woman's satisfaction, then you may enter my divine Phoenix Island without any obligation, as long as you have honor and conscience. Divine Phoenix Island was extremely powerful. They did not lack in those that pretended to be humble, nor did they lack in talents. However, nobody knew just how many of these talents were truly loyal to Divine Phoenix Island. The beautiful woman didn't fully approve of Lin Ming just because of her words, but she could affirm in her heart that Lin Ming wasn't someone who faked appearances. A truly ungrateful person that forgot grace and held no virtues. Well, their promises were useless. As for those righteous individuals that didn't betray their mortality, there was no need to have them make any promise. Thus, the beautiful woman gave Lin Ming the greatest degree of freedom equal to a secret disciple. First you will apprentice under Yuer. She will also be the one to hand down and teach you the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. This old woman is called Yu Huang. Later, you will also call this old woman Master Ancestor Yu Huang. If you can blossom in radiance within the year, or maybe if you reach the Hotian realm before 17 years of age, then I will personally teach you. The beautiful woman spoke her words and then left. Mu Qianyu bowed to see her off, and Lin Ming also deeply bowed like a good disciple. In a flash, only Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu were left in the hall. The serious expression that Mu Qianyu had quickly faded, and as she looked at Lin Ming, she couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ming subconsciously traced his nose, sheepishly saying, "What makes Miss Mu smile? What did you just call me?" Mu Qianyu winked, grinning as she sardonically looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was a bit embarrassed. "Master Mu. Who are you calling Master Mu? Just call me Master. I didn't think that Master would place you under me as my disciple. In fact, you are my very first disciple. Divine Phoenix Island has over 30 core disciples, and around 20 of those were from the Vermilion Bird faction and another dozen or so from the Blue Lian faction. All of those disciples have masters that are revolving core powerhouses, and I'm the only one whose cultivation is below the revolving core realm." Mu Qianyu sounded a bit excited. The first time being someone else's master always gave a very unusual feeling. Lin Ming was utterly speechless. He thought that being Mu Qianyu's disciple was an outlandish and strange turn of events. In truth, he was hoping to apprentice under an elder. For instance, that old lady Yu Huang. It looked like the only route he had was to show off his talents as soon as possible and attract the attention of that old woman Yu Huang, so he could apprentice under her and quickly get rid of this crappy status. Mu Qianyu noticed Lin Ming's astonished expression and that it was somewhat funny. She continued to say, "All right, I won't mess with you. I know your status is only temporary. I'll be honest with you. You haven't yet obtained the approval of my master. Although I've already spoken of your talent to master, seeing is better than believing. Whether it is entering the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm or my senior uncle's 400th birthday banquet, both are opportunities for you to display your talent. The sooner you can enter as a disciple of my master and become a direct disciple, the more advantageous it will be for you." The 10 direct disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were all taught by top masters like old lady Yu Huang. Although Mu Qianyu was a monstrous genius in terms of being someone's master, she simply didn't have the experience. Lin Ming said, "I have to attend Tianguang revered master's celebratory birthday banquet? Since you're a core disciple, you naturally have to participate in the birthday banquet. It is also a process for my master to approve of you. Remember, although you will be entering the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, there are also good areas and bad areas. One kind is for the ordinary group, which can only enter around the periphery of the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. As for the other, they may enter the main Ancient Phoenix Central Hall. The difference between the two is astronomical, and there is a limit of 16 individuals that may enter the main hall. 10 of those will be the direct disciples, leaving only 6 spots for the core disciples. If you can't display a great enough talent, then one of those spots won't be given to you. So it's like this." Lin Ming's mind stirred. Naturally, he didn't want to miss out on this Ancient Phoenix Central Hall. Now return, and don't underestimate everyone else here. They are all talents that are much higher than anyone from the 7 profound valleys. Even if Zhang Baoyun was placed here, he wouldn't be anything special. As Mu Qianyu spoke, she flipped her hand and 2 red jade slips appeared in her palm. This is the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle Jade Slip. Take good care of it and definitely don't lose it somewhere. Lin Ming took a deep breath and solemnly took the jade slip. This was the core cultivation of Divine Phoenix Island. Its value could be imagined. Although there was most likely a special mark on this jade slip to track its location, for Mu Qianyu to give this jade slip to him like this was already a reflection of the enormous trust she held in him. That night, the moon hung bright in the sky. Lin Ming sat in the garden of his little building, tranquilly meditating over the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Of the 2 jade slips, one recorded the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and the other contained insights from when Mu Qianyu had cultivated it. Not only were they the experiences of Mu Qianyu, but also the experiences that many other seniors had left behind, all of them reorganized by Mu Qianyu and completely engraved onto the jade slips. When she had been cultivating, she had also held a jade slip in her hands. Whenever she thought of something useful, she would record it. Those things that were recorded in the jade slip were all mostly related to the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. There were some supplementary materials, some skills, some analyses on how to make a better breakthrough, and other such experiences. This small jade slip was the accumulated wisdom of generations of wisdom. Good stuff. Lin Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Although the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was a top cultivation method, it was still incomplete. If one didn't have these supplementary materials, it would be even more difficult to cultivate. Lin Ming used a full half-hour to skim through the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and then laid down the jade slip, rubbing his forehead. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was shocking. It was even more terrifying than when he had first cultivated the heretical god force. According to the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, if one filled in the empty spots and restored this cultivation to the full glory of the ancient Phoenix clan, and also cultivate it to the highest levels with the pure bloodline of the ancient Phoenix, one could rebirth themselves in the fires of nirvana. After 9 nirvanas, they could reach perfection of this cultivation, becoming immortal and indestructible. Even the 2 supreme elders' memories that Lin Ming had inherited didn't dare to boast about any cultivation like this. The senior that left behind the Sorcerer Pagoda also lived for tens of thousands of years, but in the end was unable to escape the samsara of life and death, eventually leaving the mortal coil after failing his closed-door seclusion. However, considering the characteristics of the Phoenix itself, this Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle didn't seem to be like empty talk. Of course, whether or not any of this was true couldn't be verified. To complete the entire ancient Phoenix clan's secret technique was simply a dream. As Lin Ming's conscience was immersed within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, he also quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state, sealing off his 6 senses and letting the flow of time drift past him. The rich fire origin energy flowed into Lin Ming's body, forming a vortex of origin energy that swirled around him. This was the rich fire attribute origin energy of the Parasol Tree Pavilion. If one practiced the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle here, they would have twice the result with half the effort. After the origin energy entered Lin Ming's body, it was all absorbed by the heretical god seed without even the least bit leaking out. It could be said that Lin Ming's body was a bottomless pit. Whatever went in wouldn't come out. Even Mu Qianyu had been shocked by Lin Ming's talent at fire attribute cultivation methods. She had called him the Child of Flame. The heretical god seed began to excitedly stir, and the flame essence that revolved around the heretical god seed began to howl. After some time, an invisible ring of fire rippled outwards from Lin Ming, quickly spreading. This invisible ring of fire was fast like a gust of wind, rustling all of the parasol tree leaves of the forest. Those that lived near Lin Ming's little building were mostly Vermilion Bird faction core disciples, and they were extremely sensitive to fire origin energy fluctuations. As they felt the fire origin energy blowing in the wind, they were surprised. Just what was that? Everything had happened too fast. They didn't have time to investigate just what the source of that fire origin energy was. They released their senses to detect the source, but after being unable to find anything, eventually gave up. The fire origin energy gradually faded. Lin Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He had finally reached perfection of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle Cultivation Method's first layer. If it wasn't for too many pill toxins being left in his meridians, then reaching perfection of this cultivation method's first layer would have already been enough to help Lin Ming break through to the peak of pulse condensation. From the pulse condensation period to the Hotian realm and Xiantian realm, the chaotic virtues combat meridians was no longer applicable to help him advance. However, this Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle seemed as if it were tailor-made for his body, perfectly complementing with the heretical god force and allowing Lin Ming's cultivations to increase by leaps and bounds. In addition to Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent, his martial talent no longer hindered him. Lin Ming cultivated for the entire night until early the next morning. As the day dawned, the entire Parasol Tree Pavilion was bustling with lively activity. Today was Tianguang Revered Master's 400th birthday banquet. A revolving core martial artist could live up to 500 to 600 years old. As they only had a few century birthdays in their life, naturally they had to make grand arrangements. The senior apprentice Brother Zhang that lived across from Lin Ming knocked on his door in the morning and began to talk to him about the banquet and the rules he needed to follow. His superiors had already informed him that he needed to bring Lin Ming to attend the banquet. For this banquet, 8 great sects have arrived to attend the celebrations. There are more than 10 revolving core masters and 100 Xiantian masters. Nearly everyone else that isn't a Xiantian master is a core disciple of their sect, and each one has talent comparable to a monstrous genius. Such a great scene, let alone you, even I rarely see this. Don't make a fuss about everything just because you're a newbie, otherwise you'll lose face. As Zhang spoke, he looked over Lin Ming's clothing to see if there were any faults. Since 8 great sects had gathered together, everything had become a matter of the sect's honor. Naturally, no one could slack off in any aspect. Lin Ming smiled and nodded. Although this senior apprentice Brother Zhang was a bit arrogant and overly stiff, his heart actually wasn't too bad. These days he had taught Lin Ming many of the rules and customs of Divine Phoenix Island. Those that can enter the banquet stage are already famous characters. You're a bit young and your cultivation is also low and you're even a new disciple, so there shouldn't be anyone that is willing to take the initiative to challenge you. Just have a good time and eat everything you can. This birthday banquet has the best feast with delicacies from everywhere. If you eat a big meal, it will be equivalent to many years of hard-earned cultivation for a common martial artist. Also, if someone challenges you and they are a bit older, you don't have to bother with them. There will be some senior apprentice brothers that will stand up for you. You can compare skills with someone who's close to your level though, but don't go beyond that. Understand? I understand. Lin Ming didn't refute Zhang's words. The scenario that no one would take initiative to challenge him was only Zhang's wishful thinking. As Lin Ming had walked down the road these past days, he could feel the gaze of others on him. There were disciples of Thundercrest sect, and also disciples of Storm Valley. Lin Ming didn't know any of these people. They were probably ordered to bother him at the behest of others after arriving at Divine Phoenix Island. Zhang looked at the time and said, "The birthday banquet will begin in half an hour. Let's go over now." Among the countless dangerous and magnificent peaks, there was one peak covered with thick green bamboo that was dozens of feet high. Within this green bamboo forest, there was a lake with clear, rippling water. On this lake was a green hall that seemed to be carved from jade. This was the land of the Blue Luan faction, Blue Luan Palace. Tianguang Revered Master was a vice island master of Divine Phoenix Island, and was also a great elder of the Blue Luan faction. His 400th year birthday banquet would be held here. As Lin Ming arrived at Blue Luan Palace with Zhang, less than a third of the seats were filled. Most of them were juniors, and not even the direct disciples of the sects had arrived yet. Little junior apprentice sister, that is Lin Ming. At a corner of Blue Luan Palace's square, Zhang Yunjian was pointing at Lin Ming as he spoke to a purple-clothed girl. He wasn't afraid that Lin Ming would find him looking at him, because it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. 16-year-old late pulse condensation period? Not bad. The purple-clothed girl stroked her smooth and pointed chin as she gazed at her opponent for this banquet, her words sounding a bit old. Zhang Yunjian wanted to laugh. He thought to himself, wasn't this little girl only 17 years old? That's right. He is a junior of Divine Phoenix Island who is well regarded by Fairy Maiden Xianxia. However, Divine Phoenix Island is a bit lacking in talent these days. Ever since the Saint-rank talents Fairy Maiden Xianxia and Fairy Maiden Bingyun appeared, there hasn't been any outstanding heroic elite in the current young generation. Even the Vermilion Bird faction chief disciple Mu Dingshan and the Blue Luan faction chief disciple Mu Shaoqing aren't any better than the direct disciples of the seven sects from the five-element region. As Zhang Yunjian spoke, he sighed. Divine Phoenix Island has really had a great stroke of luck. Even if the next few generations of Divine Phoenix Island are all failures, as long as Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun exist, then Divine Phoenix Island will prosper for the next several hundred years. In the minds of the many young heroes and elites, a saint-level talent was like an unattainable peak that they could never approach. Even the arrogant Zhang Yunjian had to acknowledge the difference between him and a saint-level talent. This sort of talent would only appear in a fourth-grade sect every 100 years. It was stroke of fate that couldn't be forced. After listening to Zhang Yunjian, the purple-clothed girl smiled, extremely bright and happily. Why are you smiling? Zhang Yunjian asked. Hee, I'm just smiling. It's nothing. The purple-clothed girl was clearly hiding something. A 17-year-old girl had limited trust, and her mood was written all over her face. Zhang Yunjian was puzzled. What caused this little girl to be so happy? Was she implying that the Thundercrest sect also had a saint-level talent? As he thought of this, Zhang Yunjian's expression changed. Then, he thought of it some more and shook his head. It's unlikely. The seven sects of the five-element region all closely monitor each other. Even I'm familiar with the direct disciple of the Thundercrest sect. If they have a saint-level talent, then it's impossible that I wouldn't have heard a rumor of it. As Zhang Yunjian thought to himself, he wasn't too sure in his heart. If this was true, then the balance between the seven great sects of the five-element region would be broken. Once a saint-level talent grew up, it would be hard to find a worthy opponent for them. After half an hour passed, more and more people began filtering into Blue Wan Palace. Many important figures began arriving one after another. Even in a fourth-grade sect, revolving core masters weren't too common. Tianguang revered master finally arrived. He wore a long green robe and he had a 3-foot-long white beard. His emitted a very calm and extraordinary temperament. Behind him followed several disciples, and even Mu Qianyu was among them. As Lin Ming saw Mu Qianyu, he was stunned for a bit. Something feels off? As he noticed her blue clothing, Lin Ming suddenly realized that this woman was Mu Qianyu's younger sister, Mu Bingyun. He had heard that Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun were twin sisters, but normally there would be some differences even between twins. However, Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun seemed almost entirely alike. There wasn't even a mark on their face to distinguish between them. There was only a slight difference between their temperaments. It seemed that Mu Bingyun was a bit less noble, a bit icier, and a bit more indifferent. Throughout the entire time, Mu Bingyun silently followed behind Tianguang revered master. As if it were arranged, right after Tianguang revered master arrived, the old revolving core masters of the 8 sects soon followed. The front door opened wide and an old man in a red robe walked in with a group of disciples. This old man's entire face was red all over and his steps were light. He and his group had a ball of sacred flames embroidered on their chests. These were all disciples from the Sunfire sect. Ha! Mu Tianguang, how have you been? You haven't changed in such a long time. The old man smiled. If this old man was able to call Tianguang revered master by his full name, then he was naturally a character on the same level as Tianguang revered master. Ha! I didn't think the Sunfire sect sovereign would personally come. This old man truly has face. Mu Tianguang cupped his fists together. Obviously, he and the Sunfire sect sovereign were old friends. As the two old men greeted each other and exchanged some small talk, Lin Ming noticed that there was a red-robed girl following behind the Sunfire sovereign. She looked around 18 to 19 years old, and her cultivation was at the early Hotian realm. She was the girl known as the Sunfire Princess, Huoruyan. At this point, all eyes had gathered on Huoruyan even more so than the Sunfire sovereign. After all, the majority of those present were young heroes and elites. A high-level figure like the Sunfire sovereign had no relation to them, so they wouldn't pay attention to someone like him. But as for another young heroic elite like Huoruyan, she was someone that everyone noticed. After all, a bit later from now, they might have to challenge her in a contest. As the disciples of the Sunfire sect took their seats, they were soon followed by those from the Thundercrest sect. What surprised Lin Ming was that even the Thundercrest sect sovereign himself had personally come. It stood to reason that a normal revolving core master would come to this birthday banquet, but a sovereign wouldn't personally attend. It had to be known that there were around 20-some high-level figures like Tianguang revered master in the great sects of the Five-Element region and the South Horizon region. If the sect sovereigns were to attend all the century birthday celebrations of these figures, they would have to make a trip every 5 years. Making such a long and distant journey was an arduous event, and it wasn't like the various sect sovereigns didn't have anything else to do. After the Thundercrest sect arrived, those from the Deep Earth sect, Arctic Ice Palace, and Golden Bell Mountain also arrived. Most of those that came were sovereigns of their sect, and the worst among them were vice-sovereigns. This really surprised Lin Ming. Did Tianguang revered master really have such great face? A century birthday celebration actually had so many sovereigns in attendance? Finally, the last one to appear was the old lady Yu Huang of Divine Phoenix Island. As an island master of Divine Phoenix Island and also the leader of the Vermilion Bird faction, old lady Yu Huang had a status that was even higher than Tianguang revered master. All the sovereigns cupped their hands together. Of the entire audience present, old lady Yu Huang was the strongest. No one dared to disrespect her. However, old lady Yu Huang had a very unpleasant expression. She gave a few casual smiles, and then sat in the seat of honor, not speaking as an awkward silence and sullen atmosphere floated around her. Tianguang revered master was a bit embarrassed. He stood up, raised his glass and said, "Everyone who has arrived today has shown me the highest honor. First, I will raise a cup to you all." As Tianguang revered master spoke, he drank a toast to all the guests, and the guests all raised their glasses too, offering a number of birthday congratulations and speeches. Then, the atmosphere of the banquet was revived. Lin Ming couldn't help but whisper, "How come High Master Yu Huang is looking at the 8 sect sovereigns with such a dour expression?" Zhang, who was sitting near Lin Ming, heard his question. He reluctantly said, "I don't know why, but I guess it's because the talks of the alliance didn't go too well." Alliance? Lin Ming was stunned, and then immediately understood. An alliance to go against the South Sea Demon region? Yes. Lin Ming had a flash of insight. No wonder so many sovereigns and vice-sovereigns had arrived. They actually came to discuss such an important matter. It seemed that Tianguang revered master's birthday banquet was just a ruse, and the truth was that they came to discuss an alliance to resist the South Sea Demon region. A war between superpowers at the rank of Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region wasn't like the wars between two small countries. Just because they declared war on each other didn't mean they would immediately begin. Even though these two great powers had decided to engage each other, there were still many considerations and preparations that had to be made. Before, Divine Phoenix Island had drawn in the 19 third-grade sets, and now it seemed they were even trying to draw in the 4th-grade sects from the 5-element region. The situation had already escalated to this degree. It was probable that the South Sea Demon region was also looking for their own allies. Lin Ming said, "If Divine Phoenix Island is defeated, then would the 5-element region be able to live their future days in peace? Don't they know about the concept of co-interdependence?" Zhang stared at Lin Ming like he was an idiot, obviously looking down on Lin Ming's shallow experience. "What do you mean co-interdependence? Divine Phoenix Island is millions of miles away from the 5-element region. Even if it was when Silent Demon Emperor City still existed, the 5-element region didn't suffer a disaster. The reason they came here is to see if we could offer conditions to these old fellows' satisfaction. Now that the talks have broken down, Uncle Master Yu Huang isn't feeling too happy about the situation. So it's like this. Lin Ming was already used to Zhang looking down on him. But it didn't matter, he really didn't know anything about the 5-element region. Zhang said, "Uncle Master Yu Huang has a very ardent and strong personality. If you are good to her, then she is friendly to everyone. But if she doesn't feel comfortable, then she doesn't care about giving anyone face. You can see from her expression that she's not hiding anything at all. It looks like this banquet is going to be a lively one." Lively? Hee. Do you think that Uncle Master Yu Huang won't vent her fire here? If matters of the alliance had come to a pleasant agreement, then the atmosphere of the banquet would be enjoyable. But now that things have gone south, it seems that when we compare skills, I'll have to be serious. Even blood might spill now. As Xianxia spoke, he seemed to be filled with excitement. Will it come that? Lin Ming's expression changed as he craned his neck. Just wait and see. Uncle Master Yu Huang is not in a pleasant mood. If anyone causes her to lose any more face today, they might anger her at their own peril. Just look at senior apprentice brother Mu Dingshan's appearance. Xianxia winked with his eyes. Lin Ming glanced at Mu Dingshan and saw that he really did have an extremely bitter and pained expression. Does senior apprentice brother Mu not have confidence in himself? How can he have confidence like this? Senior apprentice brother is fierce, and he's no worse than any of the other direct disciple of the 5-element region, but now it's 1 against 8. Oh, well, with the Blue Luan faction's Mu Xiaoqing, that makes it 2 against 8. How can they resist so many of them? Now that Uncle Master Yu Huang is so angry, losing like this will mean a miserable future for them. The direct disciples of the 5-element region aren't some random weaklings. Even if senior apprentice brother Mu put forth his full strength, it isn't necessarily true that he'll defeat them. Since he's going to be going all out, it won't be strange to see blood spill. Under old lady Yu Huang's influence, the entire atmosphere of the banquet seemed on edge, as if daggers had already been drawn. Lin Ming could even feel a raging fire that was contained with old lady Yu Huang's eyes. How was this a banquet? It was more like a battlefield on the brink of explosion. Now old lady Yu Huang really was full of fire. These old zombies were just too greedy for their own good. In order to request them to send out a few masters, they were like lions that had opened their mouths, completely insatiable. If Divine Phoenix Island had gone along with their conditions, then even if they won the war against the South Sea Demon region, Divine Phoenix Island would probably drop from a top 4th grade sect to an ordinary 4th grade sect. If they wished to reach the threshold of a 5th grade sect, it would probably take another 1,000 years of accumulating resources. How could she possibly endure this? The negotiations had continued for 3 days, and these old bags had only made some slight, unimportant concessions. When it came to those core benefits, they wouldn't let go no matter what. It was as if they already assumed that Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't be able to defeat the South Sea Demon region, and would come begging for help from the 5-element region's 7 great sects. Old lady Yu Huang had laid down her pride and reached her bottom line. She had already expected the situation to devolve to this point with these old geezers. To borrow an early revolving core master for 1 year, they had to pay 30 heaven opening pills. If these were normal times, then requesting such a sky-high price was simply robbing them when they were in trouble. Old lady Yu Huang had stated that if they truly paid such a great price, Divine Phoenix Island would lose 1,000 years of accumulation and fall back to an ordinary 4th grade sect. But at this time, the Thundercrest sect sovereign had spoken a few words that had caused old lady Yu Huang to nearly go crazy and storm out. He said, falling to an ordinary 4th grade sect is still better than having your entire sect exterminated. As old lady Yu Huang remembered these words, her fingers began to tremble from rage. She turned her head to stare at the Thundercrest sovereign Lei Jingtian, wishing with her entire being that she could massacre this old man. However, facing the murderous eyes of old lady Yu Huang, Lei Jingtian was calm, drinking heartily with the guests around, completely disregarded old lady Yu Huang. Lei Jingtian, I want to see just what's so great about you. Old lady Yu Huang shook her glass and the wine inside began to boil. This was the fire attribute true essence that she was inadvertently exuding. As the Divine Phoenix Island core disciples that sat near old lady Yu Huang saw the wine in her glass boil, they all felt a nerve-wracking horror swell up within them. This was truly a tragedy. In the upcoming matches, they would need to treat each one as if their life was on the line. Whoever caused old lady Yu Huang to lose face would definitely suffer a miserable fate. At this moment, Lin Ming was buried to his head in food, eating as much as he could. Suddenly Mu Qianyu's voice resounded in his ears. Lin Ming, master isn't too happy at the moment. During this competition it seems as if events will be taken to the extreme. Just do what you have to do and don't be prodded to action by others. There might even be some martial arts contests with true fighting, be careful that you aren't wounded. In addition, the contest isn't just martial artists, but also other skills and abilities. For instance, the Sunfire sect might challenge our disciples in techniques to control fire. If there are people that try to stir you up to compete, don't immediately answer. The Sunfire sect has refined their fire-controlling techniques for thousands of years. As for you, you just started, so you won't be their match. Mu Qianyu's voice was filled with concern, and this warmed Lin Ming's heart. He replied, I know what to do. After 3 rounds of drinking, the atmosphere was very lively and festive. Suddenly, old lady Yu Huang smiled and said, I wonder if everyone is enjoying the festivities. Haha. I am enjoying myself to the max. With such great hospitality, how can I not enjoy myself? Lei Jingtian stood up, laughing, and said, however, the wine and food is good, but without dance and fighting it's a bit boring. How about I have some of my Thundercrest sect's disciples go on stage to display some of their poor techniques, so that we can enliven this scene a bit? As Lei Jingtian finished speaking, a 16 or 17-year-old boy leapt onto the stage. He wore purple clothes and had a purple gold crown on his head. He cupped his fists to everyone present and said, Fellow seniors, fellow martial cultivators, I am Lei Yu, a disciple of the Thundercrest sect, currently 17 years old. I would like to display some of my insignificant skills and minor abilities, and hope that I can have everyone smile. As Lei Yu spoke, he flicked his finger and lightning jumped into his palm. This lightning was like a living purple snake, continuously swaying in Lei Yu's hands, sometimes growing, sometimes shrinking, but always extremely gorgeous and brilliant. After a dozen breaths of time, Lei Yu shook his hand and the purple lightning snake turned into a purple jade ribbon. This jade ribbon emitted a very rich thunder origin energy, and didn't seem any different from purple silk. Good. Many of the 5-element region martial artists under the stage began to applaud. However, there wasn't a single martial artist from Divine Phoenix Island that was clapping. The reason for this was old lady Yu Huang, who was sitting in the seat of honor. With old lady Yu Huang displaying such a frigid and icy expression, who would dare to clap in her presence? A Vermilion Bird faction disciple couldn't sit still and jumped on stage. He said, Brother Lei Yu has quite the amazing skill. I also happen to understand some similar small tricks. I wonder if I could compare with Brother Lei Yu. The disciple didn't wait for Lei Yu to respond before he waved his hand and a fiery serpent shot into the sky. After it flashed, it turned into a chain of flame. The chain converged, turning into a red chain that was no different from a real chain, even reflecting light like metalwood. It was just like a fine iron chain that had been heated red in flames. This was exactly the fire-controlling technique that was covered in the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, Flame Chains. Lin Ming also knew this technique. Voila! The red chain intertwined with the purple silk ribbon. The 2 disciples seemed to be friendly towards each other. But as soon as they chains and silk twisted together, the 2 went wild, putting their full strength into defeating the other. The chain tightened around the silk ribbon, going taut. Thunder and fire flashed. Neither of them stepped back an inch, each of them using the full extent of their strength. After 10 breaths of time, there was the sound of silk ripping as the purple silk ribbon was torn in half, but the red chain was in fine condition. Haha! I had wanted to compare strength with Brother Lei Yu and gain some good fortune from this banquet, but I didn't think I would actually tear apart Brother Lei Yu's lightning silk ribbon. I truly apologize. Lei Yu's expression was ashen. He coldly snorted and then walked off stage. The disciples of Divine Phoenix Island had a very smug and proud expression on their faces. The Divine Phoenix Island disciple turned towards old lady Yu Huang to claim some credit, but as soon as he saw her icy expression, all hope of any accolades soon turned to dust. This was just the beginning. In a match between 2 forgettable disciples, whoever won had no effect at all. Against the high-level characters of the sects, this was only worth a laugh. Looks like this is going to blow up. Zhang clicked his tongue. He turned to Lin Ming and said, Do you want to go up and show off a bit? If you want to go on, you should hurry up. Right now, only the most basic core disciples enter the stage. Soon, the middle-ranked ones will go up, and then the top-ranked disciples. Above those are the direct disciples. At that time, you won't have a chance to show off anymore. Just do as I say and take advantage of the moment. Go and challenge someone you're sure you can take. Otherwise you'll embarrass yourself. Lin Ming was the youngest of everyone present. As long as he defeated a disciple that was 17 to 18 years old, to Zhang, that was already a very flagrant display of his skills. I'm in no hurry, Lin Ming smiled. He had already sensed that there were people from Storm Valley that were eyeing him, especially the purple-clothed girl from the Thundercrest sect. This entire time she had been staring at him with extreme provocation in her eyes. Even if he didn't go up, soon there would be people naming him in their challenge. Once the matches began, they wouldn't stop. Just after the match between the two ended, more people walked on stage. A Divine Phoenix Island Blue Wan faction core disciple challenged an Arctic Ice Palace disciple in ice skating techniques. Cold light flashed as their ice skates cut across the ice, but finally the Blue Wan faction girl managed to break apart her opponent's skates, gaining another victory. What was happening now was a comparison of skills, rather than a head-on match of strength. In the flash, 6 or 7 matches had already passed. Zhang also went on stage. He was named by the purple-clothed girl from the Thundercrest sect. Her name was Zhou Shaoling, and she was 17 years old. She had a baby face and smiled with a harmless expression. Lin Ming was already aware that Zhou Shaoling had locked onto him. During this banquet, it was inevitable that he would fight her. The reason that she had called out Zhang was most likely because she saw Zhang walk with him and wanted to use him as a demonstration of her meaning. Do you know me? Zhang was stunned for a moment. His opponent could only be described as a charming and cute girl. She gave off a rather pleasant aura. Zhang was in an excellent mood. Such a beautiful young girl had actually remembered him. The young girl giggled, not answering. This Zhang was quite thick-headed. This beautiful girl has a very sweet smile. I didn't think she would know my name, but she actually challenged me by naming me. Is it possible that she has a favorable impression of me? Then especially made inquiries about me and wanted to contest in martial arts in order to better know me? This was the fantasy that was inevitably produced by such a narcissistic man, especially when the other party had such a sweet smile. Vermilion Bird faction core disciple Zhang just reached 18 this year. Please advise. Zhang also introduced himself. Everyone that went on stage had to report their age. Normally speaking, when disciples fought, the greatest difference between their age could only be around a year. This was the fairest method, and it also made it so that even if they lost, it wouldn't be too ugly. Although Zhang had a good impression of this beautiful girl, he didn't dare to underestimate her. Anyone that dared to enter the stage wouldn't be weak. He guessed that he would only need to go on stage once, and there was no way he could let himself be defeated here like this. He shook his hand, and a fire python sprang into the air, clawing the skies. This was the meaning of comparing skills. Zhou Shaoling's 2 hands moved, and a thin ribbon of purple silk flew into the air. This one move caused Lin Ming to sigh in his heart. This little girl was quite adept at controlling thunder. She could directly let loose a ribbon of purple silk, and didn't even need to transform the thunder beforehand. Zhang's expression was solemn. The fire python fought with the thin ribbon of purple silk for a moment, and in just a few breaths of time, there was a shattering sound as the purple-clothed girl's silk ribbon tore the fire python in half. Zhang immediately flushed red. He looked at the fire python that was still struggling in the air. As he faced this young girl Zhou Shaoling that was a full head shorter than him, he wished that he could find a hole to crawl into. This little girl that came out of nowhere is just too abnormal. Her cultivation is the same as mine, but she's a year younger. Yet she was able to cut apart my fire python in just a few breaths of time. Zhang gulped as he sat back down in his seat, distressed. He didn't dare look at how frosty old Lady Yu Huang's countenance may have become. At this moment, Zhou Shaoling smiled. She wasn't smiling at Zhang, but at Lin Ming. The challenge in this smile was very obvious. I was too careless, far too careless. I actually looked down on such a little girl. Zhang was ashamed. He was originally a very arrogant individual. Losing was one thing, but the one he lost to was not only a year younger than him, but also a woman. My fire controlling technique isn't good enough. If we compared martial arts, I might not lose to her. As Zhang thought back, He created another flimsy excuse in order to save whatever face he had left. Lin Ming smiled, not bursting his bubble. After all, the reason Zhang Zhen was in such dire straits was because of him. This Thundercrest sect girl was obviously aiming at him. Without a doubt, she was someone who was at the rank of a direct disciple. Although she was young, in another 2 to 3 years, Zhou Shaoling would most likely become someone who was equal to the Sunfire Princess or the Thunderclap. Zhang Zhen naturally wasn't her match. Until now, there had been a total of 7 matches. Divine Phoenix Island had lost 4 and won 3. Although they were falling a bit behind, Divine Phoenix Island was still 1 against 6. To have this sort of result was already very good. Of the 8 sects that had come, the South Horizon region's Supreme Mystery Temple and Dire Space sect hadn't taken action. They probably cared about maintaining their friendship because they shared the same region, and didn't try to challenge Divine Phoenix Island. If the South Sea Demon region was ever restored to the same grandiosity to the degree of Silent Demon Emperor City, then their days wouldn't be much better. For them, it was better to yield to Divine Phoenix Island and accept their bottom-line offer. This time, at the seat of honor, Old Lady Yu Huang's expression wasn't the least bit relieved or happy. She was well aware that no matter how pleasant or humble she became, it was not possible to offset the greediness of the 5-element region sects. Those old bags wouldn't ever accept any concessions, so it was better to just meet them head-on. In the world of martial artists, there was a prevailing rule. If one couldn't convince them, then defeat them. Strength was the best bargaining chip. If Divine Phoenix Island could win a total victory at this comparison of skills, then the other parties would obviously be at a disadvantage at the negotiating table. This invisible momentum was greatly beneficial to any kind of diplomacy. But as Old Lady Yu Huang thought of Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing's strength, she was ultimately a bit doubtful. Mu Dingshan and Mu Shaoling were strong. They would definitely have a chance of defeating any of the chief disciples from the 5-element region sects. But to have the two of them fight continuous opponents would put an extreme pressure on them, and would be very hard for them to do. Of the 7 great sects from the 5-element region, the Verdantwood sect didn't come to the birthday celebrations because of faults within their younger generation. As for the South Horizon region's Supreme Mystery Temple and Dire Space sect, they wouldn't take action against them. Thus, Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing were 2 against 6. Besides Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing, there was also Lin Ming. Yuer had strongly recommended him based on his strength, so he should be able to show some skills. But Lin Ming was inevitably too young, and his ability was insufficient for the challenges ahead. He was also a bit young at 16 or 17 years of age. To have him share the burden of Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing would be very difficult for him. After Zhou Shaoling left the stage, Zhan Yunjian sighed. These years, the Thundercrest sect was becoming increasingly fierce. In a few years, even he might not be able to look down on her. The Verdantwood sect had already produced 2 continual generations of waste. As for the Thunderclap sect, they produced 2 top second-ranked talents in the Thunderclap and Zhou Shaoling. The balance of the 5-element region's 7 great sects was becoming increasingly unstable. As Zhan Yunjian was thinking, he noticed that Divine Phoenix Island's Yan Fuhong was winking at him from afar, indicating for him to make his move. Zhan Yunjian shook his head, sighing. This Yan Fuhong's jealousy and pride was too heavy on his soul. Such a person would never have great achievements. As he thought about it, he turned to the junior apprentice brother near him and said, "Junwei, go and challenge Lin Ming." "Hehe, you finally want me to make a move?" The youth named Ma Junwei twisted his neck, looking at Lin Ming like a wolf spotting his prey, a rabid excitement dawning in his eyes. If he managed to injure Lin Ming so that he needed a day to recover in bed, he would be given 5 medium-grade true essence stones. If he injured Lin Ming so that he needed 20 days, then he would receive 100 medium-grade true essence stones. If he could damage Lin Ming's meridians and make him need months to recover and delay his cultivation, he would receive 300 medium-grade true essence stones. This amount of true essence stones was equal to the resources he received in an entire year. As for how to do so in a comparison of skills, Ma Junhui didn't take it too seriously. In a battle between juniors, often one would become too angry and injure the other. If he used his full strength, how could Lin Ming not be injured? Besides, There was a vast murderous intent that flooded the entire stage. The top characters of both sides were anxious to massacre the other party. As long as he didn't kill anyone, then a bit of blood wasn't anything at all. Will that Yen fellow keep his promise? Ma Junhui asked as he cracked his knuckles. He will. He's already given me 50 medium-grade true essence stones as a deposit. Hee, that's good. I just happen to be lacking true essence stones for practice, and now someone's just delivered them to me. Ma Junhui thrillingly said as he licked his lips. Don't underestimate him, that boy isn't simple. For him to reach the late pulse condensation period at 16 is already very good. Not only that, but Mu Qianyu thinks highly of his strength. I fear his talent is probably on the same level as someone like the Sunfire Princess, if not more so. Zhang Yunjian warned. Who cares how good his talent is? How can a late pulse condensation boy challenge my half-step Hotian cultivation? This boy has potential, however, he's just too young and naive. Ma Junhui said as he leapt up. With the assistance of his wind attribute true essence, he flashed onto the stage. Storm Valley's Ma Junhui, 18 years old. I challenge all heroes present, Ma Junhui said as he cupped his fists across his chest. Ma Junhui, he came up so quickly. Before, I thought that it would be someone like Zhou Shaoling coming on stage, but it seems that the Storm Valley core disciple Ma Junhui wants to challenge someone. I remember he's at the upper middle ranks of the core disciples. The disciples of the 5-element region's 7 great sects had a good understanding of each other. The name Ma Junhui was known by many people. It's mostly been the lower or middle rank core disciples going on stage. Now that Ma Junhui has gone on stage, the level of the matches has increased yet again. It might be difficult for us to find an opportunity to display our skills. I wonder who made Ma Junhui so anxious that he jumped up so early to challenge them. As the disciples of the 5-element region murmured to themselves, Ma Junhui swept his gaze past the Divine Phoenix Island disciples. He pointed to Lin Ming and said, You're the one called Lin Ming, right? Do you dare to face me? What? Zhang Zhen was the first to be shocked. This kid was too fucking shameless. Didn't he care about face at all? An 18-year-old against a 16-year-old, and he actually had the gall to open that big mouth of his? A 2-year gap didn't seem like much, but the truth was to those top talented youths. Every day was extremely precious. 2 years was enough to accomplish many things. For instance, Mu Qianyu had reached pulse condensation at 15, and that was considered a saint-level talent. However, if she was late by 2 years and reached pulse condensation at 17, then she wouldn't be considered much. That was something that any casual student of the 7 profound valleys could accomplish. But when Mu Qianyu was 16 years old, she had already stepped into the Hotian realm. If Lin Ming was given another 2 years, breaking through to the Hotian realm would be simple. He might even be able to defeat a Xiantian master. That was not a level that someone like Ma Junhui could compare with. Therefore, in a comparison of skills, it was always between individuals that were similar in age. Even if there was a 1-year difference, it would usually be the junior challenging the senior. If the tables were reversed, then this despicable action was really looked down on by others. Lin Ming, there's no need to go up. This little punk probably wants to harm you. Zhang Zhen could feel a dark intent coming from Ma Junhui. Old Lady Yu Huang was silent. She turned to glance at Mu Qianyu and saw Mu Qianyu returning a little nod of the head to her, also not speaking. Since this is a boy that Yua thinks so highly of, if he can't even overcome a mere 2-year gap, he's no better than Xiaoqing or Ding Shan. This old woman wants to see just what sort of surprises you have in store for me. Ma Junhui ignored everyone around him that was glaring at him with disgust. He pointed to Lin Ming as before and shouted, Boy, do you dare? Lin Ming rose up. I didn't think that my name would actually reach the 5-element region. It is truly the highest of honors. Since you challenge me, then I naturally must accompany you. As Lin Ming spoke, he directly walked over to the square, ignoring Zhang Zhen's frantic winking. So he's Lin Ming. He also live at Parasol Tree Pavilion. This is my first time seeing him. I heard that he is 16 years old and that Her Highness Qianyu thinks very highly of him. Then we'll see just how strong he is. If he can deal with that Ma Junhui, then he has some skill, but it isn't a shame if he loses either. Lin Ming was only known to a few people from the Five-Element region, but he was already famous throughout the entire Divine Phoenix Island. He was a talent that Mu Qianyu valued and one that she had personally recruited from the 7 Profound Valleys. As soon as he entered the sect, he was admitted to the Parasol Tree Pavilion. All of this was enough to make him the focus of the disciples from Divine Phoenix Island. Hee, you think I heard your name in the 5-element regions because of some glorious deed you accomplished? I only heard that you betrayed your sect and whored yourself out to Divine Phoenix Island to become a core disciple. Am I right? Ma Junhui sneered, his words extremely poisonous and insidious. He was intentionally trying to provoke Lin Ming, so that it would be a completely justifiable action to wound him to the point that he would need to recuperate in bed. Insolence! Ma Junhui's voice had just fallen, when he heard a voice like a thunderclap explode in his ears. He instantly turned white, forced back several steps. Ignorant boy! You dare to spread such preposterous talk? Old Lady Yu Huang slapped her right hand against her chair, and a terrifying surge of energy flooded out towards Ma Junhui. Ma Junhui only felt his entire body go ice-cold as if he were a tiny boat about to be overturned in an endlessly churning ocean. Ma Junhui was terrified. He didn't think that with just a few words, Mu Yuhuang would not care about her status as a revolving core master and move against a junior. But at this moment, a surge of wind rolled forwards, protecting Ma Junhui's body, sweeping away that terrifying tide of energy. A black-clothed old man stood up and said, "Hi, Master Yu Huang. Please calm down. Junhui, what sort of utter nonsense are you speaking of? Hurry up and apologize." Ma Junhui let out a breath of relief as the dangerous moment passed. This old woman was an utterly crazy old bag. He had just mocked Lin Ming, but hadn't cursed her at all. How many days had Lin Ming been in the sect, and how many times had he seen old Lady Yu Huang? For her to move against him like this. The truth was that Ma Junhui was too negligent. When he said that Lin Ming had whored himself out, that was no different than slandering Mu Qianyu's crystal-clear reputation. Mu Qianyu was Mu Yu Huang's most beloved disciple. How could she tolerate someone disparaging her? Lin Ming glanced at Mu Qianyu, whose expression wasn't looking too good, and his eyes suddenly fell to sub-zero temperatures. He turned to Ma Junhui, his voice desolate and somber as he said, "You want to intentionally provoke me into a rage, so that I'll participate in some little death match with you? Well, then I must congratulate you. You have succeeded." Although the banquet stage was brimming with tension, that didn't mean everyone would lose their sense of decorum or reasoning. Those offensive words that Ma Junhui had said a moment ago were brainless. They were words that a mentally normal person would never say. Lin Ming didn't have any past enmity with Ma Junhui nor any injustice. In fact, Lin Ming had never met Ma Junhui. Ma Junhui was just like a rabid dog that was randomly biting others. If he wasn't instigated by others, this was still his personality. Ma Junhui laughed as he sneered, saying, "You're right. I really am trying to provoke you. Those superficial skill matches that have happened so far are just too boring. However, I wasn't lying when I said that you whored yourself out to become a Divine Phoenix Island core disciple. There really is a rumor that is spreading around like that. As they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. Today, how about I be your touchstone to see just how true this rumor is?" Touchstone? You really think highly of yourself. Lin Ming jeered. "I'm afraid your touchstone will break with just a little touch." As Lin Ming spoke, he took out the heaven-profound soft spear from his spatial ring. Ever since he had acquired the purple comet spear, he hadn't used this silver spear of his. However, the purple comet spear was a top high-grade Earthstep treasure. It was just too shocking. Ancestor Qi Yen had left behind a camouflage array on the purple comet spear, and no one below Ancestor Qi Yan's cultivation should be able to see the truth. However, there were many old sovereigns here that had keen eyesight and perception, so surely there would be those that recognized it. A top high-grade Earthstep treasure was something that even a revolving core master would covet. Although Lin Ming had Divine Phoenix Island backing him and didn't fear exposing the purple comet spear, it was best to keep this news as quiet as possible. With so many people here, it would undoubtedly spread in less than a day. Ma Junhui saw Lin Ming take out a medium-grade human step silver spear from his spatial ring and laughed. "Am I seeing things? You are a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island, but you actually use such a trashy weapon? Even a third-grade sex direct disciple can obtain an Earth step weapon, but here you are using a medium-grade human step weapon? Are you joking with me? Lin Ming's lips curled up in a smile. If everyone was being friendly and having a nice match, then he wouldn't mind leaving his opponent some face. But now this idiot was being so aggressive and was obviously being strung on by someone else. Naturally, he wouldn't forgive him so lightly. To deal with low-level trash like you, my empty hands would have been enough. But now my spear wants to see a drop of blood. After 5 spear moves, if you can still stand, then consider me having lost. Lin Ming's words shocked everyone present. His empty hands were enough? He took out the spear to see a drop of blood? Defeat Ma Junhui in 5 moves, or it would be his loss. Zhang Yunjian looked at Lin Ming with relish. This boy was truly confident in himself. He turned to glance at the Thundercrest sex Zhou Xiaoling and saw that the little girl appeared extremely excited, obviously looking forward to watching this match. Oh? You also think Lin Ming will win in 5 moves? Zhang Yunjian asked with a true essence sound transmission. I don't know if he'll win or not, but whatever the outcome, things will be very interesting after 5 moves. There will definitely be a side that suffers a miserable loss. I'm looking forward to seeing the loser's face. The loser might even lose his confidence and ruin his path of martial cultivation and never be able to recover. How can I not be excited about something so fun? As Zhang Yunjian heard the innocent tone in which Zhou Xiaoling spoke, he felt chills crawl up his spine. When this little girl grew up, she would definitely be a grade A disaster. Of those present, the disciples of the 5-element region were mostly watching for fun. But as for the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, they had a variety of thoughts. There were some that were worried for Lin Ming like Zhang Jin, but there were also those that were extremely jealous and angry and wanted to see Lin Ming beaten into the ground, such as Yan Fuhong. Yan Fuhong had a gloating smile strung across his face, and he fiddled with his ring finger as he thought to himself. He truly came from a poor land. He actually took out a medium-grade human step treasure to disgrace himself. I had just wanted to have someone cripple you for a bit so that you'd miss out on the chance to enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, but now it seems that even your heart of martial arts will be damaged. What an idiot, you actually dug your own grave. Mu Yuhuang was silent. She looked at Mu Chenyu, an obvious question in her eye. Mu Chenyu was speechless. This Lin Ming really made one worry. It was fine to just beat this fellow up, but now Lin Ming drew himself into a corner. Facing Mu Yuhuang's questioning gaze, Mu Chenyu clenched her teeth and nodded. She still had full faith in Lin Ming. Mu Yuhuang frowned. Didn't you say that old fool Qi Yan made a top high-grade Earth Step treasure spear for Lin Ming? And it was also better than your vermilion bird sword? How come he isn't using it? This? Mu Chenyu forced a smile. He probably doesn't want to stir up any trouble by revealing it. Mu Yuhuang coldly said if he stirs up any trouble, he still has our Divine Phoenix Island supporting him. At least it's much better than losing. Taking out such a trashy spear is truly disgraceful. What is he going to do if it breaks? Once his weapon breaks, he might not even be able to settle the match in 5 moves. Even if his strength is greater than his opponent's, he'll still be laughed at by others. I hope he knows what he's doing and doesn't make himself into the butt of a joke. After Ma Junhui listened to Lin Ming's words, he didn't even get mad, he just laughed. He looked at Lin Ming like he was an idiot and said, "Have you gone dumb today? I'll stand here and see just how you will defeat me." Lin Ming held the spear in his right hand and used his left hand to trace the cool shaft, a familiar feeling spreading through his body. He had used this heavy, profound, soft spear for the longest time. It had been with him when he defeated Zhang Guanyu, when he had fled through the southern wilderness, and it had even accompanied him throughout the entire 7 Profound Valleys total faction martial meeting. When Lin Ming had said he would defeat Ma Junhui in 5 moves, he had already left a great deal of room for himself. When Lin Ming had just started tempering marrow, he was already able to totally defeat the peak Hotian Huang Zixuan. But this Ma Junhui was only a half-step Hotian. So what if he was a 4th-grade sex talent? Not just that, but Lin Ming had already completed 20% of tempering marrow. As Lin Ming's feet trod the floor under the support of golden rock shattering the void, his speed instantly reached the limit. His body became a series of phantoms as an azure light condensed on the spear point, shooting straight towards Ma Junhui's chest. "I'll cut your stupid garbage spear," Ma Junhui shouted and slashed with his blue sword. 7 or 8 wind blades howled forth. These wind blades whistled through the air with a grating sound like a saber carving through glass. Facing these wind blades, Lin Ming neither blocked nor evaded. He thrust his spear straight through. The endless azure true essence carried the vibrating power of flow like silk. It smashed against the wind blades. Ping, 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 ping. With a series of sounds like crystal breaking, all of Ma Junhui's wind blades were shattered. But Lin Ming's spear potential didn't diminish at all. The spear light was only 10 feet away from Ma Junhui. Ma Junhui was shocked. He stretched out his hand and blue wind origin energy gathered around him, forming a whirlwind around his body. Wind Shadow Shield. Pung! Ma Junhui hadn't even finished yelling Wind Shadow Shield when the heavy, profound, soft spear smashed into the whirlwind, creating a whistling sound that pierced the ears. The heavy, profound, soft spear only slowed down for the tiniest bit, but then continued piercing through. What? Mu Junhui's complexion finally completely changed. His defensive power was outstanding, and he was even able to borrow the power of wind to create the Wind Shadow Shield. Yet he couldn't even block a single attack. He retreated, but the heavy, profound, soft spear homed in on him. Cool breeze cut. Ma Junhui's eyes were cold. He gave a loud shout and slashed at the heavy, profound, soft spear. The sword in his hand was a low-grade Earth-step treasure. Even if he didn't use any true essence, it could still cut a medium-grade human-step treasure in half. Now that he had even used a sword skill, he should have been able to cut apart Lin Ming's spear like a candle. But he never thought that as he cut down on the heavy, profound, soft spear, his sword would be mired by the endlessly strong azure true essence, and that even the true essence he had poured into his sword would all be scattered by a strange vibrating strength. What the hell kind of cultivation method was this? Ma Junhui couldn't believe what was happening. He didn't even have time to think as the spear potential rushed towards him like a massive tsunami. Even after he had tried to cancel it out with 3 moves, it still contained a terrifying power. All of the space around him seemed to be locked down and the wind origin energy ran wild. The overwhelming spear light smashed into Ma Junhui, hitting him and his flexible armor. In that moment, Ma Junhui felt like he had been struck by a massive hammer. A giant gaping hole was twisted into his high-grade human-step flexible armor, and even the true essence in his body was smashed apart like broken porcelain. Ma Junhui spat out a mouthful of blood before flying several dozens of feet backwards. There was only a banging sound as Ma Junhui struck several birthday banquet tables. His entire body was covered with wine and food and also small bits of broken jade dishes. Because the spear light had been countered a great deal, Ma Junhui hadn't been severely injured. However, his pride had been ruined and brought to the ground. He crawled up from the floor, his lips twitching, his eyes red with blood, and his face flushed with anger. The entire hall was quiet. Even the disciples of the 5-element region were stunned silly. They hadn't expected such a scene to happen. In just a single move, Ma Junhui had been struck backwards like an insect. Although he wasn't wounded too seriously, Ma Junhui had used 3 moves to block Lin Ming's spear. Yet the end result was this. This gap in their strength was obvious. They were simply on completely different levels. As the entire audience was silent, a bright laughter like the jingling of silver bells resounded at this untimely moment. Zhou Xiaoling laughed as she slapped her table, tears almost running down her cheeks. Senior apprentice brother Ma, hurry up and take off those noodles around your neck. I'm going to die laughing here. Ha ha ha. At this time, a bowl of birthday noodles hung around his neck. These noodles were made with special Spirit Valley ingredients and were especially chewy. They hadn't even broken yet. There were even drops of sauce streaming down the ends. Ma Junhui looked like he had been bitten by a snake. He tore off the noodles around his neck, his face turning from red to purple. Seeing this, many Divine Phoenix Island disciples wanted to laugh, but it was quite contemptible to laugh in this sort of situation. So they restrained themselves even though it was hard to endure. However, those that repressed their laughs didn't include Zhangzhen. Zhangzhen's eyes were wide as he stared at Lin Ming, a bit stunned. Out of all the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island, He had been the one that had been in contact with Lin Ming the most. He had brought him through the mountain gate, eaten with him, and had taught him most things. He had been leading Lin Ming around for several days, but had no idea just what kind of monstrous genius he had been bringing around. Mu Qianyu let out a long breath of relief, wanting to rebuke Lin Ming a bit. Although she had confidence in Lin Ming, she wasn't sure what sort of progress he had made these past months, and was a little doubtful of what could happen. This Lin Ming, he really does make one worry for him.